Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Hello everyone, welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, Episode 8, Voter Suppression. My name, as your temporary host for today, is Sam Whalen. I'm joined by my co-host, Joseph Whalen.
Thank you, Sam, and if you do a good enough job, it might not be temporary.
We will see what happens. Before we get to today's topic, just a couple of things I want to mention. Make sure to subscribe to us on all your podcast services. That includes Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and anywhere else you get your podcasts around the globe. Most importantly, if you are watching on Twitch or watching the rebroadcast and you have Amazon Prime, that means you have Twitch Prime, so you can give us the Twitch Prime subs, and they do help us out a lot. Contact information, if you want to email us, you can email us at comments at insightsintothings.com. Twitter, we are at insights_things. We can find the video on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Like I said, we are streaming 6 days a week on Twitch, twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Audio is going to be on podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, Facebook, Insights Into Things podcast. And finally, links to all these, if you missed any of them, are on www.insightsintothings.com. Thank you so much for watching.
Let me correct one thing there. It's actually the audio's podcast.insights into tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Insights in Entertainment is our other show.
Oh, oops. Well, support all the shows. But for this one, Insights into Tomorrow.
There we go.
It's a mistake on my notes there. So getting into today's topic, we are talking about voter suppression. It is a big topic in the news, so we thought it would be pertinent to cover it. So going over to my co-host, what do you think when you think of voter suppression? What comes to mind for you?
Well, I mean, if I just rip it right out of the headlines at this point in time, it seems to be today interference with the U.S. Postal Service, since we're going to be depending on mail-in voting during the pandemic. But it's a sadly, much richer, deeper history than just what we're seeing today. Even going back to the technology-related stuff from the 2016 election with the emails and the hacking and everything else. So it's much more complicated than what we're seeing today. And what we're seeing today is some pretty sophisticated voter suppression technique.
Yep. Like you mentioned what we're going through today, what's going on in the past, and that's what we're going to do here today. We're going to break things down from the past, the present, and then go ahead and look at the future. So starting off, according to Wikipedia, which I know professors out there are going to get me for citing that, but I think it's a pretty good definition. It says voter suppression in the United States concerns allegations about various efforts legal and illegal, used to prevent eligible voters from exercising their right to vote. So these things can vary depending on the place, the state, or the method. A lot of the voter suppression is tied directly to voting rights, which started at the beginning of democracy itself. Initially, we'll actually touch on that later. I got mixed up there, so that's just a tease for the past. The current state of voter suppression, we'll look at what President Trump is doing, how he's dealing with the Postal Service, like you mentioned, and how he's using tactics of fear during this pandemic to sort of encourage people how to use their votes and what might happen, and how he's using that to his advantage. And finally, we'll look at the future of things. The 2020 election, what that effect might have on voter apathy, which has been a problem for many years, and how voting laws might be able to change, or how we can hope they can change to allow more people to be able to vote. And so we'll get with the past in just a minute when we come right back. So like I mentioned when I accidentally started to go into the history of things, the history of voting rights goes all the way back to the beginning of American democracy. According to the people over at howstuffworks.com, quote, the U.S. Constitution does not explicitly include a right to vote, which is true. Only the House of Representatives were to be elected by the people, according to the Constitution. So that was where we the people could express their right to vote. However, these people were not all people, as you may be imagining. At first, only white, male property owners were able to vote. And that included some free black men later on when slavery was abolished. But even still, which we'll get into later, there were restrictions in place to discourage free black men from voting. Quote, all women, non-African American minorities, and many non-Christian religious groups were denied the franchise. So as you can see here, right from the beginning of the history of voting in America, immediately people were excluded and their votes were suppressed. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that's kind of a unfortunate statement that we legislated voter suppression from the day that this company was started. So there's always been this underlying idea that only certain people should have a say in who is elected and how our government is formed. Now that's changed significantly over years, but what we've seen is a evolution of the legal disenfranchisement of people. And I don't know, maybe I'm idealistic by thinking that over 200 years later, we might finally have it right, but it seems like we still aren't doing what we need to do in order to get people the ability to vote.
Yeah, so following the Civil War, there was the era of Reconstruction, which was basically the country trying to put itself back together. You had a lot more free blacks in the South gaining sources of power for a little while, until a lot of that was done away with the Dixiecrats in 1877, when the imposing of Jim Crow laws, which were designed to specifically restrict the black vote in the South and in other places. In addition to that, the 15th Amendment allowed voting regardless of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Ideally, unfortunately, as we see with these Jim Crow laws, things like literacy test, poll taxes, and straight violence or intimidation were employed to discourage African Americans to vote. And those literacy tests, a lot of free blacks did not know how to read because they were never taught. And poll taxes, a lot of them were economically disenfranchised as well. So that also excluded them from the right to vote. According to, again, the people at How Things Work, quote, only 3% of voting age African American Southerners were registered to vote in 1940. So this is well after, almost 100 years after the Civil War ended. Excuse me. And still only 3% of voting age African American Southerners were registered to vote. Now, in 1965, jumping ahead in the timeline, we had the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which did do away with a lot of the Jim Crow laws and allowed women and minority votes to open up, which did help to make voting more equal and allow more of the people to expand and to expand that definition. However, this story doesn't end there. As anyone that studied history knows, racism and oppression did not just simply disappear with the civil rights movement of the 1960s. New voter suppression methods are still in use today. Common modern voter suppression techniques, there are voter registration problems. So if you can't register to vote, you can't vote at all. So not all states require registration. There's also confusion on where and when to register, and confusion over what you need to register. So different documents and qualifications can change state to state, which if people don't have access to something like a birth certificate or a passport, either by financial reasons or just a lack of it, then that's going to stop them from being able to vote. Voter purges. These laws vary state by state. States can purge voters from registration if they haven't voted in as few as 2 years. Purge is done selectively to disenfranchise minority groups. So we'll touch more on later voter apathy, and this plays directly into that. Basically, if you haven't voted in 2 years, they can nullify your vote, which presidential elections are every 4 years. And there's a case to be made there that that 2-year limit might be intentional, because I'd say the biggest election is the presidential election. It's what most people vote in, ideally. So by doing it every 2 years, you're going to be able to wipe out a lot of voters that would then need to re-register, which we just touched on could be difficult for different people. What are your thoughts on just these early, more subtle ways of getting people to taking away the ability to vote?
Well, and I think a lot of it is the convenience factor, what we're talking about here. The need, there's a certain requirement that you have to have, because everyone's always very worried about voter fraud. That's what's getting thrown out now. So you come up with laws that on the face of them are intended to combat voter fraud, but really the underlying purpose is to make it inconvenient and difficult for people to register or to get to the polls and vote. And the one thing that your typical politicians don't want is an educated, energetic, and enthusiastic voting population. The fewer votes they have to worry about is the less effort they have to make in order to influence those votes. So by cutting back that number, and all of these laws really are designed to do that, is to cut back that number of voters, it makes it easier for them. If they can control certain segments of the population, like if they can get 50% of the population in Louisiana to not vote, well, then they don't need to spend money campaigning down there. All they have to do is get them to not vote. Because if they're not voting for me, then they're not voting for my opponent either. Then, as an economic equation, they can go spend that money someplace else. And as a result, the citizens of the country lose out as a result.
Yep, absolutely. And as we often end up to the conclusion on the show, always follow the money. That's typically where you'll go. So yeah, definitely moving those funds around can help their campaigns. Going back to the more the modern ways of voter suppression, strict voter ID and ballot requirements. So these laws, again, vary state by state. Some states require government-issued IDs to vote, and this was a big thing in the news a while back, voter ID laws, and it's still a very important issue, especially with the upcoming election. But basically, these impede low-income, disabled, and immigrant residents who may not be able to get a government-issued ID, whether it be because of a physical disability, a lack of money, or immigration status in general. In addition to that, voter confusion, misinformation from political parties to confuse voters, messaging from official and unofficial polling can be confusing and inconsistent, incorrect ballots invalidate voters' choices. We had a little bit of that with Bush and Gore in the 2000 election, I think. Somewhere around there?
Sure.
Earlier than that, maybe. But yeah, the hanging Chad with the miscounted ballots.
Yep.
So even if you get your vote in, it might just be counted wrong, And we don't really have that as much of an issue today because that incident did make different methods of voting that were more secure, more popular. There is still instances of voter intimidation and harassment. Racially motivated scare tactics are employed to prevent citizens from voting. Fake robocalls from hate groups pretending to be candidates, and inappropriate questioning at polling locations to intimidate voters. I mean, there's incidents of this up into the 2012 election with Barack Obama, groups going around trying to intimidate people of color from voting to help sway the vote in the other side. Poll closures and long lines. This one pretty much speaks for itself. If the polls are closed, then nobody can go there to vote. And again, it goes back to what you said about inconvenience, right? I mean, if you have to walk, if you've got no way to transport yourself and you have to walk 5 miles to the polling station and you get there and it's closed, you're not going to walk 25 miles to the next one. And that's kind of a common theme here. You'll see a lot of these laws and tactics are specifically targeting people less fortunate in life, whether that be minorities or people financially less well off. Malfunctioning voting equipment, so sometimes things will be tampered with, whether that be the voting machines or the external attacks of computerized voting. Now that most things are electronic, those can be targeted as well. So disenfranchisement of justice-involved individuals. So felons, approximately 6 million Americans, are barred from voting due to felony convictions that disenfranchise them. So if you're convicted of a felony, any felony, you cannot vote in this country. And that excludes 6 million Americans from being able to vote. And again, the laws vary state by state. And I'm sure that we could probably make a whole show about the ethics of whether felons should be able to vote. I personally think they should, because even if you are a terrible felon of some degree, I don't think it should be a clear-cut line of no matter what you did, as long as you're marked felon, you cannot vote. I think it's not as black and white as that. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think I have kind of a fundamentalist view on this, in that in order to have a civilized society in which citizens vote for the type of government that they want, there are laws, and you have to abide by those laws. And once you choose to no longer abide by those laws, you have to sacrifice a certain amount of protection that you would get under a society like that. And one of those protections, I think, really should be your voting. You know, if you are a convicted felon, you've chosen to not abide by society's laws, so you shouldn't be able to take part in shaping those laws at that point. Now, that's not to say that if you're a convicted felon, do your time, come out, and you're reformed, you shouldn't be able to vote. I think you should. But I don't think we should be rolling voting machines into a prison where people have chosen to not abide by their civic duty by being law-abiding citizens, because they're not the kind of people that I want voting people into office, because they're going to vote people into the office that are going to be most advantageous to them, which by definition is least advantageous to a civilized society. But that's just my personal opinion. No,
that's understandable. I mean, if, like you said, if they're the felons that are still serving their time and have committed horrible crimes, and no, they shouldn't be able to vote. But then it's when you run into the people that have served their time but are still marked as felon, that those people also being excluded. It makes you wonder where that line is drawn.
And I agree with you 100%. Yeah. Like the purpose of our penal system is to punish but reform. And if you're reformed to the point that we can put you back into everyday society, then you should be reformed to the point that you should be able to vote and be a participating member of society again. It's a fundamental right.
Absolutely. So we do have one more tactic here. We've got gerrymandering, which is politicians manipulate voting redistricting in ridiculous ways to shape the voting pools. This is a pretty blatant attempt to manipulate the voting population and has direct and lasting impact on election results. So you can look up pictures of this where districts are, they're literally maps of locations, and they're drawn in such a way that a certain politician will be able to get more votes because of the way the district is drawn. And it's changing and moving these lines around, which is done constantly, that allows for votes to be moved around and pulled in certain areas. And it's like we have here, a blatant attempt to manipulate the voting population, and an all too popular one. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll get into the current conditions and the source and symptoms of how voter suppression is used today.
Before we jump out, though, I did want to mention, a different view on gerrymandering. While it's definitely something that's used to manipulate voter bases, I think it really epitomizes what most of our problems are with voter suppression right now. And that is, one, your ability to elect people into office, the legal rights of that vary so much from state to state, especially when you're electing someone of a federal office, a senator, a congressman, or a president. The laws in your local area can vary significantly from across the country, which is one of the problems. There's no consistency in the law. The other is that gerrymandering highlights probably the biggest problem we have, and that is the people that are making the laws for how we vote and how we elect politicians are the very politicians that are affected by them. So as a result, you have to assume, quite rightly, that the lawmaking when it comes to this type of event is going to be advantageous first and foremost to the politicians and not the citizens. So to me, that's why it was perfect having gerrymandering last, because it really rolls up all the problems that we have and symbolizes it in one single thing there, even though that itself is its own problem.
Yeah, definitely. And it really, I mean, obviously we're pretty cynical on this show, but all these tactics made by the people in power, specifically designed to keep them in power and to prevent voting, is so contrary to what you'd think the typical American view of democracy is, where everybody gets a say, everybody gets an equal say, and your vote matters. And clearly, as we're seeing here, your vote is manipulated and controlled in a variety of ways, not the least of which is moving maps and changing maps to get more power, to either prevent or to corral your vote. And it's anti-American in a way, really.
Everyone is equal, but there are those who are more equal than others.
Exactly. And as we'll see coming up, we have some specific examples of some of the methods we just mentioned that we will highlight that are more concrete examples of voter suppression.
All right, let's take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everybody. If you're just tuning in, we are talking about voter suppression today. We just got through the history and some of the more modern techniques used to do it, and we're going to get into some more real-world examples of how it worked. So, in one of the most important tactics used for voter suppression is the use of disinformation, and that is a very broad umbrella thing that is used to manipulate everybody in a variety of ways nowadays. But with voter suppression, it comes down to the highly popular and effective modern methods used. So in 2008, the 2008 elections, Democrats in Nevada received robocalls informing them that they could vote on November 5th. This was a day after the election, to avoid the long lines. So basically, all these people in Nevada got fake calls telling them a fake date for the real election. And this did impact the amount of votes that came in Nevada, because a bunch of people showed up the next day to vote for an election that was already over and already won. So what are your thoughts on this example? Have you experienced any kind of robocalls for voting?
I have not. Somehow I've managed to get off of all the calling lists for robocalls. And I think it's probably because a couple that I had in the past did not end well for the caller. I don't take political ads very well when people bother me with them. Although I'm getting hammered with spam. I will say that, because it's so much easier to get through to people. But this is exactly the tactics that I was referring to earlier, where if they can get those numbers down, then it's so much easier for them to control the people that they know they can get their votes from. And a lot of times the people that they target are the lower income, lesser privileged individuals, because those are an unknown quantity to politicians. Politicians like guarantees. And the people that are willing to commit to funding their campaign and contributing to their campaign or showing up to their rallies, they're the ones that they know they don't have to convince them. But the people that are lower income people can't afford to contribute to campaigns, so they don't have a list of, these people as known good people. Yep. So let's just make sure they don't vote at all. We'll grab the smaller group that we know we have, and we'll run with that. So this is a very typical technique I'd expect to see.
Yeah, and again, like you just mentioned, we're seeing more of that targeting of people that are less financially well off or minority groups, and it goes hand in hand with the voter suppression we're seeing today. Speaking of today, it's difficult to talk about this without mentioning President Trump. And if you've been reading the news or staying current with the news, most recently, President Trump went on Fox Business Network and explicitly noted two funding provisions that Democrats are seeking in a relief package that has stalled on Capitol Hill. Trump said without the additional money, the Postal Service won't have the resources to handle a flood of ballots from voters who are seeking to avoid polling places during the coronavirus pandemic. This is courtesy of ABC7.com. So this is the big reason we wanted to talk about this topic today. President Trump has been very vocal about his distrust in mail-in ballots and his efforts to dismantle the Postal Service and discredit them have been enormous, to say the least. So now, in this most recent interview, Trump, his quote is, "If we don't make a deal, that means they don't get the money," he told host Maria Bartiromo. Sorry if I mispronounced that name. He goes on to say, quote, "That means they can't have universal mail-in voting, they just can't have it," end quote. So Trump is essentially admitting there that he is intentionally withholding funds from the Postal Service to prevent the ability for people to mail in their votes, which is going to be a critical way of collecting votes during the coronavirus pandemic coming up in the November election. What are your thoughts on his comments here?
Well, I actually, and you mentioned earlier that we're cynical here, and we probably are, but I think the actions of our politicians warrant it at this point. I can't help but think that this goes much deeper than just the U.S. Postal Service, because these threats against the U.S. Postal Service wouldn't work if we weren't in the middle of a pandemic where people were afraid to go to public polling places. So if you step back and take a look at it from a 30,000-foot standpoint, you have to wonder, was the whole COVID-19 pandemic manufactured to set up this ability to suppress voters now? Because the voting suppression technique, because the first thing he did was come out and tell us over and over without a single piece of evidence that mail-in voting was ripe for fraud. There's no evidence because it's never been done before. What we do have evidence of is absentee ballots, and the fraud percentage of absentee ballots is minuscule.
I actually have a number here, just really quick. In the past 20 years, 0.00006% of all mail-in ballots cast were fraudulent. Quote, "There is no support for the argument that mail-in voting is a problem." This comes from Lorraine Midnight, a political science professor at Rutgers University. So there's your statistic right there.
Right.
It's a negligible number in the past 20 years of mail-in ballots that were fraudulent.
Right. So his first claim that it's fraud didn't pan out. Right. You tell a lie big enough and often enough, people start to believe it. Well, no one believed this one because there was so much supporting evidence to shoot it down. So now he knows that he can't set this up as a legal challenge to say, oh, it's fraud. So instead, he switches to his next tactic of, well, let's just make sure people can't do it. I can't legally do it. He can't legally stop people from doing the mail-in voting, especially when you have governors who are already sending the ballots out. So he declares a state of emergency so that he can defund the post office. Now, just to put things into perspective right now, he declares a state of emergency so he can sign an executive order that allows him to basically shut the Postal Service down to a certain extent to impede people's ability to mail in ballot. We have over 165,000 people dead in this country now as a result of the COVID-19 virus, and we still haven't gotten a state of emergency declared on that. So to me, it's painfully obvious that our current administration is employing tactics that we would expect to see from third world petty dictators to try to hold on to power. And right now, to a large extent, his opponents, the Democrats, are powerless to stop him because they only control part of the Senate and Congress. I think it's important to note that should Donald Trump get reelected, even to another 4 years, after those 4 years, or even after this election, Donald Trump is out of the political spotlight. He has no political ties. He has no political backers. He has no political control. He has only what he has right now. So as a result, all of these Republicans that are hitching their wagons to Donald Trump and defending him and supporting him through all these clearly illegal actions are going to be left high and dry. Whether it's after this election or the next, they still need to get reelected. And when you choose the wrong side of history and you do it in such a spectacularly public way, it's going to come back. There's going to be a toll that has to be paid for that. And that's going to be in the number of seats that the Republicans will see in the Senate moving forward when Donald Trump isn't around anymore. Now, I don't want to turn into a political consultant here or anything like that, but the point I'm trying to make here is that we have a president here who really is employing tactics that they've gone beyond questionable. I mean, they were questionable 4 years ago. Now they're downright illegal. And you have Congress feels like it's powerless to do anything about it. And if Congress feels that way, how do you think the average voting American feels? And that in and of itself is a form of voter suppression.
Yeah, exactly. And it's definitely, I think that's one of the biggest things we're dealing with today. And voter apathy comes right with that. We see a president doing whatever he wants with basically no repercussions or limits, blatantly making moves to ensure his power for whoever knows how long, suppressing votes, and then telling reporters, yeah, I'm doing this on purpose and it's working. And voter apathy was already a big issue in this country. I don't have the exact numbers, but I know that in the past couple presidential elections, voter numbers have been going down because people feel like their votes don't matter. And especially in 2016 with Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, when it was Trump got the Electoral College to declare him the winner. And I think that was a really harsh blow to the voting fervor in America because Hillary Clinton got the popular vote and lost.
Well, so, and that's not the first time that's happened in history. That happened in 2000 as well when Bush, took office and Al Gore had the popular vote, and it's happened in the past.
Yeah.
But every time it has happened, people feel disenfranchised. People start to question whether we really need the Electoral College because we needed it 150, 200 years ago because of the limitations that we had. Do we really need it now? But, it's going to take an act of Congress and a constitutional amendment to do away with it. So that's not going to happen. But you still have people that are left wondering, why should I vote?
Yep. Yeah, and that's, as you said, another form of voter suppression. So moving on, there's this documentary on, I believe it's on Netflix, right?
Netflix, yeah.
Called The Great Hack, and it deals with Facebook, Cambridge analytical data scandal. It's a good watch. If it's a little leaning to one side, but I think it's still very informative. It came out end of last year, I think, November, October. Yeah. So essentially, it details how the Trump campaign engaged with Cambridge Analytica, which is a tech company, a data analyst company, to micro-target and influence the 2016 election. Cambridge Analytica was employed to influence elections in over 30 countries prior to the 2016 election. These countries include the United States, the United Kingdom, Argentina, Colombia, Guyana, sorry about that, and Uruguay. Right? Uruguay?
Sure, close enough.
I was never very good at geography. Sorry to those people if you are listening from those countries. So if you do watch this documentary, it pretty blatantly shows It details what Cambridge Analytica does and how they composite user profiles based on data that people use in any aspect of life, mostly on social media or what they buy online shopping. And they compile all this data and they make it so that people can be targeted more effectively to vote on either side of a political party. So if you like a lot of posts that are left-leaning, then Cambridge takes that data and targets you with more left-leaning ads to further you down that line of thinking. And the same thing with the right. So I think using all that data to further influence people on a larger level is extremely dangerous, and in itself is a form of suppression, because you're being closed-minded. You're being sealed off from other ways of thinking because you're just being further down this rabbit hole to think a certain way. And I think with the rise of how important social media is, especially with President Trump having such an active Twitter account and such a wide social media following, I think these things go hand in hand. And the Cambridge Analytica Facebook scandal is a clear example of that. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, and I give Cambridge Analytica total props, because what they did really was brilliant. They managed to convince Facebook to give them access to all this user information. And it wasn't just a matter of figuring out how to convince someone to vote for a candidate that they wouldn't usually do, which is difficult in and of itself. But they have a storied history in appealing to certain populations with this micro-targeting that they do. And there was one campaign, I believe it was Bolivia. I don't remember entirely, but I think it was Bolivia. It was a Central American, South American country. And the opponent employed Cambridge Analytica to come in to reduce the number of votes for their opponent. They weren't even trying to win votes, because they knew that they had a guaranteed percentage of the population. And they knew all they had to do was to convince a certain portion of the population to not vote. Just don't show up. So Cambridge Analytica used this data from Facebook to bombard a certain young voting population in this country, to basically think, oh, well, it's the cool thing not to vote. Only the old people vote. Only the privileged vote. We're not going to vote. And it convinced enough people to just not show up and vote. Whether they were going to vote for one candidate or the other, the risk that they could have voted for their opponent was all that they needed to stop them from voting. And when this percentage of the population didn't vote, they didn't feel like they were being suppressed. They didn't feel like they were being taken advantage of. They thought they were doing what the cool thing was to do. And that's the psychological advantage that companies like Cambridge Analytica have when they have this data. We make references to comic book references in scenarios a lot of times. And this makes me think of what was it? Captain America.
Oh, Winter Soldier?
Winter Soldier.
Yeah, where they have the shield helicarriers that have all the data and they look at potential targets.
Right.
It's like Minority Report, too. Yeah.
But you have Zola's algorithm.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So that's what they had, was they had this magical algorithm that churned all this data and told them who they had to go after and what they had to do. And it worked. The candidate that hired Cambridge Analytica won the election.
Yep.
And it's really something as simple as that, the psychological warfare that they employ, that makes them so dangerous.
Yeah, I think, and you can still see that today, really. I mean, if you get into any kind of social media, like I said before, rabbit hole, where you're exploring, and I'll do that from time to time. Like I'm definitely more left-leaning, so I'll try to go to more right-leaning Twitter accounts, and I follow and I go further and further, and I try to see their point of view and I try to look at those ideas. And you see this kind of manipulation there, whether it be from what I think are real people or just Twitter bots. And Twitter's very particularly bad with it, where there's just bots that just tweet things that are, taking this data and just spitting out words. But this informational suppression and closing off is still apparent today, and it's still unfortunately effective. And I think we are seeing it again with the 2020 election. Yeah. So going back to some of the things we mentioned earlier in terms of modern voter suppression, we touched on it a little bit, but the voter ID legislation is still very important. This is courtesy of the American Civil Liberties Union. According to them, millions of Americans lack ID. 11% of U.S. citizens, or more than 21 million Americans, do not have government-issued photo identification. So right out of the gate, you have 11% of the population, 21 million people that do not have government-issued photo IDs for whatever reason. And when it comes to voter ID laws, from the get-go, if you don't have a government-issued ID, you can't vote. So that's 21 million people that are simply excluded for one reason or another for not having an ID. Obtaining ID costs money. Even if ID is offered for free, voters must incur numerous costs, such as paying for birth certificates to apply for a government-issued ID. And these costs, while they may seem small to some people, for someone living paycheck to paycheck or that has to support a family, these costs can add up. And when you speak about that voter apathy, those things can sometimes go hand in hand. Well, I need to get a government ID. Well, that's going to cost me $150. That's food for my kids for a week, you know?
Yeah.
So that's stopping some people right there. Underlying documents required to obtain ID cost money, like I just said, a significant expense for lower income Americans. The combined cost of document fees, travel expenses, and waiting time can be anywhere from $75 to $175. So that can be a significant sum of money to a lot of people. The travel required is also a major burden. This can be with people with disabilities, the elderly, or those in rural areas that don't have access to public transportation. Specifically in Texas, some people in rural areas must travel approximately 170 miles to reach the nearest ID office, which if you don't have a car, that's highly unlikely you're going to travel 170 miles on foot.
But those numbers aren't really unusual for Texas. I mean, Texas is a geographic anomaly. You're a half hour from everything in Texas at least.
Definitely. So what are your thoughts on these restrictions and how they can impact the elderly or people without the financial backing?
They're definitely legitimate concerns. My mother was one who never drove, so she never needed a government ID. So when she was told she needed one to register to vote, voting wasn't important to her at that point in time. The only time she wound up getting ID was when she had to open a bank account at one of the local banks, and they required her to have a voter ID or a photo ID. And she had to jump through hoops because you don't have a lot of the same documentation you would normally need in order to obtain those IDs. You look at in New Jersey itself, we need I don't know what the point system is now, but you have to generate documents that are equal to a certain number of points. Well, some of those documents are things that immigrants wouldn't have. You know, if you emigrated here legally from another country, you might not have your birth certificates or your baptismal records or any of the stuff from a country you may have been fleeing from because you're trying to avoid the oppression. You might not have bills in your name. If you live with family, one of the series of documents you could get in New Jersey were any bills that were billed, utility bills, phone bills, gas bills, water bills, that type of thing. Well, if you're a recent immigrant to the country and you can't afford your own home, you may be living with someone and all the bills are in their name, so you can't use those as a form of ID. So this is one of those ones where they use the whole idea of, let's throw out voter fraud. Okay, well, if you can't prove you are who you are, then you shouldn't be allowed to vote because it's going to cause fraud. When statistically speaking, the fraud numbers are insignificantly low. But that's the impetus for using voter ID is to one, scare people from voting. Because if you don't have a voter ID and you walk into a hall, it terrifies people because you're going to be asked for something you don't have. And the reaction that you get, especially in today's volatile law enforcement police environment, that could lead to significant issues that you run into. So that scares people away in and of itself. Not even the fact that I can't even get one of these because I don't have the documentation that's needed. But because we could throw out we can link through some theoretical justification voter fraud with voter ID, then we can justify segmenting that portion of the population often denying them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, you kind of made me think of something. I think on this show before I mentioned the concept of how there always has to be an other, right? There always has to be some kind of enemy or some kind of idea to rally people against, whether that be for good or evil. And I think that voter fraud is that other for this, because as you said, the numbers on actual voter fraud are insignificant almost. But the concept of voter fraud, that the worst thing you can do as an American is vote and lie about it, or not vote at all and pretend you're somebody else. When in reality, by using the concept of voter fraud to deter people from voting is the really anti-democracy thing. And it's these levels of mental chess, of manipulation of an entire population of people, and getting it in their head that either your vote doesn't matter or the biggest threat to your democracy is this other. And it's dangerous, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's hard to dig through the vines of all these manipulations. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back and look at the future of voter suppression.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to get into the future and potential solutions for how to combat voter suppression. So this article comes from Rolling Stone, and it's just some of the comments that President Trump has made, again, regarding voter suppression and his thoughts on his lawsuits at the time. So in the 2020 election, which is the big thing we have coming up, the RNC has filed over $20 million worth of lawsuits dealing with voting. This is a quote from Rolling Stone. Some attempt to block litigation brought by Democratic groups to expand mail-in voting in response to the coronavirus pandemic. Others seek to invalidate state-level policies by saying that expanding access to mail-in ballots invites fraud. So this is kind of going back to what we were talking about earlier, how there's this wide effort to discredit mail-in voting. And right here you have the number of $20 million worth of lawsuits dealing with voting. And again, it's the blatant evidence of what President Trump and the administration and the Republican Party in general are doing to discredit mail-in voting. So what are your thoughts on the $20 million worth of lawsuits against this?
I can't help but think how many mailboxes that would pay for to keep on the street.
Yeah.
$20 million.
Yep.
But you're right. I mean, we have not only do we have blatant attempts to impede voters from voting, this is the first administration who's ever come out publicly on national television and invited foreign powers to interfere in an American election. How that itself is not treasonous and treated as such, it blows my mind. But when that was not effective enough for him to maintain the numbers that he thought he needed in the polls, which he's still 12 points down, by the way, in the recent Reuters poll, he stepped up the game. So now we're literally pulling mailboxes off the street 3 months in advance of the election. We have sorting machines that are being broken down. We have instructions being given to the Postmaster General that would deliberately make it difficult to count and handle the volume required for mail-in voting. How this is not a criminal offense is beyond me. It really is. And I hope and I pray, and I'm not a very religious individual, but I pray that should the Democrats come out on top in this election, that we don't do something really bad like grant immunity or a pardon to Trump for what he's doing to this country, because this is destroying the country more than anything any outside force has ever done. I've lived through, you've lived through 9/11. We lived through riots. We've lived through, the country has lived through a civil war. And I think what's happening today with how we're treating our democracy and our government is far more dangerous than even the Civil War was. And it's frightening. It really is.
Yeah.
It makes me feel very apprehensive for you and tomorrow's generation and the rest of the younger generation in this country right now. It's terrifying.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary prospect, and hopefully, and maybe everything we've covered today might say to the contrary, but hopefully our vote will still matter and our voices will still matter, and that won't go away. And we'll probably touch more on that when we get to our closing statements in just a little bit. But going back to this Rolling Stone article, Rick Hasen, a University of California Irvine law professor and author of Election Meltdown, says the goal of these lawsuits is to cast doubt on the legitimacy of the election, raising spurious fraud claims. So just like we just talked about, the goal is to discredit and disenfranchise and spread disinformation. And speaking of that disinformation, a big common theme has been the use of COVID-19 to stir up fear of the election being in danger, when in reality, these precautions are being taken to save lives, not to harm them. So things like social distancing, the use of mail-in voting, and we've touched on this mostly for the most part already. But basically, there's things being done for COVID-19 are being spun by members of the Trump administration as harming democracy, when in reality, it is, the administration that is the one doing that. Specifically, the group has run ads that warn against risky new methods like mail-in ballots and accuse Wisconsin Democrats of sowing election, quote, chaos after the state's Republicans refused to send every voter an absentee ballot or delay its primary election because of COVID-19. Again, this is from that Rolling Stone article. So in Wisconsin, you're seeing direct targeting of the Wisconsin Democrats because of how they had to handle things because of COVID-19. And in reality, it's not about, it seemed like it was meant to save lives, to prevent the disease from spreading, but it was taken and spun for political gain, which is horrible. And unfortunately, it might have worked for some people.
Well, and I think a lot of what we're seeing out of the current administration is for political gain. The Trump administration still doesn't want to admit we have an issue. Every time Donald Trump addresses any media organization regarding COVID-19, we're told, oh, it's getting better. We're doing great. We're doing fine. The numbers are coming down. And being cynical again, I've come to expect lies from all politicians. More so from Donald Trump. I think he's statistically told more lies and misinformation in office than any other president in the time he's been in office, which is provable. But this series of lies are so blatant and so easily proven wrong that it's almost like he's daring people to challenge him on this. His own administration is having difficulty combating some of the misinformation that he's putting out. It changes. The administration policy statements change multiple times over a 24-hour period because the administration officials come up with a policy. They put Trump in front of the camera, and Trump, it's like short attention span theater. He can't stay on point for more than 5 seconds before he goes off on one of his tirades and one of his rants, and it's counter to what the administration is. So, and he's popular. He very frequently throws out the term of fake news. And it's ironic that he's generating more fake news about everything than is being generated about him. So the messaging itself, the obvious attempts at disinformation, the fact that if something controversial comes up, he's very quick to generate another manufactured controversy over here. You know, everyone pay attention to the new controversy over here, and we'll all ignore what was going on. He's a master manipulator when it comes to that. Like it's almost like sleight of hand in a magician, you know, and he's constantly misdirecting people. And the press and America, and I'm sad to say this, are so stupid that they continuously fall for it. And that's why we're in the position that we're in now. Because we're all falling for this misinformation. And until people have the wherewithal to step back and to objectively look at the statements and the claims and do their own research, we're sheep. And that's where one of the biggest problems is today.
Yeah, definitely. And as we kind of come to the end of the show for today, just to wrap things up, just like you said, it's about misinformation and misdirection, just like it has been pretty much any other time we've talked about this administration, regardless of what they're handling. But just a couple things. There is the upcoming 2020 election, so make sure to inform yourself as best you can. And part of informing yourself means looking at what other people that don't think like you think. And it's important to do that and to expose yourself to other ideas. I know just in today, we've only scraped the surface, especially when it comes to the Postal Service, not scandal, but the Postal Service situation. So that's definitely worth looking into because it's been going on for longer than just the media has been covering it now. And it's bigger than just Trump on Twitter. These things are systematic and designed to control and to manipulate. I mean, we covered the past going all the way back to the founding of the country and how these things were designed from the get-go to corral people's votes. And most importantly, you know, make sure you do your own research and make your conclusions and keep your mind open but suspicious. What are your closing thoughts?
Well, I agree with you 100%. I think the one thing that terrifies politicians the most is an educated voter base. So the more educated you get, the better off we are as a country. It's good to have politicians scared of the voters because when they lose that fear of being able to get reelected, because you remember, that's all politicians want. Most politicians start out with all of the zeal and vigor and noble causes that most American citizens tend to feel. And they think that getting into politics is what's going to get them to that. And there have been people like Jesse Ventura, who was the former governor of Minnesota. He thought, well, you know what, if I run for office, I can change it. I can make a difference. And what he realizes that when he got into office, the system is not designed to be changed, certainly not for the disadvantage of the politicians. And he spent 2 terms as governor and hated it. He got blocked at every possible corner, and he was just beaten down and frustrated when he left office. And that's not the typical reaction. The typical reaction is a politician goes in there, they learn how to play the game, and then they slowly get corrupted over time. And then they lose that fear of the voter because at that point, the only thing that they want is to get reelected. And as long as they get reelected, they'll say and do anything. They don't care about you, the voter. They don't care about the district, the constituents, the county, the state, the country. They don't care. All they care about is getting reelected. And when there's a danger of that, because you as a voter are educated and you know what their position is and what their voting history is and what their philosophy is, then there's a chance that you're not going to vote for that. And that's what scares them. So let's scare the politicians. And I'm not just talking Trump. I'm talking every politician out there. Let's scare the hell out of them and educate ourselves and learn what the topics are and what the controversies are and what their positions are, and then make an educated decision when we go to the polls.
Absolutely. And I think that's not easy. That's not an easy thing to do, but it's important. And as Americans and as humans. And I think that's one of the most important things we can do. It's not going to be easy and it's going to be difficult, but it's something that we all have to do, especially with this upcoming election.
I agree 100%.
All right. Anything else?
I think that's it.
All right, well, thank you for having me on today as your potentially temporary, maybe permanent host. We'll see how things go. But this has been Insights into Tomorrow. Thank you, everybody, so much for tuning in, and have a fantastic day. Stay safe.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 104, Why a Good GPA is Important. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my intelligent and intuitive co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right today.
So, have a good week since our last podcast?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. So, this podcast actually was suggested to us from one of our listeners. They write for a website, an academic website called Ivy Panda, and they had watched one of our earlier episodes on our academic achievements, and they had pointed me in the direction of this article that we're going to cite today. So I just wanted to give credit to Ivy Panda for helping us out with this one. Before we get into that, though, I do want to suggest that, folks, if you are interested in the podcast, you subscribe to us. You can get the video versions of our podcast if you subscribe to Insights into Things. The audio versions of the podcast are available under Insights into Teens. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, anywhere you can pick up a podcast these days. And we'd also invite you to give us your feedback and give us suggestions. We're always looking for new topics to discuss, so tell us what you want us to talk about. We'll do the research and put the shows together. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at insights_things. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can get us on Instagram at insightsintothings. Or you can reach out to us directly through our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
We shall.
All right, let us commence shouting. So as I said in the intro, today's article or today's source that we're using comes from ivypanda.com. And the first question we ask is, what is a GPA? Madison, why don't you tell us what a GPA is?
So GPA stands for grade point average, and it's a number that shows the average of all final grades you've earned over time from schooling.
So now the one thing to keep in mind with GPA, so when you get your grades now, you're graded on a 100-point scale, right?
Mm-hmm.
Typically what you see is your GPA is measured in a 4-point scale.
Okay.
So 100 in your scale would be a 4.0 in a GPA scale.
Okay.
And depending on what that average is, you'll drop below a 4.0 and a percentage of that or decimal places of that and so forth. So typically for a GPA, you're shooting for a 4.0 for the highest grade that you can get.
Okay.
So why is it important to have a good GPA? What are some of the examples? Let's go down this list of examples here. Why don't you start us out?
Having an exceptional GPA opens opportunities for you that you may not otherwise have access to, including academic, professional, and other opportunities. Your GPA is a measure of your success academically, and it is a metric that many people look to not only as a measure of learned knowledge, but of work ethic, dedication, intelligence, and discipline.
So basically what we mean by that is when they look at your GPA from a strictly number standpoint is a measure of what you've done academically. But being a straight A student, that in order to get that high grade point average, a lot goes into it. Give us some examples of some of the things that go into some of the effort that you have to put forth.
Well, one of the main things I have to put forth is problem solving. A lot of times there are points where I don't entirely fully understand something, or I have to come up against, or I have to answer a question in a way that I need to approach a question in a way I haven't done before, and I need to use problem-solving skills in order to solve those problems. Another one would probably be time management. I need to make time for all my studies, and I have to make time to study for all of them. I need to make time to get all of them to work while also still balancing my social and entertainment life.
Exactly. So in order to get that high grade point average, the effort that you put in to get that is a measure of you as a person. So your time management skills, your project management skills, the level of dedication you have to see all that through, the level of adaptability you have of taking harder courses. So even though the number itself is a measure of just your academic achievement, when people look at that number, there's a lot more that you get out of that because of the effort and the dedication that you have to put into your academic achievements to get that number. So there's a lot more to it than just, hey, I got straight A's.
Mm-hmm.
So they also talk about the better your score on the GPA scale, the higher your chances you have of getting into a prestigious college, or at the very least, it offers you increased opportunities to get into your school of choice. When you go to apply for colleges, they're going to look at what your GPA is. And the higher your GPA is, the more colleges you'll be accepted to, especially if you're looking to get into a prestigious college, an Ivy League college or something like that. They have very strict requirements on your GPA. So if you don't meet the minimum requirements, they won't even consider your application. Tell us about how it affects your employment.
So your GPA affects more of a role in your employment than you might think. The higher your GPA is, the better career start you'll get. You could also receive a job with opportunities and, by extension, gain a better social life moving forward.
Yeah, and I can say, as a department manager myself, I find myself in a position where I have to hire people periodically. And one of the things that we'll look at, depending on the position, is your college transcripts, especially if you're coming in as an intern. And if your college transcripts come in and they're above a 3.5 or something like that, it tells us a lot about how hard a worker you are. It tells us what your intelligence level is. It tells us how adaptable you are. And depending on the position that we're putting you in, it's going to tell us a lot about the skills that we're looking for. So when you go out into the world, when you get to my age, I'll be honest with you, they stop looking at that stuff because it's no longer a measure of the person that you are because of how much you change. But early on in your career, it can be very critical to the getting into the place that you want to get the experience that you want. And that's very important. Your GPA is the only way to show how well you did with your school subjects. So while you may perform better in certain subjects, the GPA score represents the overall situation. So I may be great in history and I may excel in history, but I may be terrible in mathematics or science, and that is reflected in the GPA. So if you just take one or two courses that you're very good at or that you're interested in, those other courses that you're taking could drag down that GPA for you. So it's an overall reflection of what you're doing in school itself. Tell us about the next one.
So students with a high GPA have more options available to themselves. For example, a good GPA score can help you apply for a scholarship, enroll in different programs, get involved in extracurricular activities, as well as joining clubs and organizations. A good GPA score is a way to show clubs, scholarship communities, universities, and organizations that you're a hardworking student who is capable of reaching your goals and that you have ambitions, and most organizations are looking for those people.
And I think that really sums up the benefits themselves, because the benefit of a high GPA isn't just that you did well in school. It speaks volumes of your character, your work ethic, your capabilities, your ambition. So it tells a prospective college or employer a lot about who you are as a person, because you got to figure, let's take a job interview, for instance. So when you go to apply for a job, you put together a resume or a CV or something like that that shows why you should be picked for the job. And if you're fresh out of college or fresh out of high school, you don't have a lot of experience to put down there. So the one thing that you have going for you at that point, if you have a high GPA, is you put that down and you put down the courses that you've taken and the experiences in clubs and so forth that you were involved in. And the interviewer looks at that and can kind of get a good assessment of the type of person that you are. So if you come in with a 3.9 GPA and you're in the debate club and the chess club, and you're an athlete, it tells me as the interviewer, well, you can do all these other things and still excel academically. So yeah, the academic side of it, you're very intelligent, but you're capable of doing more than just academics.
Yeah.
And it tells me that you're a hard worker. So these are all things that an employer is going to look for. And the colleges, and we'll get a little bit more into the colleges later on, but the colleges are definitely going to look at your GPA, because some of them aren't even going to accept you because of the rejection rate that they have. There are colleges out there that they pretty much accept anybody that applies to them, but that might not be the type of college you want to go to. So when you have the high GPA, that's kind of the collateral that you need to get into the more prestigious colleges that you want to get into. So let's take a quick break, and we'll come back and we'll look at what are some of the benefits to you as an individual with a good GPA. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to episode 104 of Insights into Teens. We're talking about why it's important to have a good GPA. So some of the benefits include broader opportunities. So the major and most important benefit of good grades is much bigger selection of opportunities. From elite high school programs, which you were able to get into because of your grades, to better chances of getting a scholarship, which you're going to start looking at in the next few years as you get further into high school, to greater odds of receiving a well-paying job, or at least the job that you're looking to get into.
Okay.
This benefit alone is too good not to pass up, and is a great motivation to try and do your best in school. Ultimately, putting in the effort to earn higher grades pays off later in life. And the one thing, and I can't emphasize enough, the importance of being able to get into the job that you're looking to get into. That early experience is something that can snowball and build into a much better paying job, a much better long-term career, and it has a huge influence on things moving forward.
Okay.
What's our next benefit?
Our next benefit is a wider selection of universities. Some colleges and universities accept almost every high school graduate who applies. Others are much more selective and have a certain percentage of students allowed to go to their institution. There are also universities that decline most students that apply, accepting only 25% or less of the students that do apply. This is why GPA plays a crucial role in the selection process. The higher your GPA score is, the more universities will accept you and the more options you have available to you.
And then we talk about scholarships. We touched on this before, and I think a lot of people tend to think of athletics when they think of scholarships. You know, you think you do very good in football or basketball and you get a scholarship to go to college for free. But in reality, there's a ton of scholarships out there for academic achievements. So if you can do well in school, get a high GPA, get all the other benefits that we've talked about already, and then have that partially or totally pay for your college as part of a scholarship, that's a win-win all around. Most financial aid programs for students have a strict set of requirements for your GPA. So if you drop below that, they won't finance you. Almost all of them do define a minimum GPA score. And knowing the fact that scholarships are given to a limited number of students, it's clear that an above average GPA makes you eligible for more scholarship programs, which also gives you a better chance of getting into one. So anything that increases your chances of being a more viable candidate is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
What's next?
Next up, we have the ability to get involved in extracurricular activities. Some say if you study hard, there will be no time left for anything extra. Look at it from a different point of view. If you decide not to try out for a sports team, the coach will... Oh, wait, no. If you decide to try out for a sports team, the coach will check your
eligibility.
Apart from your physical capabilities, the coach will also check your academic performance, including GPA scores. If they're high, the coach won't have to worry that one day that one day you'll drop out of the team because you failed an exam.
Yeah, and this is a good example here, too, of an unintended consequence. So the one example they give here is that if you have a good GPA, the coach will know that you're going to be able to stick with the team. The problem a lot of students don't realize is that most of your schools, your high schools at least, have minimum academic requirements to participate in extracurricular activities. So, for instance, and they do this for your benefit. It's not to punish you or anything like that. If you go out for basketball, for instance, and you're a straight A student, and you start playing basketball after school, and you're practicing, and it's taking a lot of your time and your weekend time, and you're exhausted all the time, and they see your grades start to drop, they're going to pull you out of that program because the program itself is affecting you negatively with your academics. So having that GPA allows you, and maintaining that GPA allows you to participate in these schools and these programs rather. And we're not just talking about sports programs. We're talking about band or drama club or the debate club or chess or anything else that you want to do. If they see that it's affecting you academically, they're not going to allow you to do those things. Certainly your parents probably aren't going to allow you to continue doing it.
Mm.
But, it's also a confidence builder for the coaches and the, team captains to know that, you're able to not only do academics very well, but you're able to do the sports on top of it. And that's sort of what we alluded to earlier about how it reflects well on you that you're capable of doing multiple things. You can also benefit with a career boost. So the world's top colleges and companies have that status of being at the top for a reason. To be able to be a part of top colleges and companies, you must prove that you deserve it. You can say you're a hard worker and show your charming personality, but people on admissions committees and at job interviews prefer to believe the facts and the actual achievements.
Mm-hmm.
In order for your career to skyrocket from the start, lay the foundation for it right away by earning good grades. I've interviewed with a lot of people. They were smooth talkers. They were very eloquent and very friendly, and I got along with them great. But if they couldn't demonstrate to me or show to me proof that they were competent for the job, I couldn't consider them. As much as I may have liked the person sitting across the desk from me, I can't give you a job because you're a nice person. I'm not hiring. At no point in time am I hiring for a position called nice person. So having that documented proof that you can do the work is very important.
Mm-hmm.
How about your confidence? How does it affect your confidence?
Well, improved confidence. Outstanding achievements require hard work. If you're too afraid to put all your effort into reaching a goal, you'll never know how it feels to get there. It may be difficult when you first start, but once you begin succeeding, your confidence grows. When your confidence grows, it won't be scary to go all in anymore. You begin to build on that earned confidence and realize how much you can accomplish.
And this is something that you and I have discussed repeatedly in the past with your academics. The fact that you are repeatedly successful and consistently successful at what you do with the grades that you bring home, but you don't have the confidence moving forward. The longer you're consistently effective at academics, the more that confidence will build. And over time, you're going to start understanding that the challenges that you face aren't insurmountable challenges. And eventually, and even to a certain extent now, because of the more advanced courses that you're taking, you're going to want to challenge yourself. That confidence level is going to get you to the point that you want to challenge yourself and do harder things. And that all is reflected in your GPA as well. The last benefit we have to talk about here is better personal image. So a high GPA shows more than how good you are as a student. Everyone knows it takes great effort to get those high grades, and your GPA is evidence that you're capable and willing to work hard to achieve your goals. It shows that you're able to maintain consistency during schooling. It's a sign of your commitment, time management skills, an ability to handle tough assignments. And this kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier in the first segment, that your GPA isn't just a reflection of you scholastically. It's a statement of the traits and qualities that you have that allow you to be so accomplished scholastically.
Mm-hmm.
So those are some of the good benefits. But with every good benefit, there are some downsides, right?
Yep.
Why don't you tell us about some of the downsides?
So, one of the main downsides is having to prove yourself more. Talking to an administrations committee or having a job interview will always be a challenge if you have a low GPA. The thing is that you'll have to make people believe you about your other positive aspects and that you really are a good student despite your lacking academic performance. It could even come to having to format and compose your resumes and cover letters in a specific way to avoid scrutiny of a low GPA.
Yes, and this is something that I've seen cross my desk a number of times. In fact, I'm hiring for a position now that I would say probably 60% of the people aren't qualified for the position just looking at their resume. And the problem you have is that if your GPA is not acceptable, we'll say, I'm not saying you have to come in with a 4.0, but if it's below a 3 or lower than that, then the majority of the time you spend at a job interview is trying to sell yourself. And that gets very hard if you're not a salesperson.
Mm-hmm.
With a high GPA, when you walk in, the paperwork is there. It's like walking in with degrees right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the evidence is there. It sells you. Then the interviewer has a chance to get to know you and just be more casual and talk. And you can be yourself at that point in time. You're not putting on a sales pitch.
Yeah.
So it makes interviews so much easier. The other downside that you have is a bad image. Earning good grades means having to find compromises and push through difficult tasks and assignments. A low GPA shows that you were unable to face these tasks, even though it was the goal you needed to achieve. Even if you'll claim that you have good and diverse personality, your GPA score may contradict that. It's very hard. This is a first impression type thing, and they tell you that first impressions are the most important. When you walk in and someone sees that you have a low GPA, it immediately sets a negative tone to the interview, and then you have to spend the rest of the interview overcoming that. So that's one of the pitfalls that you have going into just a job interview, but you know, there are times you won't even get your foot in the door or get a job interview when you come in with too low a GPA or certainly for the college admissions board.
Wow.
What's the next one we have?
So the next one is lacking skills and knowledge. Even if you paid full attention in the subjects that interested you and neglected others, it's still bad news. Your low GPA only means that you've missed out on developing your logic, critical thinking, and were unable to shift your attitude toward working on a higher overall score instead of focusing on a single subject. Even if you're an outstanding expert in your field, there is still some basic knowledge you need to have. If you're in a situation where that knowledge is required, you risk embarrassing yourself or
Compromising?
Or compromising a project you may be participating in.
Yeah, and that kind of goes back to what we were talking about before, where if you're not competent for a job, but you do manage to sell yourself and get hired for it, then what do you do? You know, if you don't have the skills, if you didn't have the skills to get the GPA in the first place and didn't put the effort in and didn't develop the time management skills, and you find yourself in a position where you have to manage a project or produce something, and you don't really have those skills, what do you do then?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a very difficult position to be in at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And the last thing you want to do is let down your employer or lean on your coworkers and have them carry you, because you can't do that through your whole life. You might be able to skirt by one or two projects. You know, it kind of makes me think of when you have group projects at school and the other members in your group don't participate as much as they should, and you carry the whole group. You make them look good because of how good you are. But the next project that they're on, they might not have you as a partner. And they might have someone like them as a partner. And then what do? They don't learn anything at that point.
Yeah.
And if you continue to do that through your scholastic career and you let other people carry you, there comes a point where they're going to stop. Someone's going to stop carrying you. You have to deliver at some point in time.
Mm-hmm.
And if you've been doing that for years, you're kind of left in a lurch there. You can't do anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
So we did talk about time management. So inconsistencies in your grades that led to a low GPA can show you couldn't manage your priorities and leave enough time for all classes. This isn't a good sign when you're applying for a job or when you try to enter a university. If that's not enough, some might even interpret it as a lack of self-discipline because you couldn't push yourself to earn the desired score. So again, it's a reflection of yourself. So what's the last one that we have here?
The last one is other people's judgment. GPA is not only an extremely important metric in modern education, but it's also important that other people may build their whole judgment about you as a person around your GPA only, which I'm not sure if you want to do that entirely, but sure, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably not a good thing, but like they say, some people do that because if you don't come up with a good GPA, you're not even going to get people's attention.
A higher GPA can be correlated to higher intelligence, better dedication and commitment, willing to work hard and meet your obligations. But a low GPA can be interpreted as the exact opposite.
Right. With a low GPA, people look at that and they think, well, you didn't really apply yourself. Or maybe you're lazy. Or maybe you aren't that intelligent. Maybe you don't have the qualities that we're looking for in our students at this college. Maybe you don't have the ability to do the job that we're looking to hire you for. When you come in with those negative impressions with a low GPA, it's an uphill battle at that point in time. You may be able to do the job. Maybe you coast it through high school. People do that. Maybe you're a lot smarter than what the piece of paper in front of you says. But you have to prove that.
Yeah.
Instead of walking in with a piece of paper that says I'm that smart, it does the job for you at that point. So there's definitely detriments to low GPAs. So we're going to take our last break here, and then we're going to come back and we're going to talk about some ideas on how to improve your GPA.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. So how do you improve your GPA? And I think the first thing we should talk about is the fact that you need to know what your GPA is. And if you see that your GPA isn't that high, don't leave it that way. Do something about it. There's a couple of ways, we'll talk about a couple of ways that you can improve your score, but you need to make sure you're looking at what your grades are on a regular basis, because as you move along, you'll find it's a lot easier to keep them up if you see a dip anywhere along the lines.
Mm-hmm.
What's our first tip on how to improve your GPA?
So the first tip is is take difficult classes. This might seem counterintuitive, but more challenge can bring more improvement. With more challenges, you'll progress faster and earn grades that you deserve. This mainly applies to people with a good enough GPA, but who want to improve it.
And I think this is a great example of what you're doing right now. You're in how many advanced classes right now?
3.
So you're in 3. Now you're moving into the college prep courses that you're going to be starting on the academy level when you go into the high school next year. How did you take the difficulty? Because you moved from 1 advanced class to 3 advanced classes from last year to this year. How did that impact you from a workload and difficulty standpoint?
Well, I will say I was definitely expected of more. Like, I would have live classes with my advanced science and history teachers, which were the extra classes I was taking for advanced. And there were a lot of times where they said, like, since you're in advanced, I expect you to do this. And a lot of time it was referring to how much work we were doing and how our work should look like. And I will say the tests were a little more difficult. I kind of had to learn the flow of each of them. So, yeah, it was kind of difficult, and I was expected of more, but I did end up getting kind of used to it.
Yeah, the expectations go up. There's less hand-holding. There's more expectation for independent work and independent thinking, and all of that drives you towards, going to college, because you're not going to get handheld in college. What's the next hint that we have?
The next one we have is ask for help. There's nothing wrong with asking for assistance when you need it. Many students who experience difficulties make the same mistake. They keep silent about it. Asking for help is a smarter decision than trying to figure out the solution to the problem on your own.
That's probably really important at the high school level because the teachers are there to educate you. It's their job to make you succeed. With that in mind, how are you about asking for help when you don't understand something?
I definitely think I'm better than I was before. When I was in 7th and 6th, mainly 7th grade, I was always kind of scared to raise my hand to either answer a question or ask a question because I'd either think, well, my answer's stupid, or my question's stupid, or maybe I'm disrupting them, or maybe she can't help me, or I just kind of went through all those problems in my head. And I guess since I've been online for school now, asking questions has kind of been easier for me, and I kind of know that asking questions is better, and I have gotten extra help with them, so yeah, I'm better than where I was.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I guess working online because you can directly message the teacher. You're not, the focus of the class isn't on you when you're asking a question. I could certainly see that. And the fact that you're seeing good results from that's important. My philosophy has always been the only stupid question is the one you don't ask. There's never any question you shouldn't ask. You should always feel comfortable doing that. What's our next hint?
Our next hint is focus on your studies and follow the schedule. You need to fight the urge to procrastinate. Creating an individual schedule can help you focus on achieving your goals. Have a session of critical thinking and work on your study habits. This usually shows areas that need improvement.
So how are you at keeping your schedule? Especially now that you're working, you're schooling from home. It's got to be difficult to keep a schedule.
I mean, especially when we first started, because it was really kind of crazy when we first started. We didn't really have a schedule. It was just, okay, all your classes gave you work. Just do it by the end of the day or do it when we think it's due. Now we do actually have periods for it, and I am able to better keep my schedule for that. And for after school, if I do have work I need to do, I focus on one thing, get that done, then focus on another thing, get that done, and I kind of have a set schedule in a way.
Yeah, there's an overall lack of appreciation, I think, for routine. You know, the routines that we get into on a day-to-day basis really help us to keep our focus, to keep us organized, and to a certain extent to motivate us. You know, if I know that I'm going to get out of school at a certain time, then I'm going to work to that goal. If I know that lunch is right around the corner and my stomach's growling, then I'm going to work to get my stuff done. So it's these little milestones that help. And when you get out into the real world and you're working a job, you sort of set those for yourself as well. And usually they tend to revolve around time off or holidays or something like that, or projects. You know, if I know I have a project that I'm working on now, that project usually is planned out to the point where I know when it's going to end roughly. And you work at a pace to get to that point so that when you get to that point, you have a chance, you sprint up to that point and you have a chance to take a breather. So scheduling and routine are very helpful. What's next? Next
up is find the right balance. Finding balance is a challenge many students fail. It seems that they aren't... It seems that they can't figure out where to draw the line between studies and social life, which normally results in poor academic performance. Spend a couple days monitoring how much time you spend on different activities, then make the necessary adjustments.
And one of the advantages I think we have right now is there really isn't much social life. But before the pandemic happened, how did you find that balance? Because obviously your grades have been very good for quite some time now. So you must have struck a balance there somewhere. How did you do that?
Well, I'll start off where, when I was in 6th grade, which, still was an interesting time in my life. It was kind of where I tried to find the balance at that point. And when I was doing my schoolwork, in aftercare, I guess I would kind of balance my social life at the same time. Like, I'd get my work done, and then I'd go and do something else. My work always came first, and then when I was done, I would go and be social. And even when I was doing my work, I was kind of able to be social because my one friend was younger than me and would usually sometimes need help with her work, and I would always be there to assist. And it was never too hard she never really distracted me like everything else did. Me and her were just working on our schoolwork, and it was kind of regular. By the time I was in 7th grade and I didn't have aftercare, I was able to focus more on my studies, and since I really didn't have any clubs at the time, I didn't really have a social life outside of school, besides, of course, texting my friends and stuff. But in school, I would talk with my one friend at lunch, and my friend Mariah and I would go to our buses together, once I was done in my locker, so we had a bit of extra time to talk.
So it sounded like prioritization really is what gave you that balance. Mm-hmm. You always prioritized your academics over your social life.
Mm-hmm.
That might get harder as you get older and you get further into high school, where you're going to have much more demands from the social side of things that are going to be tugging at you a little bit more than you were used to. So
yeah,
you just kind of have to keep that in mind. What's our next one?
Next we have know your strengths and weaknesses. Pick the subjects you're interested in the most, and keep in mind that the more classes you take, the less influence each class is going to have on your GPA. It doesn't mean that you need to cram your schedule full, just pick what you think will keep you interested.
How do you think you are at determining what your strengths and weaknesses are?
Well, I definitely know that I'm very strong in my academics, and I also know which hobbies I'm strong in and what I'm weak in. And when it comes to my academic subjects, I know which ones I'm better in and I know which ones I'm worse in. So I definitely don't shy away from my weaknesses, and I try to highlight my strengths as well.
So are there any academic habits you have that you think need to be improved?
I guess more or less understanding that I do have strengths. Like I said, I'm not afraid to know my weaknesses, but I do sometimes overshadow my strengths. Although I am aware of a lot of them, sometimes they do get overshadowed. Just because I guess, just focus on accepting my weaknesses more.
Right. That makes sense. What's the last one that we have?
The last one we have is set small goals and give yourself rewards. Instead of having one big goal of improving your GPA, have a set of smaller, more realistic goals that you can achieve in a shorter amount of time. Satisfying rewards will keep you motivated, so you'll lower the chance of losing interest and dropping the whole idea.
Yeah, and this kind of goes along the problem-solving philosophy that we've talked about a number of times on the podcast. And that is, take those bigger challenges that you have and find a way to divide them up into smaller goals, smaller pieces. And then you attack those pieces individually, and eventually you start seeing the progress that you're making, and those pieces that you've conquered and solved start to assemble like a puzzle until eventually you've got the whole thing solved.
Yep.
Because you'll find, from a inspiration and motivation standpoint, and even from a morale standpoint, it's a lot easier to break things into smaller chunks and start getting some of those early victories, what we like to call, the low-hanging fruit. Let's establish some triumphs right off the bat here. Let's get a couple wins under our belt. Then we're going to feel good about it. We're going to be motivated to continue on, and then we'll start getting the more progressively difficult things done. And before you know it, you're 90% of the way there. You're almost done. So dividing things into smaller batches is very important. And giving yourself rewards. The reward could be finishing one of those projects and solving one of those things. The other thing could just be, all right, I'm going to work on this term paper until such and such time. And the reward that I get, I'm going to go get something to drink, or I'm going to get up and stretch or something like that. And you work in little shifts like that so that you keep yourself motivated, so that you're not sitting there getting bored or distracted. You don't want your mind wandering. You need to take those little breaks, those little rewards. Go play video games for a little bit and veg out. Clear your head. Come back and start anew. One of the things that I always say is, if you're working on a problem and you're too close to it, you need to step away for a little bit and you need to clear your head. Then you step back into it. You can look at it from a different perspective. Mm-hmm. So these are all really good suggestions on how to improve your GPA. Obviously, right now, they're not things that you need to worry about because your GPA is high enough, but there's a lot of people out there that could probably use a little bit of help in that area. I hope we've kind of done the article at Ivy Panda justice here and emphasized the importance of how your GPA can affect you academically, professionally, personally, and talked about some of the high points there. We'll be right back and we'll get your closing remarks.
Alrighty.
Go for your closing remarks.
Alright, so to anyone out there who is looking to improve their GPA for if it is low, or if for just of the sake of improving it, I would recommend that you would try out some of these, some of the things we mentioned here, and if these are not enough for you, go ahead and try and find other ways. Get insight from others who have had the same experience as you. And stay in school.
Stay in school.
Yeah.
Okay. Sage advice as usual.
Thank you.
You don't have to hit the microphone. There's no need to get violent.
I didn't mean to hit it.
Before we go, I would once again suggest you subscribe to the podcast. Video versions can be found listed as Insights into Things Audio versions of the podcast are listed as Insights into Teens. You'll find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Castro, Amazon, etc., etc. We would also love to get your feedback. This article or this episode was thanks to feedback from one of our listeners. We would love to get more feedback on topics you'd like us to discuss, topics you'd like us not to discuss. Tell us how we're doing, how we can improve. We're always looking to improve. You can email us suggestions over to comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. You can also get high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Just a side note, if you have Amazon Prime, you also get a Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We would very much appreciate it if you threw that our way. It helps us out a lot. Audio versions of the podcast can be found at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. You can give us feedback on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can get us on Instagram at insightsintothings, or you can go right to our website at www.insightsintothings.com and give us your feedback.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights in Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Well done. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 104. The Baby, the Beard, and the Boot. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen. My ambitious and liberated co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Okay.
So why are you ambitious today?
I don't know. Why?
Because you gave me show notes on Monday.
Oh.
And why are you liberated today?
Because I am 2 weeks and a day from my second COVID shot.
So you are fully vaccinated.
I am fully vaccinated, ready to hug those that are 2 weeks out from their second.
That are all approved for hugging.
Right. I am hug approved now. So
absolutely. And we have our first
family get together
with other similarly
vaccinated
family members this weekend.
Yeah, we're all kind of like teary-eyed excited because we haven't seen each other since last March, since before everything started. So
human contact again. What a novel idea.
Whew. Besides, like, seeing people, right, or like going to the grocery store and like
avoiding people,
dodging people. Yeah. You're not 6 feet away.
Like playing Frogger in the aisles of the grocery store. Yeah,
so this will be nice to actually be able to be in close contact. So,
Sunday's the day.
Yeah.
Saturday too, because we're playing D&D with Sam on Saturday, so that'll be nice.
Right.
But that's not what we're talking about today. Today we're talking about entertainment news, and in our Disney Detective, we'll take a look at both a real-life Disney villain, complete with handcuffs and a catchphrase, and a real-life Disney hero. Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Gina Carano has a new Star Wars-type show in the works. And the beard is back. Ewan McGregor prepares to start filming the new Obi-Wan series, and he's growing in the beard.
Mm-hmm.
And for our entertainment news, The Right Stuff got the wrong news. And we can expect a completely different season 3 for one of our favorite shows.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll obviously finish up with our insightful picks of the week. Ready to get into it?
Sure.
All right. Go for Disney Detective.
So this story had popped up. There have been a lot of different news sources talking about it, so I figured, we might as well talk about it too. So it seems a Walt Disney World guest was arrested and charged with trespassing after refusing to get his temperature screened, according to the Orange County Sheriff's Office. While he was handcuffed, the Louisiana tourist tried to convince law enforcement officers that he had paid too much to be arrested. I paid $15,000. You can't trespass me for paying $15,000. That was his catchphrase. The guest, Kelly Sims, who was staying at Disney's Saratoga Springs Resort and Spa, said in a video seen by the Tampa Bay Times. The troublesome guest also claimed to be a stockholder while pleading with sheriffs. The Baton Rouge resident was apprehended by sheriffs and Disney staff after skipping a mandatory temperature check outside the Boathouse restaurant at Disney Springs. Temperature screenings and mask wearing are required for all guests and employees at Walt Disney World. Sills, initially refusing a temperature check upon being handcuffed and escorted out of the park, asked to go ahead with COVID-19 protocol. And he's like, well, will you take my temperature before you kick me out? And the deputy said, yeah, they'll do that in jail, sir. The deputy then told Sills that he was now on, that he was on private property and now he was trespassing. And of course he, kept going on and on about paying $15,000 and then going on about, do you know how much stock I own in Disney? Well, he obviously eventually cooperated with law enforcement. He has pled not guilty to a misdemeanor of trespassing. And obviously, he isn't the first person to complain about this. Many cast members have, told various, experiences of harassment from guests, trying to, get them to adhere to the protocols that are in place. So of course this isn't the first, but it's kind of, a funny one because he kept, going on and on about, spending $15,000 on his vacation and getting.
So how obtrusive is a temperature check? I don't get it.
Yeah. Like I don't get it either.
I mean, I would think a bag check would be more obtrusive than a temperature check.
And the thing is, most people, are like, all right, do it on my forehead. Or there are people now, there have been a bunch of different reports out there saying, too many times, with it on your head or something. So now they're saying to just do, for like young children or, if you're worried about it, to do it on your wrist. Your wrist is just as...
What would you be worried? Well, like,
It's a whole... You Google it, yeah.
It literally just reads a laser off of your head. I
know. People are like, oh, lasers.
Oh, my God. Are these the people that wear the tinfoil hats, too?
I don't know. But yeah.
Disney employees with freaking laser beams.
Yeah, so, it's just really... And the thing is, I'm sure you got your temperature checked multiple times.
So I'm a Disney stockholder. First of all, who pays $15,000 to go to Disney? That's the number one thing there.
Well, maybe he was there for like 2 weeks.
Maybe. But okay. So all right, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. So I paid $15,000 and I'm a stockholder. Mm-hmm. So that means that I'm immune to COVID, right?
Right, absolutely.
Like, what's the logic behind that?
I don't know. And the thing is, Disney has made it obvious about their rules and regulations that you need to follow if you want to come here. These are our rules and our regulations. They just released how they were kind of not laxing.
They're relaxing them.
They're relaxing
right. So
some of the masks.
If you're stationary and you're taking a picture outdoors, you can temporarily take your mask off.
Right, you can take your mask off for the picture. So, okay. But that's it. But, if you're eating, that they had basically said if you were at a restaurant and not eating, you needed to wear it. The only time you could take it off is when, you're actually putting food into your mouth. Right. So they've put all these rules out there, so if you want to go there, you have to abide by their rules. That's
whether
just the way it is.
People like it or not, Disney's private property.
Absolutely.
It is not a public park. Mm-mm. It's not subsidized by the government.
And they
can make whatever rules they want for being on their property and using their facilities.
Absolutely. And they can refuse you if, you don't want to adhere to it.
I'm waiting. We had a story last week about the governor of Florida basically outlawing the requirement for vaccination passports, which don't exist yet.
Right.
I'm waiting for that fight to start. Mm-hmm. When Disney's going to require you to have a passport to come in when they finally form it, and the people that are going to fight that. The governor has no authority to do that.
Right.
You can't tell a private company, not to allow that.
Right. If it's a public park.
Right.
Yes, that's where you have mandate over,
Right, and if you're getting government subsidies.
Right.
The government can withhold the subsidies if you're not going to abide by their terms.
Right. But even, there are certain states that have already lifted the mandatory masks, but yet chain stores, that operate are still requiring it.
And it's no different than no shoes, no service policies.
Absolutely.
No mask, no vaccine passport, no service. It's that simple.
No haunted mansion for you.
No haunted mansion for you.
That's why
Fortunately.
That's why I got my shot so I can go on.
Right. Right. Because you don't want to be one of the 99.
I don't want to. Exactly. That was a good one.
So that was our Disney villain.
Yeah.
Tell us about our Disney hero.
So this was a story that you actually found. So it seems that a New Mexico teen became a bona fide Disney hero while on her vacation when she rescued a drowning toddler. Cadence Hensley, who's 13, was spending her spring break visiting Walt Disney World with her family. During a pool day at the hotel, she noticed a small, unconscious body in the deep end of the water. She said, "I was scared and nervous and afraid, but my instincts kicked in. I just saw her kind of floating. She wasn't technically on the bottom when I was there." The victim was actually a 3-year-old named Haven Williams, who was also spending a vacation with her parents down in Florida. Her mother, Ashley, stepped away from the pool for a moment. She said, "I just remember seeing another woman running across and yelling into the bar area for someone to call 911 because a baby had drowned." And she said, "I didn't even think that it was my baby." Hensley helped get Haven out of the pool as her lips were turning purple. The mother, Ashley, had said she recognized that it was her own daughter based on the child's swimsuit. A cast member she's actually an employee at Children's Hospital in Missouri, and she recalled the terrifying feeling of losing her child. A heroic bystander helped Hensley perform CPR until Haven could be transported to the hospital. Though things were touch and go, Haven is now expected to make a full recovery. Ashley had said even the doctors were saying that whoever got her out of the water did it at a perfect time, because she could have been if she had been underwater a little longer, it would have been a much different outcome. Hensley has remained modest about her incredible actions. She said, "I knew it was the right thing to do to help somebody out." She even plans on getting her CPR certification in light of the situation. And since the near drowning incident, Haven has stayed in touch with her rescuer. They have sent each other little notes, and Hensley has actually sent her a little friendship bracelet for her birthday. Her mother had said the fact that they can still celebrate a birthday. I'm sorry, it was the teen's father had said the fact that they can still celebrate a birthday this week, celebrate Easter and all other holidays, and see them grow up, and maybe even have lifelong friends from New Mexico to their state. Little Haven is very lucky to have walked away from relatively unharmed.
Yeah, that's a great feel-good story. And it touched me because I thought, our daughter's 14.
Mm-hmm.
She's been in that situation where she's been one of the only people in the pool at a time,
Right.
when we're down there.
Right.
And, what would she have done in that situation?
Right, yeah.
How would she have reacted?
Yeah.
You figure this is it's not only is it a life-saving event, it's a life-changing event.
Oh, absolutely.
This can really dictate the direction that one goes with their life from here.
Yeah.
And obviously, since she's taking up CPR, it's already had an influence on her.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think that was a great story, and I think it's good to see real heroes out there like that.
Absolutely.
So that was all we had for our Disney Detective. We'll be right back with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Pew, 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 pew.
Go for Disney Tales from the other side of the room with the galaxy.
Tales
and stuff.
from the other side of the room. Oh, boy. So, poor Gina. Yeah, well, obviously there's always some news going on about Gina Carano. So obviously, she lost her acting gig on Disney's Mandalorian, the Star Wars spin-off series, after controversial tweets that went out. And it seems that, the firing by Disney resulted in her losing out on a lot of different royalty potentials. There was a lucrative Funko Pop deal, it seems, that was in the works. There were action figures of her character. Also, she was on a recent appearance of Running Wild with Bear Grylls. That was going to be part of the Disney-owned National Geographic channel, and that actually got shelved. So they already filmed it, And then according to We Got This Covered, who quotes Hollywood Insider Daniel Rickman, Carano's firing cost even more opportunities than had been initially reported. So the outlet had claimed that her character was being set up to obviously appear in the Star Wars show Rangers of the New Republic, and they also claimed that she was primed to voice her character in the Star Wars animated series The Bad Batch, and obviously both of those shows are on Disney+. So obviously all of those appearances went up in smoke, and she's kind of, vanished from the Star Wars galaxy. However, she still has a couple of fans still remaining that might get to see her in some sort of space opera. So it seems that We Got This Covered has also reported that she's actually developing her own Star Wars type project. That outlet claims that the project is likely to be in partnership with Ben Shapiro's company, who it's the Daily Wire company, and they're actually the ones that signed her to a contract when she got fired and let go. So supposedly she's also working on some sort of John Wick style project as well. So no news as of what it really is, how bad it's gonna be, because I just have visions of it being not even like a B movie.
Well, and that's the funny thing. Like most actors and actresses, one of the things that they fear the most is being
typecasted. Yeah.
And you lose this position in Star Wars, and the first thing that you decide that you're going to do is a Star Wars-like clone.
Yeah.
That sounds like a lot of desperation and a lot of regret for losing,
Yeah, I could see that.
For killing the golden goose.
Right.
And really all it took was just self-control.
Yeah.
That's all it took.
Yeah.
You're welcome to have your views.
Mm-hmm.
Disney doesn't care. They're not trying to dictate the views that you have. But as a representative of their company,
right,
when you voice controversial things publicly, you're doing that as a representative of the company.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And all you had to do was keep your mouth shut, or keep your Twitter feed quiet, or whatever.
Or just get off of Twitter.
Right.
Like, if you know you're going to have such a hard time, where you just delete it.
Right.
Just get rid of it so that you don't have
Why
that.
would you jeopardize your entire career just to make politically charged statements?
And the thing is, and I'm sure there are plenty of celebrities out there who have never voiced what their opinion is,
right?
Politically, because they probably know, well, if I say that I'm this, I'm going to lose all these fans.
And I can almost guarantee you she had a code of conduct clause in her contract.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's not even like this was a shock to her or a surprise to her.
Right.
She knew that if she did things that were outside of that code of conduct, there was going to be consequences.
Right.
And now you're trying to come back with a Star Wars ripoff? Yeah. That's just sad at this point. That's just sad. Anyway, tell us about the beard.
So it seems there are some new behind-the-scene images for the Obi-Wan Kenobi series that shows Ewan McGregor sporting a new look as he gets ready to start production. The Disney Plus series will take place 10 years after Revenge of the Sith, it's setting, midway between the prequel and the original Star Wars trilogies. Filming the Obi-Wan show is set to begin filming this month. Because of the significant time jump from Revenge of the Sith, the Obi-Wan scene in the new show may be a good deal different than McGregor's last turn as the character. As a midway point between episodes 3 and 4, Obi-Wan should start to show the Jedi transition into the older, more reserved version, which was portrayed by Alec Guinness. But still, McGregor's Obi-Wan is no old man yet, and he's likely seen plenty of action in the upcoming series, including a promised showdown with Darth Vader. 2 new behind-the-scenes images were tweeted by Star Wars España which showed McGregor's new Obi-Wan look, which is a bit more rugged than his prequel appearance. That makes sense given that the show will find Obi-Wan in exile on Tatooine as he watches over young Luke Skywalker. So you can see, on the screen, he, looks a little scruffy.
He's a nomad now.
Right. Well, yeah, I was going to say he's been in lockdown on Tatooine. So the look isn't complete, obviously, without the costume, of course, but it gives a glimpse at the mountain hermit aesthetic Obi-Wan will be wearing in the Dune Sea, on the Dune Sea. One of the biggest questions for the Obi-Wan show is why the Jedis leave Tatooine in the first place. It seems highly unlikely that he'll be stationed on the desert planet for the duration of the story, but it would take a pretty big event to get him to abandon, obviously, his vigil of looking over Luke. That could mean maybe helping out other Jedi survivors of Order 66, or maybe working with the Rebel Alliance, whatever the cause. It sounds like Obi-Wan will be running into some Imperial entanglements. Disney recently announced that there were, the extensive supporting cast list of the various characters that they haven't mentioned who they are. They just mentioned some of the different actors. So now we just have to kind of wait and see. So come on, start filming already.
It is worth mentioning that Baby Yoda could show up in here in the time frame that they're shooting in.
True.
Because they're only going to be 30 years before Mandalorian at this point.
Right, and he's 50 in the Mandalorian, so he could be like a really Baby Yoda, because he'd be 20. Oh my God, could you imagine how cute and adorable he'd be at 20?
So you have Baby Yoda, you have Ahsoka show up.
Right.
You have any of the characters from Rebels would still be around.
Right.
For the most part.
Right.
You have Cal Kestis, who shows up from the video game Jedi Fallen Order.
Okay.
Or you can have, given the array of participants they've already announced in the cast.
True.
You could have entirely new characters that are going to show up.
And that's what I'm hoping, is that there's, some new characters, and I think we've talked about this before, or characters who we kind of knew of, but didn't play a major role in any of the movies. So kind of, these characters that here we're going to find out they did all of this to make this happen.
Right. And this time period that they're setting this in too is also a time period where the Empire is on the rise. Vader's hunting down the remaining Jedi that didn't get killed during Order 66.
Right.
And there's been a lot of speculation around Hayden Christensen's interaction here as Darth Vader.
Right.
Suggesting that there will be a real-time, not a flashback, but a real-time confrontation between the two of them, which should be interesting to rectify that and some of the lines from A New Hope.
Right.
So, should be interesting. He's definitely, they're going to start shooting this month. And he's got the beard. He doesn't have to spend a lot of time in wardrobe or makeup, rather.
Quarantine was good to Obi-Wan.
So yeah, that's good. I'm excited to see this. I'm sure more news will be coming out of this.
Yep.
They don't seem to be as strict on security and leaks as they tend to be with the movies. So a lot more information does seem to come out of the TV shows.
Well, and that's the thing too with The Mandalorian, we really didn't know.
Not the first season. Second season, a lot more came out.
Right. There was still some, secrecy, but not nearly as much.
We knew Boba Fett was going to be in there. We knew Ahsoka was going to, you knew these people are coming back. It
was just a matter of when are they and how are they,
Well, and I think the problem with Ahsoka was that, the only reason she was in there was because they needed to bring her back so she could get her own show.
Right.
Because everyone gets your own spinoff with Star Wars now.
Well, unless you're, Gina.
Unless you're, wow, really?
Oh.
That's
too
low.
soon?
That's low.
I'm just saying. She could have.
Anyway,
She screwed that up.
That's all we had for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We'll be right back with our entertainment news of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Dum 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 dum.
Go for entertainment news.
So this was kind of, depressing news. So it seems that Disney Plus has opted not to order a second season of the space race series The Right Stuff. The Mercury 7 period drama, which starred Patrick Adams, originated as a National Geographic before it launched as a Disney Plus original last October. It is Disney Plus's first scripted series that has actually been canceled. Warner Brothers Television, the studio behind The Right Stuff, is actually shopping it to other outlets, with Warner Media's sibling TNT and HBO Max in consideration. So one of the things that was mentioned in the article was that the cast, the options on the cast were actually expiring the day before this article came out. So that might have had kind of some, part of why the news came out. So there is a major incentive for Warner Brothers and its parent, Warner Media, to try and keep The Right Stuff going. It seems that in November, the series, which is produced by Leonardo DiCaprio's Appian Way, was given $13.7 million to move from Florida to California for season 2. And that is the fourth highest relocating incentive ever awarded under the CFC program. So Disney's decision not to proceed with the second season, which was adapted from Tom Wolfe's best-selling nonfiction account of the early days of the space program, came after a lengthy discussion with Warner Brothers Television. Basically, it sounded like the second season was actually going to be focused on new missions from the 1980s, and obviously with a different cast of characters. So The Right Stuff, which is believed to have been a modest performer for Disney Plus, did not break into Nielsen's top 10 streaming ratings. Marked Nat Geo's first scripted original series for Disney Plus. It was Disney Plus's second original drama after The Mandalorian, and provided the platform with a high-end original scripted series in the fall when streamers fell to the effect of the coronavirus, related production shutdowns and different shows that weren't being produced. This one had already been done, obviously. So the show was actually set in 1959. It was 8 episodes, and it examined what, basically became America's first reality show, as ambitious astronauts and their families became instant celebrities in a competition that would kill them or make them immortal. Obviously, two of the astronauts were at the center of the story, and that was John Glenn and Alan Shepard. And obviously you had the rest of the Mercury 7 cast of astronauts as well, along with their wives, and families. So again, they're still looking to shop this around. So maybe it'll come back on another platform, or maybe it was a one and done.
You know, this doesn't really surprise me at all because it was a show we liked. And, you know,
And every time we like
we
something.
have a reputation of shutting shows down as soon as we like them.
True.
Same thing with restaurants, you know, which,
Yeah.
if anything, the pandemic has saved a lot of restaurants
Right,
from
because
our
we
ire.
don't go out. Yeah.
But yeah, it was a good show. It was very drama centric.
Yeah.
So you kind of had to sift through some of the creative
Right.
drama that they put in there to kind of pull out the meaningful parts, the historically accurate parts.
Right. And it would have been interesting to kind of see where, you know, they went from there. Obviously, there's so much more story, you know, to tell because Mercury 7 was just the start of it. And,
Right.
you know, that was really what, you know, the movie, The Right Stuff, focused on, you know, but then you have, you know, the series that came out years ago, Earth to the Moon.
Right.
And that was, you know, that was a terrific series, and that was done. I don't even remember how many episodes that was. That was a good
Yeah,
couple.
that was the Ron Howard, Tom Hanks one that came out after Apollo 13.
Right. So you had, you know, so they've done all these stories before. It's not like the story hasn't been told,
Right.
but it was
Yeah, this was a fresh take on it. It showed you things that
right.
you didn't see before. Like the
Right.
fact that one of the interesting things in early on in the series is that these guys were all test pilots. You know, they were hot shots and celebrities in their own right.
Right.
And when they show up at NASA, which is an organization that didn't exist, you see
Right.
the early days where it's literally just a conference room.
Right.
And these guys show up on a military base and they're told they need to sleep in bunk beds, you know, in one room.
Right.
And they're like, nah, we're not going to do this. And they go over and they basically take over
They
a
take
local
over
motel.
Right. They take over the motel, and it's like,
and that
okay.
becomes, you know, astronaut central there.
Right,
and
right.
that really happened. You know, everyone remembers seeing the footage of these guys driving around in their Corvettes, and they all got Corvettes. Well, they show you the story behind
how
they
got
negotiate the Corvettes. And it was a local deal that when they were in Florida, this local dealer gave it to them as a marketing promotion.
Right.
So a lot of that stuff, you know, there's a lot of little morsels in there that nobody
Right.
ever really knew about.
Right. Or that you can't put in a 2-hour movie, but you can put in an 8-hour series.
Right. Exactly.
You know?
So it was a good show. It's
yeah.
you know, hopefully they do get picked up somewhere else. I think there's a lot of potential left in there.
And it would be nice to see, you know, more recent stuff because you really haven't seen too many shows, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that have talked about the 80s, you know, 90s even, you know, space
right.
exploration, you know, so it would be nice to kind of see that because again they've done a lot of the okay, here's how we got to the, you know, here's the Mercury 7, here's the Apollo
the Mercury,
missions.
Gemini, and Apollo missions have been done to
Right. And after that
extreme.
they haven't done, you know, anything else.
Yeah.
So it would be nice, you know, if they were able to come back, they could start off with
Well, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that after that our space program was pretty
True.
lackluster. We didn't get out of Earth orbit.
Right.
You had a shuttle program that was by and large a failure from what it was designed to be. You had a couple of tragedies that occurred with
Absolutely.
it.
Yeah.
It was not a period of time that
True.
NASA really wants to highlight.
Yeah.
So I have to imagine because of that, you don't get a lot of cooperation from NASA or the U.S. government.
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, Apollo was the heyday of NASA, and everybody wants to talk about the good old days.
Right. Right.
But in reality, the technology and the advancements we made during the 70s and 80s really carried us to where we are now. And
Right.
I think with the commercialization of space, and I don't want to get off topic, but the commercialization of space now gives us an appreciation for what NASA did in the 70s and 80s. So I think it's a great period. You're right to kind of highlight that.
Yeah.
But even though Right Stuff got the boot, we do have good news about another show that is a favorite of ours.
So it seems that the showrunner for the vampire parody show, What We Do in the Shadows, has teased that something completely different is the direction that they're looking for the third season. So the third outing for the show was actually confirmed last year, just after the second season started to air on FX. Based on the 2014 film of the same name, the show follows 3 vampires in New York City who have been roommates for hundreds and hundreds of years. So it seems they had done a virtual panel back at the end of March, and the showrunner, executive producer Paul Sims, and the executive producer Stephanie Robinson joined the show's cast over Zoom to discuss work on season 3, as well as revealing that writing was well underway for the new series and that a February 2021 shooting date had been pushed back to later this year due to ongoing COVID restrictions. Sims teased what to expect from the new edition of the show. He said, as well as teasing a new character who, quote, somebody we all know and love, Robinson said that the critical reception of the show's second season's show that showed that the bosses can basically do whatever we want with the show. They were also talking about how in the second season they had the whole alter ego of Jackie Daytona, that his, the human of that Matt Berry had played, and that there's, a potential future for that character, but that episode, Robinson had said, gave us the opportunity to break format from all the characters and push the show into new settings, formats, and characters to explore that we've established. So maybe not another Jackie Daytona adventure, but something kind of completely different and going in a different direction. They basically said that, discussing the show's mockumentary format, they said that style grounds it and makes, the show work. Staten Island, the neighbors, and everything needs to feel real. And it's the magic of the show, because when it feels real, the cast can be big and surprising. And, having, some reality kind of tapered in kind of makes it work. So obviously, it's one of our favorite shows. We're very excited, for it to come back. And now, who's this, character who everybody already knows? Is it, a vampire everybody knows? Or is it maybe a character from the original movie, maybe?
See, I think maybe they got one of the characters from remember they had the council meeting?
Right.
I think you might see someone from the council meeting.
I could see that.
Maybe a Wesley Snipes might be coming in as Blade or something like that, since he didn't make the council meeting.
Right, because he didn't make it because he was having an issue with his Skype.
Right,
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, that would be funny. So,
or Tom Cruise coming in.
Tom Cruise. Brad Pitt. Well, or which one did, because one of them didn't live in Interview with a Vampire. I can't remember. But yeah, so that would be kind of, and of course we have the other spin-off,
right,
as well, which is the paranormal, but that one's going to take place, New Zealand.
Right.
So we got, two
we might even see a return of, Taika Waititi or one of the other characters from the movie itself.
We could.
Nosferatu might show up. Wait. He didn't make it.
He didn't make it.
Yeah. Too soon.
Yeah, too soon.
Anyway, so that was all we had for our entertainment news.
That was it.
We'll be right back with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick is a funny, heartfelt, moving docuseries, which is on Netflix, called Worn Stories. And it's about real people who unpack the fascinating and quirky stories around their most meaningful pieces of clothing. Spanning everything from dry cleaning to outer space, this 8-part look at people's most treasured clothing items captures an expansive variety of life's experiences. Early on in, the episodes, you get to meet people from all sorts of backgrounds. Every episode kind of focuses on a different theme. And it's actually adapted from writer Emily Spivak's book of the same name, where she interviewed different people and talk, had them talk about, various different clothing. There's one woman who grew up with a disability and, was told she could never do, certain things. And 27 years ago, she got a job as a crossing guard, and she absolutely loves it because she feels when she puts on her uniform, she's almost a superhero. But yet she loves doing cosplay and making all these costumes because it lets her become somebody who she's not, normally. So you have that. Then, they actually talked with a NASA astronaut and, what's his favorite clothing. And he talks about how, he went to college and he went to Columbia and he never thought about becoming an astronaut, but it was kind of the start of the 80s and the programs and stuff, and how he applied multiple times and, never got an interview, finally gets an interview, and he goes for the physical and he fails the eye exam. And he actually, works on it and trains his eyes to do better, and he passes and he ends up going up in the space shuttle, and it's, okay, you can bring one article of clothing. What is it that you bring? And he brings his Columbia sweatshirt. So it's little things, like that. What was kind of interesting was, in the one episode, they talked to a bunch of nudists. But yet, it's their sandals, or it's a cover up that, they kind of cling to. But talking about how freeing it is not to be constricted with clothing. Another gentleman, he had a pair of cowboy boots, and he ended up on the plane that went down, in Manhattan, in the river. Sully, Sullivan was, he was on that flight, and he, survived, and he still has his pair of boots that he kind of leaves in his closet, but he still has that connection to them. So, all these different types of people, a couple of celebrities kind of sprinkled in, but, for the most case, it's, everyday people talking about, a coat or a jacket or a tie or something. And it just kind of, it just a good feeling, documentary, just about the clothes that we wear and the impact that it has on us. So
interesting pick.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. So my pick this week is actually a kind of a repick, we'll say.
Right.
When For All Mankind came out in their first season, I did it, but they're back for a second season. Season 2 of the space drama picks up a decade later in 1983. It's the height of the Cold War, and tensions between the United States and the USSR are at their peak. Ronald Reagan is president, and the greater ambitions of science and space exploration are at threat of being squandered as the U.S. and Soviets go head to head to control sites rich in resources on the moon. The Department of Defense has moved into mission control, and the militarization of NASA becomes central to several character stories. Some fight it, some use it as an opportunity to advance their own interests, and some find themselves at the height of a conflict that may lead to nuclear war. The level of drama in Season 2 is at the same fever pitch, but at a more global level now. Instead of being confined to individual struggles and interpersonal relationships, which you still have, we see a number of outside obstacles that contribute to the drama. Having very much departed the known world of NASA of the 1960s, by the end of season 1, the 10-year time hop of season 2 allows the show to take on a whole new personality, firmly grounded in fiction with a few nostalgic historic references. Not only has the space race been affected from our known historical timeline, but we see a great number of other things from politics, pop culture, technology, and industry have also been affected by this alternate timeline of events. Most of these changes serve as colorful backdrops without having any real significance to the plot. We see John Lennon hasn't been assassinated in 1980, but Pope John Paul was. 1980 Miracle on Ice hockey game between the U.S. and the Soviets never happens, and Prince Charles marries Camilla. He doesn't marry Diana.
Interesting.
Now, none of those things have a direct impact on the plot.
Right. But it's
just the way of them showing you, hey, these events happened, but they didn't happen the way you thought they did.
Okay.
For the most part, these have little effect on the plot of the show and serve more as familiar references to lend credence to this time period. Much like a reference to Star Trek The Wrath of Khan just being released in theaters, pop culture references designed to act as anchor points in the timeline and highlight the fact that this world is different from reality. It's an interesting attempt at historical foreshadowing where the audience knows what happens in the time period, but you don't quite know if it happens in the show as it does in real life. It makes for an interesting mix of drama and seeding possible plot twists later on. I've been very impressed with the second season so far. I'm about 6 episodes in, I want to say.
Okay.
And I think it's a 10-episode season, so I'm a little past the midway point. What's interesting is they sort of set the tone early on with a couple of events, and those events don't play out until much later in the season.
Okay.
And things sort of start falling into place. So they do a very good job of organizing the story, referencing existing plot lines. Like there's one scene where they're talking about a speech that Ronald Reagan gives, and they show footage of Ronald Reagan, but they pull the same type of thing that they do in Forrest Gump, where they manipulate his mouth to change the words just slightly to give the speech a different meaning. Mm-hmm. And then you start getting commentary from other politicians, and you see a flash up of Jimmy Carter, who's a senator in 1983. So he never ran for president.
Okay.
So a lot of these little things here are kind of little Easter eggs and stuff to kind of show you how it wound up going a little bit different. But I think it's still a very good show. It's filling my gap with The Right Stuff having been canceled. So I recommend it. For All Mankind, Season 2, streaming now on Apple TV. It is dropping every Friday until they've dropped the whole season.
Okay.
And we'll be right back. So I think that was it. We didn't have any afterthoughts this week, right?
Nope.
Before we go, I would suggest folks subscribe to the podcast. You can get the video versions of the podcast. If you look for Insights into Things, that's all of our shows on video. You can get audio of just this podcast if you look for Insights into Entertainment. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. We would also invite folks to reach out and give us some feedback. In fact, our Insights into Teens episode this week was at suggestion of one of our listeners. So we would love to get your feedback on how we're doing, topics you'd like us to discuss, and anything to do with the show. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us at Twitter at insights_things.
We do stream 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a monthly Twitch Prime subscription. If you threw that our way, we'd greatly appreciate it. It helps to keep all these really hot lights on in here.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
We're on Instagram at Insights Into Things.
The audio version of all of our podcasts are at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can catch high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
And for links to everything and anything about us, you can go to insightsintothings.com.
I think that's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 9, Entertainment a la carte. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Sam?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Doing all right. So, aside for the landscapers that we're dealing with here, but that's okay. So this week we decided to sort of ratchet it down a few notches. We've been having last couple of podcasts we've been doing some pretty heavy-hitting, timely subjects. And with the election not too far away, we knew we were probably going to be doing another heavy-hitting one to cover that. So this week we're going to do something a little more lighthearted, a little more fun, and a little less dipped in controversy, I guess I could say.
Yeah, so if you're filling out your bingo cards about how we're going to get to the end of the world by the end of this, I don't know if you're going to win this time. But we'll see.
Hopefully we won't have doom and gloom by the end of the show like we usually do. So this week we're talking entertainment a la carte. And when I say that, there has been a desire by consumers for a very long time now to have entertainment the way they want it at their fingertips when they want it. We've had different false starts, different incarnations, different hopes that we've seen through the industry. So today we're going to take a look at sort of what the history of what we've had, what we've got today, and where we think we're going to be going in the future as far as what our command over our entertainment's going to be. Before we do that, though, I did want to invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can catch us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and now on Amazon. So you can convince your Echo devices to listen to our podcasts. I would also invite folks to reach out to us. Tell us if we're doing a good job, what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. You can catch high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 6 days a week, this week 7 days a week, on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. You can catch our audio versions of the podcast at podcast.insightsintotomorrow.com. You can reach out to us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or you can get links to all of our social media on our website at insightsintothings.com. Ready to get into it?
Yes.
All right. So first up, I just wanted to sort of kind of summarize what we're looking at when it comes to entertainment here, and how important entertainment is in the home. But before we do that, let me ask you, Sam, what aspects of entertainment are important to you? Do you listen to music? Do you stream videos? Do you watch movies? What's your prescription for your entertainment?
I'd say I mostly watch a lot of YouTube. Like I follow a lot of channels and watch content on there. And then from there, it's probably like Netflix. I don't really watch live TV at all anymore, unless it's like a football game or something. And even then, I'm only watching 20 to 30 minutes. So for me, it's definitely mostly YouTube, podcasts, like things on Stitcher. I listen to a lot of things on there. And Netflix. They're like the big three for me.
So what about radio? I know, with the college and everything that you have, you have a presence on broadcast radio. Do you listen to broadcast radio yourself much?
If I'm in the car, like on the car road over here, I definitely listen to it. Like I don't have Bluetooth in the car or anything like that. I'll put on, sports talk radio or MMR or something like that. Other than that, I don't really just tune on the radio just for fun. Like in the mornings when I'm getting ready, I'm usually listening to a podcast. It's not so much the radio. When I was younger, I used to do that a lot until I got into podcasts. Sometimes, if I'm taking a shower, I'll put the radio on. But overall, I'd say not really that often. It's mostly in the car.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how about movies? Do you own DVDs or Blu-rays, or do you stream most of your movies today?
I'm mostly streaming. I mean, I'd say probably like 30 to 40 maybe Blu-rays and a couple, 4Ks and things like that. Movies that I really want to have, the physical copy of, movies that are special to me, or movies that I just like a lot, or movies that I got on sale for
Right.
Blu-rays, because Amazon does Blu-ray sales all the time. So things like that. I don't have I wouldn't say my Blu-ray collection is like my pride and joy. But it's mostly just to have those physical copies, just in case, I can't get The Lord of the Rings on, Netflix because they take it off all the time or something like that.
Right. So it sounds like a good chunk of what you do is some of the more modern technologies then.
Mm-hmm.
What about when you listen to radio? Is it talk shows you listen to? Is it music that you listen to, or you listen to the sports radio?
Yeah, I mostly do sports talk. 94.1 for our local area. That's like the sports. And then there's 97.5 too. I'll alternate between those. I don't really listen to music that much. I don't know. Something about hearing people talk and discuss. I just like to listen to that more than, a song I can pull up on my phone.
As a podcaster, that's exactly what I like to hear.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to not hear my own voice. It's nice to hear other people talk for a while.
Absolutely. So, we've had various forums, and we're going to talk about the history of some of these forums in a little bit there. But obviously, our entertainment started out as purely live entertainment. If you went, back in the 1800s and in the beginning of the 1900s, if you wanted to be entertained, you either produced music or entertainment at home, or you went to go see it somewhere. Radio finally allowed us to bring it in the house. Then we moved from that naturally, almost, through my evolution through to TV. Then we started to have home entertainment systems, VCRs, DVDs, and so forth, followed eventually by streaming. But it was basically force-fed to you. So when you would listen to the radio, you would have a schedule of things that you would listen to, and if you missed your show, you missed it, right? So we started getting specialized radio stations. That's where we get the sports talk radio.
Yeah, formats.
Yeah, you get your specialized formats. I remember, as a kid back in the 70s, when you would listen to the radio, you would hear every genre of music on a radio station. You didn't even have specialized target audiences back in the 70s. You didn't start getting that until mid-80s, late 80s. And TV channels started doing the same thing. I'm going to sound like my father at this point, but, going back to when I was a kid, we didn't have cable. We had broadcast television. You had 3, 6, and 10 in our area. CBS, ABC, and NBC. And if you were lucky, you'd get a PBS station. But outside of that, that was what your entertainment was. We've come a long way since then.
Yeah, we've gone the complete opposite way. Now people can have access to everything, which I think a lot of people realize is too much.
Yeah, yeah. And what happened was when we got to the point where there were certain things we wanted to watch, the advent of the VCR kind of gave us that option where you could set your VCR. If you were, a rocket scientist, you could figure out how to program your VCR to actually record on a timer, assuming the power didn't go out and it lost its time. There was a lot of factors involved in getting this technology to work at the time. So you would record your programs and then watch them after the fact. You didn't have streaming. You didn't have DVRs even at the time.
Yeah, and I think something that I'm sure I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but one of the things we'll probably talk about is how as a society we all, like when it was the radio, everybody would gather around and listen to the radio at the same time all around the world. So you'd all listen to, something at 8 p.m. on a Thursday every week. Everybody would do that. But then as we kind of went further and further down the timeline, viewing experiences became more individualized, where now it's not everybody tunes in Sunday to watch something. I mean, you still get that with like sports, but for things like Game of Thrones, right? I mean, that was kind of the last big thing that everybody would tune in and watch, except for things like reality shows like The Bachelor and things like that. Those are usually still watched live. But big entertainment moments like that are getting more and more rare as, people can watch and stream whatever they want, whenever they want.
Yeah, and it's a very intimate experience where you get to build your entertainment consumption experience yourself. And we didn't start being able to do that until we got technology like the VCR.
Yep.
Outside of that, you were watching stuff on a schedule. We got smart cable at some point in time in the 90s where you started getting video on demand, where you were able to go in through your cable box and say, all right, I want to watch a movie now, whatever time it is, and they would charge you for that, and they would send you a bill for the pay-per-view experience. So there's been a significant evolution, and a lot of that's been driven by the technology. Nowadays, we have streaming, and everything is streaming now. This podcast is streaming. Television streams. You have television networks, news networks, that have no presence whatsoever on broadcast television. They stream entirely over the internet. So it's almost a paradigm shift in how we get our entertainment and our information these days. So that's sort of the primer of how we want to approach this. We're going to come back after a quick break, and we're going to talk about the history of some of these things, and we'll look at some of the milestones and see just how far we've come from a technology standpoint. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
We're talking entertainment a la carte today. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and Sam Whalen is with me today. So, over the air, for the longest time, broadcast radio and television was a community service. All the way back starting in 1926 when NBC first started the first national broadcast. It's not quite that simple anymore, is it? It's not free, open, over the air anymore, is it?
No, I mean, back then, even before the first national radio network, and I only know this because I took a class on this last semester, so, I got to make that education worth it. It was there were two channels, AM, and one was for crops and weather reports, and the other was entertainment, which was mostly music and like Bible verses. So that was what radio was mostly for, and it was localized because there wasn't any kind of national network. So it was basically anybody could do it, and you could broadcast it anywhere. But then when you had NBC come along, it sort of became that network. And nowadays it's so far, it's still local in a sense because you'll have local stations. But for most of them, we have a local rock station here, WMMR, and you can tune in that dial 93.3, but also they have a streaming app, right? So they get all the time people all across the world tuning in and listening. And, they archive their morning shows and you can tune in live and listen to their music. So it's not, you don't need a radio to listen to the radio anymore, basically.
Exactly. And in fact, it's funny you mention that. Cell phones all have radio receivers on them. Mm-hmm. Most people don't realize that. There are apps that you can get that will tap into the radio antenna on your phone and allow you to do it. And we had a hurricane come through a couple of years back. And we lost power, so we didn't have any battery-powered radios. So we actually wound up downloading the app because we still had cellular coverage, and we had an app that allowed us to get weather radios basically built into our phones. So broadcast radio is still going very strongly out there, but it doesn't give us that personalization that I think we're looking for. A lot of radio stations that do stream, they'll stream multiple streams. And you can basically pick the streams that you want, pick the channels that you want. Because a lot of our radio networks are multi-format network. So you might have Clear Channel being one of the network. And that network may have 50 different radio stations across the country, but you don't have over-the-air rights to get most of those because of the limitations of the technology. But they'll stream all of those on their website. So you can literally listen to a radio station from Ohio or California or whatever. So technology has given us that ability to choose at this point in time. And as technology has evolved, we've gone from AM to FM where we can broadcast further, high fidelity and so forth. What do you think about satellite radio? Satellite radio, XM first introduced satellite radio in early 2000s. The biggest deal that they probably ever had was when they brought in Howard Stern. How do you think that impact has had? Because it's subscription-based. It's not free.
Right.
And most cars today, if you buy a new car, have an XM radio built into it. Do you think satellite radio gives you that customization of your entertainment choice?
I think at the time, it was definitely a precursor to what we ended up seeing with things like Netflix and Hulu and things like that, just for radio. And especially with Howard Stern, because he wasn't censored, that was like the big appeal of it. But what a lot of people forget is before Howard Stern went to satellite, he was against it, like vehemently. He was all about terrestrial radio. But then when his fines like almost bankrupted his station, he had really no choice. But yeah, I definitely think it was a kind of a precursor, and you can customize it to an extent, but I think that subscription sort of is kind of a barrier to entry to a lot of people. It's a barrier to entry to me because not only did I not want to pay the subscription, but I also don't have a radio that can use it. I got it for free like a trial a while back, and I was using it on my phone. But if I'm going to use my phone to listen to something, I'm probably just going to listen to a podcast. So, and without having it in a car, there's that entry there. So if you're buying a new car and you get it for free for 3 months or, included, I can definitely see you using it. Not to mention that you do have a lot of great personalities and great stations on satellite radio that there's most likely something for everybody.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, when I bought my new car, it came with that 3 months of XM free. And the problem that I had with that is the same problem that I have with cable television today. And we'll get into a little bit more. It's 180 channels. Yep. And how do I find what I want to listen to? It was an overwhelming experience to have that much choice. And it's kind of ironic because it's that choice that we've demanded for years now. I want the ability to make my entertainment selections the way that I want. And television's kind of evolved the same way that radio did. It started out in its infancy. You had very few stations that you could see anything with, and everything was over the air. And then, they came to the point where you were able to make money off of it. And most contracts, most money that you get out of television, at least in the early days, was all advertising. Whereas you get into the cable model and you get into more of a subscription type model. But, television was first introduced in the early 20s at the World's Fair. And then by 1931, you had 40,000 televisions in the United States. You had 2 networks transmitting at that time. And they were local stations. You had to be in those local areas, New York being one of the markets. And somewhere out in the Midwest, I forget where the other market was. But it wasn't until 1936, and not even in our country, but in BBC, before you get dedicated programming. And BBC opened up with 3 hours of programming. Can you imagine a television station with 3 hours of programming? I mean, what do you do at that point in time?
I mean, it's a pretty big 3 hours, right? I mean, if nobody had ever seen anything like this before. So those 3 hours, people were probably, enraptured by this thing.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's a lot of parallels between TV and radio and their evolution. And you see that a lot with this because radio didn't have programming all the time either until much later. I think it was like the 70s when that became or maybe that was TV where it wouldn't just shut off at night.
Yeah. I mean, as a kid, I remember at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, your TV stations, you'd see a picture, a video of the American flag. Mm-hmm. They'd play the national anthem, and they'd shut off until 8 o'clock the next morning when the news started. For modern audiences, that's an insane concept because now it's, again, we keep making this comparison, but it's the complete opposite where you're just inundated with content all the time. Yeah, and you saw some monumental achievements in television, like in '67 when we get PBS. Where it's publicly funded broadcasting. They mandated children's programming with Children's Television Workshop in 1969 with Sesame Street. So you had a lot of positive things come out based on demand. And I think that's really the important thing is as people started to consume the media that was out there, they realized they wanted more. They wanted specific programming. They wanted specific shows. They wanted to watch their local sports franchises. And as a result of that, you started to see more specialized television networks come out. And a lot of that fell over into the cable industry as well, because there's only a certain amount that you can get out of an over-the-air broadcast with television at the time. And really the latest biggest innovation over the air television wasn't until 2009 when they went all digital, which I got to tell you, that was a real monster to deal with because you had people throughout the country who didn't have cable, couldn't afford cable, and they were getting all of their news and sports and everything over the air broadcasts. And with the mandate to move to all digital, and the reason for the all digital was because of how much more data you can put out over a digital signal than you ever could over an analog signal. And you see now with digital with digital transmissions, You know, your local ABC station might be putting out 5 different channels over the bandwidth it used to use for one. So there was a definite benefit to it, but it also required everyone to replace all their equipment, which is expensive. So much so that when they went through this process, the federal government actually subsidized it, and you could go to the government and get a coupon to buy a digital antenna at the time. And the program ran for like 18 months or something like that. And I remember when it ran, and they funded it with, you know, a ludicrous amount of money. And even after that fact, people still didn't have it because of how inaccessible it was for a lot of people. There's a lot of televisions that sit around right now that have no function whatsoever because nothing's broadcasting on frequencies they can receive. So then we move into, you know, the natural progression, I think, is cable television. And it's funny because in doing the research for the podcast today, I learned a lot about cable television that I didn't know. The fact that it's existed since 1948 blew my mind. Like, when I grew up, I came from a fairly underprivileged house. We didn't have a lot of money coming in. So my dad did not subscribe to cable for a very long time. But I kind of thought he was just sort of behind the times in the 70s, not realizing that cable's been around since the 1940s. So that was a big thing for me to realize it. But cable television progressed, I think, at a rate much faster than over-the-air transmissions did.
You make a lot more money from it.
And that's exactly it. You have people that are paying you, you know, in 1950, Tuckerman Appliance, an appliance store that sold TVs, started their own cable network. Could you imagine that today?
One of the biggest radio stations in Philly was originally from an appliance store.
Right.
Appliance stores were like, they had a lot of power back in the day.
It was, they would buy their feeds and then they would send it out to their customers. And people in Arkansas were paying $3 a month for cable. And it was because they were rural households that weren't close enough to a transmitting station. So they'd physically run a cable out there and then wire up the little town. So in 1972, you start getting into specialized television channels. You get HBO. And then that sort of opened up the Pandora's box, you know, to use a bad pun there. You started in the 80s and 90s, you really started getting channels. You got channels for everything. You got channels for cooking. You got multiple channels for cooking. You got home shopping channels. You got multiple music television channels, none of which ironically play music anymore. These were what were categorized as narrowcasting channels. And some of these, which is kind of interesting, they started out as regional. Like, for instance, Sports Channel New York started out as just regional sports broadcasting. And that eventually evolved into Fox Sports. So from humble beginnings to a major player in the sports franchise market now. You had other things like BET, Black Entertainment Television. That's a channel all of its own with its own award-winning programming today. Started out as a segment on USA Networks. So they had a couple of hours a week that they would broadcast it, and eventually there was such a demand for it that they came out with an entire network for it. And that's what I'm talking about, like very specialized networks. You've got Sci-Fi Network, you've got History, you've got multiple history channels. So the idea of catering to all of these entertainment needs was fulfilled in these specialized networks, these specialized channels on cable TV. But you still didn't have the ability to get what you want when you want it. You were still bound to a schedule. And that's really what's probably held cable television back for the longest time until the late 1990s, early 2000s. You started to get your video on demand. You started to get more pay-per-view. So you could, if you wanted to watch a boxing match or a wrestling match or whatever it was, you could pay for it, one-time fee, get it, and watch it with all your friends. The real shift, I think, in cable TV came with TiVo and DVR, where you could time shift your entertainment now. So now TiVo was unique in the business because it had a very intelligent algorithm. So as you would record certain programs, it would associate those programs with ones you're not recording and then offer you suggestions on what you might like. So then you can sort of pick and choose the shows that you want and get them a la carte. That was really the first a la carte entertainment package you had. The problem with that was that you still had to subscribe to all of those channels. And I think the downfall that cable has always had, when you go to your cable company and you want to get a subscription, there's multiple packages that you have to choose from. And yeah, you can pay through the nose and get the super deluxe and get everything, but you might want to just get one of the channels in one of the packages and you have to take all of them. So the cord cutters of the world in the 2000s got to the point of trying to find ways to not have to subscribe to all those channels and just get what you want. And that leads us up to sort of where we are today with all the streaming options.
Yeah, I mean, that option, that ability to pick and choose channels is the entire marketing platform for things like Sling, where you can pick and choose your channels, or I think Hulu Live TV does that too.
Well, even Sling. So Sling and Hulu Live give you packages that you can choose from. You can't choose individual channels.
Okay.
So it's not as bad as the cable company.
It's still cheaper.
It's much cheaper than the cable company. But the problem that you run into now is all that's delivered to you as digital content over the internet.
Yeah. So you have to worry about your internet speeds.
Absolutely. So you have internet companies you have cable companies that are becoming internet companies. And in doing that, you run into what is often referred to as the
Monopoly.
Well, no, they've been monopolies for a long time. Net neutrality.
Oh, okay.
So, and with net neutrality, the concept behind net neutrality is data. Doesn't matter where it is, where it comes from, what it contains. It's data. It should all be treated the same. And the cable companies want their data to be treated better than others. And Netflix ran into this very early on with a lot of the cable companies, Cox Cable, Comcast, and a few others, where they were throttling the bandwidth that people were using for Netflix. So you may have an unlimited agreement with your cable company for data, but if they see that the majority of the data that you're using comes from outside their network from Netflix, they throttle it. You see a lot of buffering, your quality goes down, and they're trying to push their own video on demand services instead, which they don't count against your bandwidth caps. So none of this has been resolved. This is still a problem. But what's happening is cable companies are becoming less about providing cable and more about becoming internet companies in general. And until all that sort of washes out, we're going to have a fight on our hands here because they're losing money. And they try to get it back by offering you bundles. So, for instance, if all you need is internet, it's cheaper for you to get internet, cable, and phone than just internet for the first year. After that, the rates go up, but they lock you into a 2-year deal, minimum usually. So, I can't blame the cable companies. They're trying to make a buck. It's their job. But in the end, it's the consumers that wind up paying for it.
Yeah, and even now, I mean, we have Xfinity, and you can watch Netflix and Hulu and Amazon Prime all through Xfinity. So, I mean, I'm sure there's kind of handshakes there where they kind of meet in the middle and they say, well, okay, Netflix, we'll host your platform here. You'll get a lot more viewers, but you still have to subscribe to Netflix to access those services.
Right.
You don't get any of that for free. I think with Xfinity, you only get like Peacock for free because it's NBC, Comcast, it's the same company. But they're kind of merging now, and we're just going to have a big old blob of media eventually. That's just everything.
Well, and it's funny you mention that because the solution that Netflix eventually came up with was they would implant caching servers in the cable providers. And they would pay the cable providers a certain amount of money. They would put a physical box inside their network. So when you went to watch, if you went to stream Game of Thrones off of Netflix, it would download from Netflix's home server to the caching server there. You would watch it, but anybody else who went to watch Game of Thrones would pull it from that caching server. So the result of that was it didn't put a demand on the backbones, the internet backbone connections that the cable companies had. So that was an exclusive deal they offered to Netflix that they're not offering to other streaming providers either. And I'm not even sure they're still offering. There's some debate whether or not they're still offering that service. I know Comcast was having a bit of an issue with that, where they stopped offering it to Netflix. But it's all, you're right, it's you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, and we'll all make a buck off of the end consumer.
Not to mention now, I mean, you've got Disney, which now effectively owns Hulu because they own Fox, right? So it's a lot of that programming too. So it's not just, these streaming companies are not like small businesses. They're all, I mean, I don't think Netflix is owned by any major corporation.
No, Netflix is still independent.
Yeah. And then Amazon obviously is a mega corporation. So, you know, the streaming service is just a portion for most of these companies, just a portion of their revenue.
Right.
I mean, except for Netflix, but even then, I mean, they've moved more into film production in general too. So they're more of they're not just streaming anymore. They're making a lot of their own content as well.
And it's interesting to mention that. So we talked over the radio, television, and cable. The alternatives that we had to get our a la carte fix of entertainment were VCRs. You know, the VCRs came out in the 1970s. They became popular in the 80s. Blockbuster Video opened in 85. So if you wanted to watch a movie, you could a la carte on demand, go down and get a movie and bring it home and watch it. As long as you rewound it, you were fine. DVDs became the alternative. They were much more convenient, higher quality. First DVDs were released in 97. Blockbuster started carrying them in 2001. They kind of missed the boat on that a certain amount. Hollywood Video actually started DVD rentals as soon as they became available. But the one interesting thing with Blockbuster was when Blu-ray came out, there was, just like with VCR, when VHS came out, you had Betamax as an alternative. When HD Blu-rays came out, you had HD video. And when Blockbuster had such a huge portion of the market that they decided that they were going to go Blu-ray. And as soon as that happened, it basically was the end of life for HD DVD at that point. So they had such a huge segment of the market that they could make that kind of demand. But then you see other services like Redbox pop up. You know, you see Redboxes all over the place still, even though a lot of people are streaming stuff.
I think Redbox is a streaming service too. Like,
They
I
do.
think you can stream, and I think they have their own original things. Like, I don't know if they make it, like, I don't know if they produce it like Netflix does, but they can definitely license and stream a lot of stuff on their own site as well.
Yeah.
So,
and then streaming, streaming really started in the early 90s. The problem you had was your data connections. The first practical codecs for streaming, the compression algorithms for streaming came out in 92. But 92 was also when we had 33K baud modems. You didn't have your high-speed data connections, your cable modems, your DSL even at that time. So that kind of killed a lot of what you could do with it there. But the real streaming services itself didn't start until 2005 when YouTube opened up business. And at the time, YouTube and streaming was, YouTube was where people posted their videos. It was the TikTok of today. That's what YouTube was. You didn't have professionally produced content that was going up there. Nowadays, every streaming service, Netflix, Disney, obviously, YouTube, Hulu, they're all producing their own television shows. To the point that you have award shows that are controversial because you have TV awards for
Streaming services.
streaming services that never appear on TV.
Yeah, I think the Emmys, like I think maybe more than the majority, was mostly all from streaming services.
Yeah. So there was really a fundamental shift, probably 2013, 2014, to more streaming. So that's a history. It's important to know where we came from with our entertainment. We get up to that 2015 mark there, and we're still stuck with 180 channels with nothing to watch. And that's really where the problem came from, and the demand for cord cutters and the demand for a la carte entertainment. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back, and then we'll talk about where we are today with cable TV and all these other outlets. See who's a player, who's not a player anymore, and then we'll take a look at where we're going. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. We are talking entertainment a la carte today. So we've looked at the history of it. We've sort of set the stage here. Let's take a look at where we are today as far as cable TV goes. So we're still running packages on TV channels today. So we haven't really changed much there, have we? There is an increasing push to cut the cord with different services. We've got enough streaming services out there as long as you have a good internet connection. Now, the one thing to mention here that I actually didn't put in the notes, that's the new satellite internet network that Elon Musk is putting out. So it will be possible very soon to have low latency satellite internet, high-speed internet, and not have to deal with your cable company. Of course, when that happens, God help you if you're an astronomer, because you're not going to be able to look at anything up in the sky now without seeing one of these satellites. Net neutrality. We mentioned it earlier on. One of the biggest problems with net neutrality is that the FCC determines what is and isn't net neutrality. And the FCC is traditionally chaired by someone from the telecommunications industry. So it doesn't look good for consumers from that perspective. What are your thoughts on, net neutrality and whether or not it's an issue moving forward? Is it an issue today? Is it a non-issue? Should we not even worry about it now?
I definitely think it's an issue. And I do think, I think people underestimate how important it is, really. And I know every time the bills and things go up for net neutrality, there's always petitions online, contact your congressman, things like that. But I don't think people take it that seriously. And I don't think they really understand how a lack of net neutrality will really impact them, and I think it's the more subtle ways that I find the most dangerous, where we talked about before how you can manipulate the consumer to get rid of a product like Netflix or something like that because you can't stream it because of your internet, right? But it's so subtle that you'll just chalk it up to, my speeds are just low, right? But there's a company behind the scenes that's pulling those strings and that is manipulating you, and you might not even realize it. So I think that net neutrality is extremely important for those reasons, because it's just another element that can be used to manipulate consumers, which I get is the whole point of a business, basically, is to get people to continue buying your product. But I think when it's something so universal like that, where the internet should probably be a utility that everybody has access to, but it's not that yet. And it's not looking like it's going to go that way either. If the patterns that we're seeing now continue, it looks like a lot of people are going to have restricted access, where the internet should be a free and open resource for everybody.
Yeah, and I agree. And you touched on it earlier when you mentioned cable companies and monopolies, and this is really them behind a curve, not getting with the program here, because there's a lot of things. Technology moves much faster than cable companies. Cable company lawyers can move. We're looking at satellite communications that have exploded at this point. You're looking at alternatives like Verizon Fios, where you can get fiber run right to your house. You're looking at 5G now, where, once the 5G networks are built out, you won't need to have a wired connection to your house, at least if you buy into the hype.
Yeah, but it's going to make all our heads explode. Haven't you heard?
And cause coronavirus. Yeah, I know.
It's going to turn us into zombies.
But you can get over-the-air speeds for your internet now that are comparable to your cable connection, that are more than enough to stream video. So I think if nothing else, the cable companies have a real problem ahead of themselves. They've got too many outlets that people have alternatives for, because cable companies thrive when you didn't have options. And, a lot of this started in the 90s when cable companies started gobbling up all the regional cable providers. And you start having giants emerge like Comcast, where you have entire regions of the country that don't have an alternative to cable, phone, or internet but Comcast. So you don't have a choice but to go with that.
But it's not a monopoly.
But that's not a monopoly, because it's only regional. Yeah. But I think the problem is that they've had that level of monopolistic protection for so long now that they don't realize that they're really threatened at this point in time. So I don't know where cable's going to go. It's an endangered species right now, but it doesn't realize it.
Yeah, I think you're seeing a little bit of that with things like Peacock, where Xfinity, which is Comcast, which is NBC, is trying to get into that streaming market. But I don't know, maybe it's just me, but Peacock seems like it's really late to the game. And they don't really seem like they have a whole lot to offer other than things they already own, like reruns of like Cheers and Frasier, which used to be on Netflix, but it looks like they were just flexing that they own the rights to these shows, so they put it on their own streaming service. But it doesn't seem like it's enough to make them a competitor for something like Netflix or Hulu, because it's not making what separates companies like our services like Netflix and Hulu and Amazon is that they're making their own shows, like we mentioned before. But with things like Peacock, if you're just rebroadcasting essentially content that everybody's already seen and just wants to watch reruns, I don't think that's going to make you enough of a competitor in the market. And I think that if that's their attempt to keep their cable company status, but also dip their toe in the streaming water, I don't think it's going to be enough.
And I think that's a great segue to the streaming services in general. So what really got me on this topic was there was an article on CNET. I think the person who did the research and wrote it was Ashley Esqueta who wrote it up. And she went through and ranked 101 quote unquote major streaming services. And she ranked them based on price, the number and quality of original programming, the number and quality of their back catalog, their overall variety, and what their availability was for subscribers. And it was kind of eye-opening to me that there were 101 major streaming providers out there.
Well, I mean, major, I don't know about that, because on this list we have, what is the top? We have the top 10 here.
This is just the top 10.
And I haven't heard of one of them, so I don't know how major it is. I've never heard of Acorn TV. I don't know what that is.
Well, and that's like Acorn. So like if you use Plex or Kodi or any of the media streaming service players at home, Acorn TV you would know. Acorn TV is like a free add-on that you can get for it. And think of it like the MeTV of streaming, where it's like some of the nostalgic stuff. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That makes sense.
But a lot of them are like that. I mean, you had ones on here that were rated much lower because they were so specialized. So, for instance, NFL Networks has a streaming service. NHL does. WWE does.
All the sports, basically.
Right. So they didn't rate very high because they didn't have a very wide variety. But the fact that there's 101, this goes back to the I want it now, and I want it the way I want it. So instead of having 180 channels with nothing on, we now have 101 streaming networks that we now have to sort through now.
Yeah, and the argument used to be from cord cutters, it's like, well, if you add up all the streaming services, it's still less than a cable bill. But within like 3 years, that is not a valid argument anymore because, I mean, I personally have Amazon Prime, Hulu, Netflix, Disney Plus, and I guess whatever HBO has now, but I think that's included with my cable. So it's like, that's like 5 right there.
Well, and HBO has 3 different streaming services that they offer.
Yeah, they have HBO Now, HBO Max, and then HBO Go. Is that still a thing?
Go is the new one, yeah.
And I have no idea what any of them are.
Right.
Like I have HBO Max, and I barely use it, but I have it, and I know where to access it, but I don't know what HBO Now and HBO Go are.
Right. And that's the thing. Like we've gotten to the point now where we want it to be able to basically go to the cable company and say, all right, I want 50 channels. These are the 50 channels I want. Give them to me and charge me a reasonable rate. We never got that. Instead, what we got was you go to your cable company. Here's your boom. There's your package. Oh, and if you want all this other stuff, because you have stuff that are exclusive to the streaming networks. So if I want to watch Star Trek, I can't watch Star Trek on cable anymore. I have to have a subscription to CBS All Access to watch anything Star Trek.
And that's one of the things that like really bothers me about all these companies coming out of the woodwork and making their own streaming service, because it just seems like I mentioned before with Peacock, it just seems like they're flexing their muscles and saying, oh no, these are ours.
Right.
Like that happened with The Office on Netflix. Who was that? Was that Peacock or was that somebody else? I can't even keep track.
I think it was Peacock. They had it on someone.
Yeah.
And they pulled it. I think it was on Netflix.
Yeah.
They pulled it off and they put it on some.
And
on the
and
other
Friends
network.
was like that too. And again, it's the shows where you're just rebroadcasting reruns, but it's a show that a lot of people like, and now they have to pay another $10 a month to watch it, and they're probably not gonna.
And Disney did the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
You look at all the Marvel TV shows that Disney had on Netflix that were, for the most part, good.
They canned them all.
And they canned them all. But they didn't even bring them over to their own network yet.
Yeah, even though they tease people as if they were going to,
Right.
and they haven't yet, and I doubt they're going to.
Right.
It's been too long.
So I don't think we're any better off today than we were 10 years ago. It's just everything that you have now, and they all price themselves at either $5 or $10 a month. And it's like, okay, well, if I get the 50 channels or the 50 streaming services that I want, I'm paying more for my service now than I would have through cable. Oh, and I still have to pay for my internet. So I'm getting more because I'm getting on-demand back catalogs. I'm getting original content. I mean, the top 10 of these probably all, with the exception of Acorn, I don't know if Acorn does, they all do original content. So I'm probably getting more things to watch, but the price is going up exponentially at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I know in my house, I've been a strong advocate of we don't need cable, right? But I'm not the only one in the house, obviously. Like my mom, she watches a lot of live TV and she records a lot of things live. But there are also things that I'm pretty sure are available on some of these services. Like she watches Big Brother, and I'm pretty sure that's on CBS All Access because that's the network it airs on, I think. I'm sorry if there's Big Brother fans out there and I'm wrong about that. But that's the thing too, because it's like, and like my grandma doesn't really understand how streaming stuff works, but she can get on her Roku TV and put on ABC and stream the live TV. So she doesn't need a cable box.
Right.
And it's like, that's like a whole nother layer to it where it's live TV, but then you're streaming it through a streaming service, which you then have to pay for. But some of these, you need a cable subscription to access. Like the live TV for the ABC, you need a cable service to log into it. So it's like all these layers of media, and they're all kind of intertangled so that you end up having to keep all of it and pay for all of it when I don't really think you'd need to, you know?
You're absolutely right.
And it's probably by design that way.
Well, and the amount of overhead that this creates now causes all of the bills to go up even higher because the cable companies now have to pay for the broadcast versions. They have to pay for the streaming versions. There are different revenue sources that come out of it through advertising now, obviously. But for the end consumer, you're not better off. You're not getting what you were looking for. We wanted to have everything on demand for us. And all these networks were like, well, this is what you asked for. It's all on demand now. You need to have 50 subscriptions if you want to get your 50 channels.
And I think the appeal is with something like CBS All Access. Well, okay, you might not want to get our streaming service because you think it's just reruns. So we're going to make something like Star Trek, or like the 3 different versions of Star Trek. And okay, that's new content. You can come here and watch that. But not everybody might want to do that, right? And if they don't like the new Star Trek, then they're not going to subscribe to that service. But if they forget, which is I think what most of these companies count on, forgetting to cancel your subscription, then they get that $10 every month, even if you're not using it, and they don't care if you're using it or not.
It's funny you mention that. Netflix actually got to the point where they had so many hangers on like that they introduced a service without being asked for it, that they monitor whether or not you watch the service if you use it. If you haven't used it in a year, they'll notify you and cancel your subscription for you.
I mean, they're making so much money, it probably is negligible, but
they are.
It's just to improve their public image. That's a helpful service though, because I still pay for, and this is totally different from this, but in terms of for getting subscriptions, I still pay 99 cents a month for cloud storage. I haven't had an iPhone in 3 years, but every time I go to cancel it, it's so many steps to cancel it that I just you can have my $12 a year,
Yeah. And that's Apple for you.
Yeah.
So outside of cable and streaming, there are other options. Us being one of them, us being podcasts being one of them. And there's a ton of sources for podcasts. There's tons of podcasts out there that cater to every possible desire for media consumption out there. And there's apps. We talk about Instagram and Facebook. TikTok, well, we're not talking about it too much now because Trump's trying to ban it.
Nah, Microsoft will buy it.
Microsoft and Walmart. Yeah.
Just corporations, just vomit money.
Yeah, just throw money at it. And then you had someone who tried to corner the market with, I'm not even sure what, 7-minute segments?
I think it's 15 minutes.
15-minute segments.
But it's all shot vertically, which is awful.
Quibi.
Yeah.
Who received a ludicrous amount of funding, $2 billion in funding.
A lot of big names attached to it.
And yeah, they had a lot of celebrities, and they had a huge number of people sign up for the free trial. Several million, 15 million or something, sign up for the free trial. And then when that free trial ran out, they had about 70,000 people stick on.
I mean, Quibi strikes me as the kind of thing that it makes it to the boardroom or whatever. And they're like, oh, this is a great idea because people love, we looked at the numbers, right? We looked at the numbers and we saw that people are only watching in 15-minute increments because they're watching on their way to work on the train or something, right? Or they're watching with their family and their kid runs away so they got to turn it off. So what if we just hyper focus on that? But then you realize, because you're so caught up in the analysis and the numbers, that's not really going to work as a format, because you end up having episodes that are really just trailers,
right?
Because they're only 15 minutes long. And when you shoot everything vertically, not only are you limiting the art form of making movies and television, most people aren't going to watch things vertically. Even if you're watching on your way to work on the train, you're still going to take the 1 second to turn your phone.
Right.
Quibi blows my mind.
Well, and
it's still a thing.
And you couldn't share it with anyone.
Oh, really?
You couldn't share clips. You couldn't share links. You couldn't share anything.
That's good. That's great.
When the number one thing to social media sites like YouTube, TikTok, Facebook is the ability to share it.
Oh, they're Netflix
Hence
too.
Why it's social media.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Netflix especially has a huge social media presence.
Yeah.
So, and that's so critical. And it's what are you doing?
But I guess my point is these options that we have here between podcasts and the apps, I think probably fill the gap of entertainment a la carte more than anything else right now, where we can go and find what we want. I can download 50 different podcasts a week and pick and choose which ones that I want to consume. So I think that's probably more meeting the needs of the consumer than anything.
Yeah, and I mentioned before that I watch a lot of YouTube, and YouTube's just like that too. You can follow different channels that do different things, just like you'd subscribe to different podcasts. Like I follow a couple cooking channels, I follow a couple comic book based channels, history channels. So there's something for everybody within each of these sections.
Yep.
Just like you can listen, like you said, to different podcasts. So I think if you want that a la carte, it's those places you're probably going to turn to because it's made by people and it's not as heavily regulated. I mean, YouTube's pretty regulated, but something like a podcast, anybody can do a podcast, right? So there's always something for somebody.
Really?
Literally anybody. I mean, anybody can do it. You just talk. No, but
Wow.
And make sure to subscribe to our podcast on your local podcast
Good
provider.
thing you're not in our advertising department.
Hey, free plug, shameless advertising. But yeah, I think that's where you get a lot of that a la carte, right? Because
I agree.
You can find any kind of channel or any kind of podcast to meet your needs.
I agree 100%. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back with our doom and gloom section where we look towards the future.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Entertainment a la carte. The future. How bad does it look? So, let me ask you a series of questions. Is there a future for cable television?
I don't know how long of a future it is, but I definitely think there is some. And, I think it's probably just going to evolve. And you might not have a cable box, but I think especially Comcast is definitely trying to remain a presence in people's homes because they, whether rebranding to a different name or offering more services based on tying internet and cable together, I think that's where they're going to most likely head is becoming both a cable company and an internet company and kind of doubling down on that.
All right, I'll buy that. How about traditional network broadcasting and schedules?
That'll probably stick around on cable. And I know you kind of have broadcasting sort of in the traditional sense and schedules on things like Twitch and YouTube where people will stream on a broadcast schedule. So I think it might evolve into that, where if you're looking at these new platforms, people will stick to a broadcast schedule, but instead of it being on 3, 6, and 10, it'll be on twitch.tv/ whatever.
Okay. How about commercial advertising in television? Are we still going to see $1 million minutes for Super Bowl ads?
Oh, absolutely. That's the only reason a lot of these, that's radio's most valuable thing too, is advertising, right? And it's where the money goes. So I definitely think that we'll definitely still see that because there's still people watching, even if a lot of it, if we're focusing a lot on streaming, they can still make a ton of money from commercial advertising.
And the last question in Is There a Future is subscription television channels like HBO.
I'd probably have to look at the numbers for things like this to see if their subscriptions are going down. But I think with HBO, as an example, they're migrating over to streaming. So that's probably where it's going to go too. I mean, we had earlier Showtime was on that list too. So I think most of these channels, and I know WWE has one too. So a lot of these channels are probably just going to go, they'll probably keep their broadcast channel, but then also just, improve their streaming side of things.
Okay. So I wanted to ask some questions about streaming entertainment going forward. So TikTok was popular, very popular. So popular, in fact, that they managed to tick off President Trump. What do you think about the precedent of Trump banning TikTok for reasons that were given that had no corresponding supporting evidence?
That seems pretty par for the course if we're talking about Trump. But I mean, I never use TikTok personally just because I don't like care about that kind of entertainment, but it is extremely popular. And if I had to wager, he probably did it, to try to make like, because he's very anti-China most of the time, right?
Sure.
So he says he tried to ban not just TikTok, there were a couple other things too, all owned by Chinese companies that he was trying to go after. But when there was such a backlash to it, it just came off like another smoke bomb, right? Another distraction that he was going for, especially with TikTok, because he knows that that's mostly used by youth, right? So that's going to be the most vocal about it. And if you're calling out a streaming or a social media platform, that social media platform is going to get way more traffic because the users of it are going to complain about you. So it just seemed like another distraction on his part. I think it was like almost immediately. I mean, he's still waving threats and stuff, but it looks like we said earlier, Microsoft and Walmart, which I didn't know about, are moving in to buy it. So I doubt it's going anywhere. He probably just wanted to, make a business deal or something.
How about net neutrality? Do you think we have any hope of achieving net neutrality?
Not with the current, I would say not with the current administration. It doesn't seem like their track record does not show them leaning towards any kind of net neutrality. It's probably going to take us a while, and it's probably going to get worse before it gets better. And it would depend on the company's actions as well.
Okay. 5G technology. It's everywhere. Everyone's talking about it. Do you think 5G is going to be the end-all, be-all to give us the entertainment solution on our phones or in our homes that we're looking for?
I don't think it'll be the end-all, be-all, but I think it's probably the next step. I mean, we see that with all the time. Technology always progresses, and it just seems like 5G is the next step in that. Obviously, there's the conspiracies, which I made a joke about earlier, but I think it's just people... I mean, when like cars became more mainstream, they said there was going to be the end of the American family.
Right.
So I think people are just always hesitant to new technologies, regardless of what they are. But I think it's just the next step for getting, more entertainment and better technology.
First run movies. We have a lot of our streaming services are running movies online now because of COVID and the fear of going to the movie theaters. Do you think we'll be going back to the movie theaters like we were before, or is a new model of streaming it at home going to be the way to go?
Yeah, this is tough. My personal tinfoil hat theory is that I think Disney's going to open their own theaters, and I think that would be, what is the word? It would violate some kind of law, like the Paramount decision or something like that. But I think that was recently repealed, so they can do it, where they handle exhibition, distribution, and production, which is what they would be doing, which is a monopoly, which is supposed to be legal, but it's Disney, so they can probably get away with it. So that's my personal theory, is that they're probably going to start buying up theaters. But if not, I mean, a lot of them have already filed or are going to file for bankruptcy, most likely. And I don't know how much people are going to want to go back, because there's theaters open now, but I don't think like big movies like Tenet are still making money, but not nearly as much as they should be making, given their production, plus what a normal Christopher Nolan movie would take.
Yeah.
I think it's difficult, and I think there's also a lot of hesitant to put a lot of these movies on streaming services, even though they make a bunch of money. And maybe not as much as you'd make with a traditional theatrical run, but you'd make a significant amount of money back, and you wouldn't just have to cut your losses.
Yeah. No, I agree with you there. The last question I'll ask, and it's not in the notes, but the last question I wanted to ask was, do you think we'll ever reach that entertainment a la carte level where we'll get to pick and choose what we want and it would be affordable?
I'd say probably not, because the whole reason it's not a la carte is so that companies can make more money, because you're roped into buying things you don't really need, which is, I mean, that's the whole point of business too. I said that earlier, but I'll say it again. They're not going to make it that simple for the consumer. It's not designed to be pro-consumer. They'll give you what you think you want, because you'll get, this thing, but this thing will also come with all the other things that you're going to have to pay for. And I don't see that ever going away. If anything, it'll probably just increase.
Yeah. Sadly, I think you're right. I think the packaging aspect of things is too cost effective for these distribution companies to move away from that.
Yeah. And I mean, that method of packaging goes back to the beginning of modern entertainment, right? Of radio. I mean, you'd have formats, which are essentially packages, because you'd listen to, you might like sports, but you don't want to listen to sports all the time, but that's the format. And TV, again, what we talked about before, but with channels. So I think packaging has always been the way. And the reason it's been the way is because it works and it gets people's money, and it furthers the industry in some kind of way.
All right. Well, I think that was all the questions that I have. We'll come back. We'll get your closing remarks and thoughts and end the show. So, wasn't too doom and gloom today, but what are your final thoughts on the entertainment industry, where we're going, where we're at, and is there hope for us?
Oh, yeah, I think there's hope for us. I mean, at least in this aspect of things. Even if the world's burning outside, you can close your curtains and watch something on Netflix, right? I think it's just like anything. I mean, I'm more focused in the radio industry because that's what I'd like to go into one day. And I think with any industry, it's just going to evolve and it's going to change. I don't think they're going to go anywhere, at least not for the time being. I mean, cable might be a different story, but like I said, it's probably just going to evolve into something cable and internet, you know? And I think that's the name of the game, is changing and evolving and not being resistant or hesitant to a lot of these new ideas. Where like you wouldn't want to release a new movie on streaming because the theaters are closed and you insist on putting it in theaters regardless of the situation. I think there's that friction there of resisting change, which I can understand from someone like Chris Nolan's perspective, where he wants his movie in theaters because that's what he made it for. It was designed to be watched that way. But I think the tides are just changing too fast. And if you want to make if you want your art out there and if you want the profit from that art, I think you're going to have to, just go with the flow of things, honestly.
And you know what? I think that's very well said. And I agree with you 100%. I think we're going to continue to evolve. Technology is going to push that evolution. And the people that are adaptable enough to pick up on those things are the ones that are going to thrive in the future. So, very well said. That was all we had today. I do want to reiterate for folks out there that we do publish our long form articles on Medium at medium.com/insightsintothings. And please do subscribe to our podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon. You subscribe and you'll get our podcast the instant they're available, Monday mornings at 8 a.m. Please feel free to reach out to us at comments@insightsintothings. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. And I think that's it. Did you have anything else?
Just one quick thing. If you have Amazon Prime, it means you have one Twitch Prime sub a month. And if you could help us out and support the channel that way, it does help us out because eventually we can help grow and expand our podcast, especially on Twitch, bring it to you viewers out there. So
very well said. Another one in the books. Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 105, Creativity, D&D Role-Playing. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my imaginative and creative co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right.
Glad to hear that. How was your week?
It's been going all right so far. First, I'm now back in school after my spring break.
Okay, nothing too strenuous, I hope?
Not really, no.
Okay, good. So this is another creativity podcast. We had done 3 of them already. This was supposed to have been done along with the other 3 to make it a complete set of 4. Unfortunately, we had some series of unfortunate events that had delayed our D&D session for a little while there, and we didn't want to jump into this one until we have the next session with the new Dungeon Master. So we had our session last weekend. We have some opinions about it, and we can now talk about it in a slightly more informed manner, I guess. Before we do that, though, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get the video versions of the podcast if you look for Insights into Things. That gives you video versions of all of our shows, or you can get just the audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Things. We are available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, and pretty much any place you can get a podcast. We would also invite folks to give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Give us some suggestions for show topics. We're always looking for suggestions. Last week's show was actually a viewer-submitted suggestion. You can email your comments in to comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We are at Insights Into Things on Instagram, or you can get us on our website, where all those links are available at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready to get started?
Yes, we are.
All right, here we go. So what is role-playing? Let's have you tell us what is role-playing and what is D&D.
So role-playing is the acting out of the part of a particular person or character. You can compare it to acting out a story in a school play or musical theater. D&D is the name of the game. Well, D&D stands for a game that's called Dungeons & Dragons. What makes this game different from other games is that the core of D&D is storytelling. It is a fantasy-based role-playing game. One person, known as the Dungeon Master, is the one who creates the story and that the other players roleplay to.
Now, there are a number of different types of role-playing games out there. D&D is probably the most famous. It's also the one that's probably the oldest. It was developed in the 1970s. It's been around a long time. I will slightly disagree with the last sentence here. It's not the Dungeon Master that creates the story. It's the Dungeon Master and the players that create the story. So the Dungeon Master is more of a guide along that story. He's kind of the referee who rules, makes the rulings based on the game mechanics. But ultimately, it's the players who make the story, right? I mean, you're playing a role. And that role isn't a scripted role. It's a role that you play live on the fly as situations are thrown at you, right?
Yep.
So everyone makes that story. Now, granted, the Dungeon Master kind of puts together the encounters and stuff like that, but that's really only part of the story. You know, the real story, the real meat and potatoes of the story really is what the players do. Mm-hmm. And the Dungeon Master is just sort of there to kind of facilitate things.
Yep.
But aside from being fun, which I think it is, do you think D&D's fun?
Yep.
So aside from just being fun, there are actually benefits. And when I looked over the show notes, I was actually kind of surprised that you found the website article with benefits for this.
Mm-hmm.
So I give you full props for the effort to make this an informative podcast, not just a entertaining podcast.
Yeah, that's the thing. I really couldn't get too many benefits of D&D, but I was able to find some benefits of role-playing.
And that works because it's both, right?
Yep.
So the benefits that you found came from a website called playgroundresource.com. And you've got a few things in here about what benefits does role-playing offer teens. And we'll just sort of go back and forth and talk about these. So the first thing that they talk about is there are sparks of creativity and imagination. Role-play triggers creativity and imagination. Role-playing, as research studies suggest, develops a teen's capability to become resourceful. They get the chance to exercise their brains through imagination while they're still young. Now, you've been through, half a dozen role-playing sessions now so far. Do you think it's helped you to spark your creativity and imagination?
I mean, yeah, the fact that we've done different stories has kind of want me to try and translate one of my stories into possibly a D&D session. Of course, creating a story as a dungeon master, you kind of have to, technically be open to suggestions, and it's like a choose-your-own-adventure kind of thing.
Exactly. It helps to build social skills. Now, in our group is me, you, Mommy, and Sam, your brother, so there's not a lot of socializing that goes on, but under normal circumstances, it builds social skills. So role play is an effective way to practice fundamental social skills. Teens intermingle with peers, bargain and work with each other. All these take place during role-playing activity. Social skills predict positive interpersonal ability and success in school. Teens with improved social skills show understanding and become good at creating meaningful relationships. Now, outside of our immediate play group, assuming we were playing with a larger group, because a lot of people are playing online now with people they've never even met, how do you think this type of interaction would help you to build your social skills?
I mean, I'd probably learn how to talk to people a bit more and how to interact with people a bit better. I kind of wish it would kind of help me learn how to start conversations, because that's one social skill I am very bad at. But once you get the conversation started, or at least on something that I can talk about, I can definitely have a good conversation with you. It's just starting the conversation is something I kind of have difficulty with, which is why now for D&D, whenever we do social encounters, I kind of want to be the first to start it.
Well, that's good to know. So as the the next DM who's running things right now, I'll certainly keep that in mind. So the next thing is there are learning opportunities. The role play technique gives teens more opportunities for presenting them with a variety of different scenarios and situations which they may not otherwise be exposed to. They can explore true-to-life situations in a quote-unquote hands-on way, which is a great method for learning. Teens acquire experience and can try various approaches to fulfill their role in a supported environment. The participants can play a role they see from their own daily life or a role that is completely unknown to them. It's optimized learning in a fun way. So let me ask you, when you play, so you're on your second character now, you're fairly new to D&D. Do you play the characters like a unique character that you create it yourself, or do you play it and inject it more with some of your personality and play it as if you were in that role yourself?
Well, I do kind of try and make it a bit unique, and I kind of take this as an opportunity to not only work on my character creating, but also work on but also kind of figure out how my characters would really interact. My one character has a specific backstory that would kind of make her a bit more closed off, a little, but also have certain connections with people. So I kind of have to think about, okay, so one of the characters is close to her, so she kind of has to talk to her like they're old friends, while the other she doesn't know anything about, so she kind of has to pretend not to know him. For personality-wise, like I said, I'm kind of trying new things. Like, I'm trying to start conversations more. I think that would be more of her character, although that's pretty much nothing how I am in real life, so I'd say that she'd be decently social, but also kind of know when to keep to herself.
Okay, so it's giving you that chance to sort of expand outside of your normal personality and kind of explore different aspects of things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the next thing that they talk about is gaining independence. Roleplay helps teens gain independence, which has many added benefits to both the child and the parent. Pretend play helps teens make spur-of-the-moment decisions without the guidance of parents, teachers, or elders. It is the first step towards becoming independent, which will help them in many everyday situations in the present and future. How independent do you feel when we play?
Pretty independent. A lot of times when we do social interactions, especially when we have to decide and make decisions, I definitely feel pretty independent when I need to, like they said, like come up with quick decisions. The one scenario we went through was someone giving us riddles. And although I technically wasn't able to answer any of them because both Sam and Mommy were really quick to answer them, which was really kind of surprising, I still feel as though those kinds of scenarios, I feel a lot more independent, and I'm able to make my own decisions and answer them.
Well, and to your credit, I did ask you the rest of the riddles later on that day, or the next day, and you were able to get a good portion of those. So
Yep.
I'm sure if you were given a couple of minutes more, you would have gotten the original ones too.
Mm-hmm.
So the next thing they talk about is problem solving. Roleplay presents teens with assorted problems, both large and small, that need solutions and scenarios that require careful thought. They decide on the roles to assume, games to play, who is involved, rules to apply, materials needed, and how to prevail over negative situations if something turns out wrong or inappropriate. This is crucial in teen development and will help them for the rest of their lives. Have you had an opportunity to exercise any problem-solving skills in the D&D sessions you've had so far?
Well, yeah, a lot of different combat encounters. I've tried to kind of come up with different ways to solve it. Like there was this one time in Sam's story where there was a fire, and I kind of mentioned this before, but I basically decided that, hey, since I can talk to animals, why don't I call up a pelican since we're over water so it can bring up some water and help spread out the fire. And it was kind of the same thing with the rest of us. It was kind of a new encounter, and we kind of had to figure out new and interesting ways on how to solve it.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It was a good example there.
Mm-hmm.
You can also learn to empathize through role-playing. Teens develop more of a sense of compassion and empathy once they take on different roles. For example, teen role-players who put themselves in the shoes of doctors, nurses, carpenters, mechanics, and various other professions will realize the value of those people's jobs. They will learn to appreciate and respect other people when they become grown-ups. And I think from a D&D perspective, putting yourself in the shoes of maybe an underprivileged individual, someone who may be getting bullied, or some other similar situation like that. I mean, we're not really dealing with a lot of doctors and lawyers and stuff in D&D, but the types of roles, you're going to encounter characters that are, for instance, unemployed. And you're going to see how that level of unemployment affects their everyday lives and how it makes their lives differently. Have you had a chance so far to really empathize, be put in the position to empathize with any of the characters or any of the adventurers that you've interacted with?
I think somewhat so far. We are kind of partly into your story, but we have met a couple characters that I kind of empathize for. And well, so yeah, I definitely think that moving forward with the story, and when we do get to meet more of the characters, I definitely think I'm gonna learn to empathize with people who do go through those kinds of scenarios.
Okay. The last thing they talk about here is it lets them explore different careers. Finally, roleplay is a fun developmental activity that enables teens to explore different career options. They experience what it's like to perform certain tasks of adults in a simulated and productive exercise. Once these teens grow older, they can more easily decide on what will interest or give them satisfaction. This kind of activity helps prepare them for college and future careers. So I don't think you're going to be a rogue or a ranger professionally anytime soon, but do you think that playing different roles here helps you to kind of explore different possibilities and maybe apply that to real life?
Yeah, like I said, I like playing my one different character differently than how I would normally play. And then I kind of have to figure out how they would react to certain scenarios and, what consequences their actions or what result their actions have. So, yeah, I definitely think that, I am experiencing, once again, problem solving, but also how to handle things.
Cool. Very cool. So you're getting more out of D&D than just the fun experience of D&D then?
Yeah.
Good. Well, we're going to take a quick break and we're going to come back and talk about what some of your D&D experiences has been up until now. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. This week we're talking about our new creative endeavor, Dungeons & Dragons role-playing. So we have some questions here, and I know all the answers to them, but I'm going to pretend that I don't just for the sake of interview purposes. So the first question we have is, what got you into playing Dungeons & Dragons?
Well, my brother Sam had messaged you saying that he and his friends were going to be planning on having a D&D group, and he kind of wanted to use us somewhat as the guinea pigs for it, because it was his first time being a dungeon master. So basically the first session he kind of brought over the story, and we were going to just play it out, and see, and once again, we were kind of just as guinea pigs for it.
Okay. What was it like having Sam play the Dungeon Master?
It was interesting. So I don't really interact with Sam a lot, and having these D&D sessions was the time to kind of interact with him a bit more. We definitely, I can definitely say it was a really fun time having him kind of tell the story, because I loved storytelling, and to kind of have that in common with him was kind of nice. And having him play the Dungeon Master, I really enjoyed his story, and I really liked how you constantly tried to, move his expectations. You kept asking questions that he didn't necessarily have the answer for, and even mentioned it at some point.
Yeah, the first couple of sessions were interesting for me because I haven't played D&D in probably 20 years myself. I used to play it a long time ago, but I've played other role-playing systems since then. But it's been probably a good 3 years, 4 years since I've done any kind of role-playing. So I was very rusty getting into it. And the last time that I played D&D, I didn't get to play it. At the time I was the game master. We weren't running Dungeons and Dragons. We were running another system. So for me to have the opportunity to be a player was kind of a strange experience. So it took a little while for me to get comfortable with that. How are the first few sessions that we had with Sam? Do you have any recollection?
Yeah, the first session we were kind of getting, into what was going on, and it was confusing at first, but once we kind of got the characters done, we actually had time for the story. And Sam came up with a creative little town, and the story of the and we kind of had a bit of a twist by the time with the town, and the first few sessions, we definitely had kind of a rocky start. We didn't really have actual figures. We kind of just used Star Wars figures from year one game. And eventually we did get our own figures. So far, it was really just a lot of us trying to make the story, and it really wasn't like the whole look of it because we didn't have a lot of supplies for it. But I still found a lot of fun, and there were some memorable moments from the very first few sessions that I won't forget.
So what did the first few sessions consist of? You talked about building a character. Did we spend a lot of time doing that? Was there a lot of combat? Was there more dialogue, a lot of talking? Was there role-playing? Like, explain what some of the early sessions actually were.
Well, the first part, after the character creation from the first session, we were basically thrown into combat, and we kind of had to fight off these monsters, and then the town rangers, who were the guards, had come up, saved us, and we were brought into the town. And by that point, we kind of got to the role-playing stage where we either went to the bar or the blacksmith to fix up our tools or get stools. So there was a bit of role-playing there. Then during the next session, we ended up taking some of the rangers over to where basically the creatures lived, and we kind of realized, hey, the creatures probably shouldn't deserve this, so we kind of turned on the rangers, killed them, and there was the nature goddess who took them, and then we were kind of sent to this cave where we had a very close battle with skeletons to get treasure from a temple cave thing. I don't really know what it was. We got gold from it, and then the next up, we ran into a centaur being captured by the same rangers, so we took them out. got him, and we kind of learned about this dam that was protecting a town, but it caused a lot of the forest animals a lot of inconvenience, especially with the mer people. So we kind of had to go recruiting for various different creatures, 3 specifically: the bird people, the centaurs, and the merfolk. And then once we recruited all of them, we basically went to battle and destroyed the dam.
Okay. So that was our earlier sessions.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk a little bit about your character in this story. Tell us about the basics. What race was the character? What class was it? What inspired it? How did you play the character? What were some of the motivations? That sort of stuff.
So, my character was a
tiefling.
A tiefling, and she was a ranger. Basically what inspired me to make her was I learned that the tieflings were kind of characters who weren't socially respected because they were kind of freaky, so I kind of thought, hey, that might actually be kind of cool. And for rangers, I kind of thought that being a nature folk with a bow would be kind of cool, so... And the fact that she was kind of this demon-looking thing would be kind of interesting. And it was kind of lucky, the fact that the people were rangers, because that kind of gave me an edge when we kind of had to trick them for certain things. So that was kind of surprising. So, yeah.
So... Tell me how you like the story. Did you enjoy the story that Sam made? Well, did you enjoy the story we all made, I guess I should ask. Was it what you expected? Did it end the way that you thought it was going to end? And is it something that you want to continue to do?
It definitely seemed to start out, It started out like, I guess, kind of a basic premise, where 3 characters who don't know each other are left into a battle scenario. But then it started forming its own identity, and I really liked the part where we kind of had to get all of the, different nature creatures to destroy the dam, and then we technically ended on a cliffhanger, and I was kind of hoping, like, okay, what's next?
So do you think Sam did a very good job as the dungeon master? And do you think there are areas that he was better at than others?
Yeah, I definitely think that maybe the role-playing, we could have added a bit more of that. He was definitely good on the combat, and maybe other scenarios, like the one fire scenario that he came up with would be nice. That's not, like, necessarily combat, but still kind of works the same way as combat.
Okay.
So I kind of liked that.
So are there any moments that you remember or that stick out that were entertaining, or anything that was special? Tell us about the one that sticks out the most in your mind.
There's actually a lot that kind of stick out in my mind. The first being from the first session during the combat scenario. So you were a dragonborn and Mommy was an elf wizard. And there was one point, and she has the ability to have a fireball, create a fireball. And she had to roll a 20-sided die, and if you don't know, when you roll a 1, it's a critical fail, so you So
you don't just miss, something bad happens.
Yeah, so she ended up rolling a 1, and what happened was she was shooting at the bad guy that was right near you, and she ended up burning your arm.
Yeah. I got a little scared. Fortunately for me, my character actually had resistance to fire.
Yeah.
So I didn't take as much damage as I normally would have.
But still, you made a big deal out of it.
But yes, I learned to not stand anywhere near where she'd be firing anymore after that. So what was your favorite part of role-playing in Sam's story?
I guess my favorite parts.
Can't breathe.
Okay, so my favorite session was my favorite would have to probably just be the entire last session. He really upped the comedy on that one. We had a few funny scenarios before, but I definitely think that was the first time where we all kind of laughed.
Yeah.
Like, a ton. I'm pretty sure you had trouble breathing afterwards because you were laughing so hard.
So tell us what happened with your pelican that was so funny.
Okay, so to have my spell work, I would have to touch the animal. So since it was high up in the sky,
Because we're flying on airships at this point.
yeah, we're flying on airships. I had to use rope from the ship, and I lassoed its neck. And by the time I pulled it in and touched it, I have the ability to hear what it's thinking. And Sam said all it was thinking was, can't breathe, can't breathe, can't breathe, can't breathe, because the rope was still around his neck. And I'm like, okay, gotta get that off.
So that was Sam's hint to take the rope off the animal's neck.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. We had a lot of fun. Sam gave us some really great scenarios that I still look back and laugh at now. So he did a very good job with telling the story, certainly, and with setting us up with some really good situations.
Yep.
So let's take our second break, and we will come back and talk about what the future of D&D will bring.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. We are talking D&D role-playing. So what does the future of D&D hold for us as a gaming group, which is our question now. So first question we have is, did Sam's story inspire any of us to make our own stories?
Well, yes. I already mentioned how he inspired me to create one of my stories into D&D, but he also inspired you to make your own story.
So what stories are currently in the works?
Well, I'm not entirely sure if your story is still in the works, but we are playing it now, so your story, about the tournament, is we're now playing. And my story is kind of a prequel to the actual movies I'm making now. So, hopefully those are, so, yeah, I don't know what to say.
So, well, that's enough. That's sufficient. So we did start playing my story last week. We had kind of an intro session and kind of mixed it up a little bit with some role-playing, some riddles, some conversations, a little bit of combat, which you guys panicked right off the bat with the combat.
I mean, I was the one who probably panicked the most since I was close to dying.
Well, you were very close to dying, yes, but you landed the most blows, I think, of everybody. Tell us a little bit about what our current story entails.
So, basically, all of basically your story is about this tournament held by a mayor of a decently small town that's been underfunded. And it is including 4 different types of challenges, and you get a bunch of gold and your choice of a prize for the top 3 champions. Well, the top 3 winners.
Right. So you guys have started the story already. The first part was making your way to this fictional town in a fictional world that we created. You had an encounter with a traveling salesman. And then after that, fortunately, he didn't try to sell you anything. After that, you had an encounter with a leprechaun. Tell us about the leprechaun encounter.
So the leprechaun was an encounter that was quite interesting. Basically, there was this one passage that I ended up drawing a picture for that was through this giant, what would you call it? Mountain path. And either we could have gone through the dark, mysterious woods that you mentioned multiple times, or we could climb over, costing multiple days, or we could play his game, or we could pay I don't know how much gold. 1,000 gold.
Yeah, I made sure it was enough that you guys couldn't afford it.
1,000 gold to him to pass, or we would play his game. We had to try answering 5 riddles. If we answered 3 of them, we could pass. If we answered all 5, we could get a gift.
Right. Now, I will tell you, post-session now, that had the encounter with the traveling salesman gone differently, you could have wound up with enough funds to pay him to get through the pass.
Seriously?
Seriously. But you guys were very tame. You weren't the prototypical murder hobos that I expected you to be, and you didn't attack anybody.
Oh, that's what that... So if we did that...
So had you done that and searched a little bit in the camp there, you would have come out with quite a bit of cash that you could have paid the leprechaun with.
I'm guessing you would have expected Sam's character to be like that.
Yeah, I actually kind of was, yeah. So I was pleasantly surprised that nobody got killed in that encounter, in that conversation. So after that, you solve the riddles, you get your prize. What was your prize, by the way?
The Luck of the Irish.
The Luck of the Irish.
Because you used
I just sort of made that up.
Yeah, it was basically, you had a, what do you call it, cheat die?
Cheat die, yeah.
Which basically has no 1, so no critical hits, and where the 1 would be, you got a 20. And basically what it was anytime you got a critical hit, you could exchange it to make it a 20, but you'd lose 2 hit points.
Right. If you got a critical miss, you could turn it into a critical natural 20, but you would take 2 damage from that.
Mm-hmm.
So you get through the passage, you go through the big mist in the middle of the passage, you come out of the passage, and what happens?
You meet wolves.
You meet them. So they came up, they shook your hands, and everybody was happy?
No, you see them.
Right, and what happens?
So we decide to fight them, and the 2 wolves come out. We end up attacking them, and then 2 larger wolves come out. We kill the 2 smaller wolves. The 2 larger wolves come out, and then even larger wolves with 2 heads come out.
Yeah, and I had 4 more lined up that were larger than those, too. But your party gets help from a mysterious stranger who arrives, and her metallic little bird who pecks the eyes out of the wolves.
Yep.
And you survive. The guard escorts you to town, and that's sort of where we left off there, with a little bit of role-playing there. So that's where we'll pick it up on the next session. So what I introduced at that point was a little combat, a little role-playing, a little non-mechanical role-playing. So role-playing itself is, rolling for wisdom and charisma and all that stuff. The non-mechanical stuff was the actual riddles that we did.
Mm.
So what do you like of those things that I exposed you to? What did you like the most? Did you like the combat? Did you like the mechanical role playing? Did you like the riddles? What sort of caught your interest?
I liked everything besides the combat because
Okay.
I was nearly dead at that point. So, I mean, I liked how you toned down how you didn't really put the combat too heavily. Although, the combat that did arise, I nearly died. So, I liked the more role-playing aspect of it.
Okay, fair enough. So tell us about the new characters. So everyone made new characters for this session. We didn't carry them over from Sam's story. Tell us about your character here. What class is it? What race is it? Is it based on anything in particular? What inspired it?
So, my character is a high elf who is a rogue, and she has a pet, a familiar badger. And a familiar is basically a character you can basically sense through your animal. And we kind of came up with the story, and Mommy's character also has a familiar who is a cat dragon. Well, it's a cat with dragon wings, basically. Well, technically bat wings, I guess. So, we know each other, we're from the same village, we have kind of similar backgrounds. And we're familiar with each other because of our pets, and we have no knowledge of Sam's character.
Okay.
And basically we have this whole thing where there was like a meditation process, in Latin.
In Latin, right.
The title was in Latin, so my character kind of knows part Latin, so some of the words, are named Latin, so basically there was this meditation process where you would find your spirit animal, basically, and for my character, it was hunting because her father taught her, how to hunt, and she went on her first hunt for her meditation process. She met the badger, named him Sage, and after knowing he was her spirit animal, she named him Sage after the plant that grew around her cottage, and yeah.
Okay. So you said you were talking about maybe doing your own D&D session. Tell us a little bit about the background story on where we might see that particular story go.
So, basically my story for the movie takes place in the modern day, but there was something that happened very, very before, where they end up getting crystals, where the crystals come from. And basically the D&D session's kind of gonna be, how did the crystals get into the cave? That's kind of what the story's gonna focus around. It's gonna be in medieval times, after the crystals were created, and there are gonna be 12 characters and there's gonna be 12 characters, 6 of them good, 6 of them evil, who try to find those crystals, realize the danger of their powers, and hide them, in caves on Earth, where the magic's kind of toned down.
So the D&D session that you're planning is kind of a prequel to the story in the movie that you're creating as well.
Yes.
So it'll kind of set all that stuff up. That's interesting. Now, is that a story that you plan on maybe being a dungeon master for and running it and letting us play through, or did you have different plans for that?
I'm not entirely sure. I still kind of have to see how it goes. It would be kind of cool to try figuring out the mechanics, but with the way that you play as a player, I'm gonna feel as though I have to expect the unexpected, and kind of come up with answers on the fly if I need to.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of a pain in the neck when it comes to being a player for a DM.
Yeah, you kind of have to come up with so many scenarios, yet there's always another scenario you never come up with.
So, all right, that kind of brings us to the next series of questions, and that is being a dungeon master. So, aside from pain in the neck players like me, what do you think is the hardest part of being a dungeon master?
I'd say probably having to kind of come up with the basis of the story, because you have to come up with so many different endings, and it's not as easy as you think. Like, you can definitely go simple, but you can also go extremely complex. And there's a lot of storytelling that goes into it, and you have to kind of also appease to everyone, and like what their choices are, and you have to kind of figure out, okay, so those choices lead to these choices, what do they choose then? And then it kind of branches out, and you're left with possibly a completely different story you didn't really expect to happen.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I didn't actually write a linear story. I sort of developed a couple of scenarios, and what I did was I created a whole bunch of NPCs to put in that world that you can interact with, and each of them has a piece of the puzzle. So instead of having one story that leads to the next, that leads to the next to get you where you are, the entire story is sitting there in that town. And it's a matter of knowing which stone to turn over in what order to get the pieces of the story to unlock different parts of the story.
Mm-hmm.
Because I knew I wasn't going to be able to write a story and then have the party stick to that story. So I just kind of have an overall idea of where we're going with it, and then where we eventually go, it's up to you guys, because there's a whole bunch of side stories to do too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a mission hub sort of thing.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be a problem with my story, because it has a specific beginning and a specific ending. And then there's going to be so many different choices that have to kind of connect with each other in some respects, and it's going to be pretty difficult to get to that one specific ending, because there's going to be so many different options, and I'm pretty sure if I do the story, you're going to try screwing it up.
I'll try and be good for your story, okay?
Thanks.
So, that's kind of it for the questions that I had. Do you recommend this game or role-playing in general to other people to give it a try?
I mean, yeah, I definitely have a lot of fun with this game, and I definitely think many other people will also have fun with this game. Even if you really don't want to create the story, you can definitely have fun as a player, because you still have a part of the story, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be creative with it. You also get plenty of benefits from it that we mentioned before, so I would definitely recommend it to anyone who's willing to play.
So what do you think of the group that you're playing with? Obviously, you're playing with family here. And I think one of the most important things about a good D&D session is having good players in your group. Do you think the players that you have in your group right now help to bring the most out of each other and to bring the most enjoyment out of the story? Do you feel we were weak in some areas, stronger in others? Do you enjoy the group that you're playing with?
Yeah, definitely. I already have good connections with you and Mommy, and I'm able to gain more connections with Sam. So I definitely say that we are a decent D&D group. And we all know how to be in our characters and not really let our own personal decisions go into, well, partly maybe personal decisions, but also kind of sticking to our characters. Also, even though sometimes you kind of mess up the story, it's more of an enjoyable experience when you do. So I'm kind of hoping that kind of thing happens.
Well, thanks. Unfortunately, as the DM, I really don't have an opportunity to screw up the story. So I'm going to have to leave that up to you guys as my players to do that now.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to make decisions and do things that challenge me, and kind of sort of what I did with Sam, to kind of pull as much out of the DM as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So that was all we had. We'll be right back for your closing thoughts and shout-outs. Go for your closing thoughts.
Okay, I just wanted to say to everyone out there, if you are planning on trying to do some type of D&D role-playing session, I would definitely say that it has plenty of benefits to offer, and even if you don't like the first time, there's always going to be something that you can change and tweak to hopefully make it the best experience you can. D&D is all about experimenting and also gaining connections with people you normally wouldn't really connect with. So I definitely say give it a try if you're willing to, and have fun, guys.
Okay, sage advice as always. Before we go, I would once again suggest folks subscribe to the podcast. This way you'll get it first thing Monday morning at 8 when we go live. You can get video versions of our podcast if you search for Insights into Things. That's all of our shows. Audio versions of just this podcast are found under Insights into Teens. We're listed on Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Castro, and any place you can get a podcast. We would also invite you to give us your feedback, some show suggestions, tell us where we're going wrong, where we're going right. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at insights_things. You can get high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Just a side note there, if you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We would greatly appreciate it if you threw that our way. It helps us to keep all these lights and cameras and action going on this side here. You can get audio versions of our podcast at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can find links to all those things on our website and more at www.insightsintothings.com. And
don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Stumbled over that one pretty good. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 105, Detours Through the Tiki Room. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my insightful and intelligent co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Pretty good. I'm pretty good. Weather kind of broke today finally, so all that rain was kind of gloomy the last couple of days.
Yeah. Maybe the nicer weather is somewhere, around the corner.
As we wear on through spring here in New Jersey,
Yep.
the weather will hopefully get better at some point.
Absolutely.
So on today's show, we will be talking in our Disney Detective. We'll take a look at the concept art for updates to the Enchanted Tiki Room, and we'll be talking about a place where everyone is welcome. Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, or Tales from the Edge of the Room, whatever it is by the time we get up to that segment.
Right, because you never remember what it is.
We'll be talking about Star Wars Detours maybe finally seeing the light of day. And a heads up to fans of Wedge Antilles, there's a new collectible on the way, pun intended.
Mm-hmm.
And in our entertainment news, Tony Stark may be returning to the MCU in some form, and an official companion podcast for Amazon's The Boys may be launching. And then we'll obviously finish up with our insightful picks of the week. Ready to get started?
Sure, let's do it.
Let's do it. Go for Disney Detective.
So our first story comes from wdwnt.com, and it seems there were some pictures that had shown up doing a Moana overlay to the tiki rooms for both California and Florida. So, basically the question was, is it something where they're going to be using the area as a meet and greet for Moana, or is it something where the show is going to be updated to be a Moana theme? So lots of different rumors, I guess, going around about this. So the article talks about that back in June of 2019, they had actually mentioned a rumor about doing this whole overlay of Moana, and it seems later that day on the Disney Parks blog, there was a very vague announcement that kind of, went on about rumors about the Tiki Room and kind of poking at, some of these other websites that were talking about these rumors and basically saying, none of them are true, but yet now, a little over a year later, you have all this artwork that's popping up. So again, nothing's really, been confirmed. Obviously right now, if they do that, that's using up, area that would normally be for the pre-show. But obviously right now with COVID restrictions and things like that, they're not really doing any shows, indoor or outdoor really at this point. So it could just be, hey, this is how we're going to use the space for now, doing, a meet and greet as they're starting to be able to do a little bit more, with the characters, for people to go and see them. So we'll see. I don't think they'll ever get rid of the Tiki Room. They've tried before in the past to change the theme of the show, and it was horrible. And they ended up, kind of putting it back to, towards, kind of the original. So, I guess we'll have to just kind of wait and see on this.
So as far as turning it into a meet and greet, so I know the pre-show itself, they kind of have these tiered standing areas.
Right.
And then you have the audio animatronics that do the show where the waterfall is.
Right.
Are they is the theory that that's going to be a meet and greet area there?
Right. That was kind of, if you looked at some of the pictures of the concept art, that in front of the fountain would be, the waterfall would be where you do your picture for the meet and greet. And I guess, because of the curved standing area. Yeah, the amphitheater, they'd probably have you curve in and out,
right.
Of that to go and see,
So
Moana.
it's not likely they're going to remove the tiki room in favor of a meet and greet.
Right. It's just
Are they
kind of
theme the room though.
That's the idea, is are they going to redo to be, more of a
because there wasn't a
Moana?
lot of talking birds in there. You had the chicken. He didn't really say much.
Right, exactly. So who would sing?
Right,
right. So I don't know.
So no dates or anything on
no
when
dates,
anything's
no
gonna
nothing.
happen?
And that's kind of what they did with Stitch's Great Escape. When they closed that ride down, it became a Stitch meet and greet, but they
Right.
were only utilizing the one area of where the ride was. So maybe it's just, again, something to use the area for now, because it is also kind of an open air area. It's
Right.
not enclosed, and maybe that's what they're looking to kind of use for now until they
But
figure.
it does get very cool there when the doors open, though, which is kind of nice.
Yes, and maybe that's what they'll do. They'll keep the doors open during the summer to let
Yeah.
the air conditioning go, through. But they have the fans too, and you're out of the heat also, which
Right,
is
'cause
nice
you're in the
too,
shade there.
because you're in the shade.
Now, are they talking about doing it at both?
That's what the
California and
concept
New Jer-
art
and
was.
Florida?
Now, I believe in the article, it did mention that wherever they found this concept art, it's actually no longer published anymore. The person took it down. So they don't know if it was one of those, oops, we posted it by accident, but it was actually both parks that they had the concept art for. So
Interesting. So
we'll see.
we'll keep our eyes open.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about a place where everyone is welcome.
Yeah, so this actually got posted on the Disney Parks blog. It was also posted on LinkedIn. That's actually where I first saw the article, and it was on Twitter. And it was a letter that came out from Josh D'Amaro, who is the chairman of Disney Parks Experiences and Products. And, basically talked about, to all who come to this place, welcome. Walt Disney spoke these words during the dedication of Disneyland Resort in 1955, and more than 65 years later, they continue to inspire us and remind us that the magic we make must include everyone. And it basically goes on and talks about how every cast member, is familiar with our long-standing tradition of the 4 keys, which are safety, courtesy, show, and efficiency. And they have, been the guide to their approach to guest services for more than 65 years. And that now, after, revamping some things, they have, talked with the cast members and tried to figure out how they could update things. And so now there are going to be 5 keys, and the 5th key is going to be inclusion. And that is actually going to be kind of at the heart of everything. It will continue to guide the interaction with the guests, collaborate together, create the next generation of Disney products and experiences, and make critical decisions about the future of their business. And with this, it's kind of, they've already started doing, I guess, some of these changes, and this is where the changes kind of fall into place with, doing the reimagining of various attractions to be more inclusive. So the enhancements that we've talked about before for the Jungle Cruise, taking things out that, were offensive to, certain, to certain, backgrounds, and then changing up Splash Mountain to include Princess Tiana, Also, they're going to be doing something with the soul of jazz. They're going to be putting an exhibit together with that. So talking about all of those different changes, as well as changes for the cast members as well. They said that they're including policies that will guide how our cast members can show up to work. Their new approach provides greater flexibility with respect to forms of personal expression surrounding gender-inclusive hairstyles, jewelry, nail styles, costume choices, allowing appropriate visible tattoos, and, kind of changing, I guess, the look of cast members that, really for the most part has kind of been their staple for so many years. It was really up until not that long ago that male cast members could actually have facial hair. For the longest time, male cast members couldn't have any facial hair at all. Their hair had to be a certain length and sideburns and everything. And you had that look. And even female cast members had to,
no facial hair for
no facial hair, but their hair had to be, certain colors. You couldn't do like wild purples or anything. It had to be, your natural color and nothing too, and nail polish. In most cases, you couldn't wear any, and then they kind of changed it. So now they're kind of, I guess, loosening it up. And
so what was the impetus for this? What drove them to make this? Because you can do all these changes without coming out and making a marketing statement like they did here. Because they already did a lot of these changes before making a statement. A policy change.
And that's the thing is it something where the cast members kind of went to them and said, "Hey, listen, you're making all these changes. You're saying, I'm included, but yet I still have to do this." So it was probably an initiative, from a lot of the, the lower level cast members. So I could totally see, doing, like a male version of a costume and a female version, and then a gender fluid version.
So obviously we're talking parks here, but does it extend beyond the parks to your Disney stores and your overseas parks? I mean, how far does this extend?
Right. Well, and that's the thing is the 4 keys were pretty much company wide. So my guess is that it'll probably, start within the US and then kind of expand. What was interesting, because again, this was posted on the Disney Parks blog, where of course, everybody can post after it. And, there was a Karen, literally, her name was Karen, who said, I go to the Disney parks because that's part of the experience. This way I know who the cast member is and who a guest is. If you're going to allow them to just look like everybody else, how am I going to know who to ask for help? Like,
they have name tags.
I was gonna say that was kind of like, and then there was somebody that posted right after, like, "Come on, Karen, not everybody walks around in a name tag. I'm sure you're still going to be able to tell."
Yeah, I mean,
who's wearing shorts and
to tell,
right? Who's in the umbrella hat and who's Hey,
don't knock the umbrella hat.
You know what? Every cast member wanted one every time we go down. So they might be, you never know. Maybe that's included in their costumes.
Maybe they'll bring the Mickey one back finally.
There you go. That would be, so it's nice to see that they're, making some changes. So it'll be interesting to see how it affects the changing and that's where, okay, so what's considered an okay tattoo and what's not an okay tattoo?
Yeah.
That's something you've never seen.
And I think that's probably the biggest problem they're going to have is a lot of those rulings are very subjective.
Right, exactly.
Okay, I can say you can't show any graphic violence, graphic nudity, or foul language in a tattoo.
Right.
Okay, well, we can get pretty close to that.
Right, exactly. And is it something where, is it, do you have like a full sleeve? Or is it something where as long as it comes down to, nothing from here and on?
And I remember you telling me about that one Disney fan with all the tattoos.
Yeah.
I doubt he would be allowed to even show his tattoos off because they were Disney because of the extent of the tattoos that he had.
Right. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how they,
I think they're wading into very dangerous territory here when they start making rules like that.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
So we will see.
Mm-hmm.
So that was all we had for our Disney Detective today.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be back in a minute with Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
Woohoo!
Got it right this time.
You did.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Pew 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 pew.
Go for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
I wasn't sure if I should go or you should go or, whatever. All right. So our first story is about Star Wars Detours might finally see the light of day on Disney Plus. So one of George Lucas's projects from the pre-Disney era of Lucasfilms never got to see the light of day was Star Wars Detours, which was a non-canon take on ordinary life in the galaxy far away, between the events of Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope. But after years of being mostly finished, but it kind of remained in limbo, so rumors have it that the series might actually be arriving to Disney Plus. The Vulcan Reporter is reporting that Lucasfilms is finally moving forward with Star Wars Detours, as Disney Plus seems like an ideal place to drop the complete episodes of the series, which is much more cartoonish and a goofy take on the Star Wars saga, which was kind of aimed at a younger audience. They speculate that Disney Films could make some kind of surprise announcement about it, maybe around May the 4th. This could even include the possibility that the show could start streaming on Star Wars Day this year. Should the rumors pan out, that would kind of be cool. So the interesting aspect of the report is that the show itself actually got more episodes completed than what had been made prior to the Disney acquisition. So it seems while 39 episodes were completed before the show was canceled, apparently at least additional 13 episodes that were partially animated but remained unfinished have also been finished in the year since the unreleased show's cancellation, bringing the total number of episodes to at least 52. And according to Seth Green, who I guess he had some part in all of this, he said that there were actually 62 completed scripts. So it's unclear what happened to those 10 potential scripts. So is it something where they're going to go back and finish them, or was it something that are just kind of, linger out there? So obviously the fate of the series has been a big question mark for quite some time. Some had presumed that the last George Lucas produced Star Wars project had been outright canceled, never to see the light of day. Others noticed how Disney renewed the trademark of the series in June of 2018 with some hope for some kind of life for the series that reflected a much different, much less, ambitious future for the Star Wars franchise. But then it seemed that in November of 2020, there was a lot of stuff leaking going on that maybe this was going to be, coming back. So it seemed that the initial decision to shelve the project actually went back to 2013 because of the timing of canceling Clone Wars was going on with that as well. So then, of course, Clone Wars was finished, for Netflix, and, obviously came back to Disney Plus as well. So there's, hope that maybe this will be the next thing that kind of comes back from the dead, I guess. And what was kind of cool is that you had, Anthony Daniels with C-3PO, Billy D. Williams did Lando, and then you had Seth MacFarlane doing Emperor Palpatine, Al Yankovic, and Seth Green did voice characters as well. So you had a whole lot of people, that were part of it. So maybe we'll get to see it.
I have to be entirely honest with you.
You could care less.
I could not be more disinterested unless it was a sequel to Solo. Yeah, I know. I know. That's why I mentioned that.
I almost put that in.
That's why I put that little dig in there.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of taking something like that and turning it into goofy. That's why I'm not really a big fan of the Lego Star Wars things. Like, the games are okay because it's for the kids to play, but the Lego Star Wars movies were pointless to me.
Get your red flags. Get your red flags here. You like that.
There was some comedy to them, but when it's done as a satirical look at it, like the Family Guy one, or Robot Chicken one, that's different, because that's just somebody making fun of Star Wars because there's so much to make fun of, But when you're the creator of it and you're making fun of it yourself, and you're not taking it seriously, it's very difficult for me as a diehard fan to take it seriously at that point in time.
Okay.
So, I don't know. If it doesn't come back, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. If it does come back, I'm probably not going to watch it.
Okay.
I will mention, though, we had talked a couple of weeks back about some of the classic stuff coming in, some of the old 80s TV shows. One of the things that I saw in that package that I was very pleasantly surprised at was the Clone Wars micro series.
Okay.
Also came back with it, the Gennady Tarkatov one. It was done in the style of Samurai Jack.
Oh, okay.
And they were like 15 minute episodes. I think that series was excellent. And I think that series was done better than the actual Clone Wars animated series itself as far as storytelling was done.
Okay.
So anybody who hasn't seen it yet, because it was only on briefly and did not make a return, I would highly recommend watching it on Disney Plus.
Okay.
So next, it's a heads up to fans of Wedge Antilles.
So Hasbro has made the jump to virtual events this year with the first ever Hasbro Pulse Fan Fest. It is an event to celebrate the fans with product reveals, engaging content, and premium opportunities. It'll be hosted by Jackie Jennings, and it'll feature updates from all the major brands, including Star Wars, with a panel that includes Patrick Snyder, who is the Senior Manager of Global Brand Development and Marketing, and other members of the Hasbro Star Wars team. And in the article, they actually released a bunch of the different items that are part of the Black Series as well as the Vintage Collection line. And basically, as long as you don't want Darth Vader, this is everybody else. But there is actually no Darth Vader, no Sith, no nothing. So you have Wedge Antilles, the Battle Simulation helmet, which will go for approximately $100. Then there's going to be a bunch of 3 3.25 inch action figures.
They're not dolls, they're action figures.
I didn't say doll. I said action figure. Thank you very much. You got a Luke from Hoth, and you got a Han Solo from Endor. Those are going to be $12.99. Then you have the Black Series, which are the 6-inch figures. So those are $23, and they have a bunch of different, characters. One is the Tech figure, who's a character from the Bad Batch. So a lot of obscure characters, for figures coming out. So not, like your main characters. So for those Star Wars fans out there who like the obscure characters, this is, going to be your time to shine and buy some figures. Now, a lot of them look like the original. It's nothing, like the Luke Skywalker and the Han Solo, the vintage, and then of course there are a couple of newer characters. There's a character from The Mandalorian that's included in this. So just, hopefully maybe there's more that's going to come out that they're not showing. But again, it was kind of like, so nothing you have to save your money for, because there's nobody that you'd want from this series. But again, we have a friend who, is a Wedge Antilles fan. So here's his opportunity to finally get something awesome, from Wedge.
Yeah, a Wedge helmet. I guess you could have had a different Wedge thing, but I guess the helmet's kind of cool.
Yeah, I guess.
It kind of strikes me as Hasbro's put out this line of ultra realistic helmets from the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Okay.
So you can get Star-Lord.
Oh, okay.
You can get Iron Man. They just released Ant-Man, so it's probably along the same line.
Okay, I could see that.
Kind of like the Force Effects lightsabers that are ultra realistic. That's sort of
right, because they're battery operated with sound effects and things like that. So, all right.
So that's kind of cool, I guess, if you're into that sort of thing.
Right. Again, nothing that you have to put your money away for.
This was kind of a lackluster
I kept
from the Edge of the Galaxy this week.
They can't all be, big giant Darth Vader-y ones.
Well, they can. We just have to find them.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, that was all we had for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy this week. We'll be right back with our entertainment news of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Dum 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 dum.
Go for entertainment news.
So, from WeGotThisCovered.com, it seems that Tony Stark may be reportedly returning to the MCU, but as an AI. So, obviously one of the downsides of playing one of the most recognizable and popular movie characters of the 21st century is that when you finally decide to step down from the role and retire gracefully, everybody expects you to make a comeback. So obviously Robert Downey Jr.'s Tony Stark may have bowed out of the MCU after sacrificing himself for the greater good in Avengers Endgame, but almost as soon as the credits fade to black, the rumor mill started churning about a potential return. So the actor has, said time and time again that he was done with the part, but that hasn't stopped him from being linked to literally dozens upon dozens of future MCU projects. So, obviously one of your favorite insiders, Grace Randolph, we've mentioned a number of times, is claiming this week that Stark will be returning to the MCU to voice an artificial intelligence, and though she doesn't say when it'll happen, it's still one of the most plausible ways to get Downey Jr. back into the franchise without compromising the narrative of Endgame's finale. So obviously there are plenty of precedents for this kind of MCU path to follow. Excuse me, because you had, Paul Bettany, who was, a disembodied presence before becoming an integral part as Vision. So you have Armor Wars and Ironheart, which are on the way to Disney Plus. And so the thought is that they are going to be using Tony Stark's voice to be part of the storytelling and, the AI of things in the future. So it's plausible. You could see it happening.
If Grace was a baseball player, she would have been benched and sent to the minors a long time ago.
I was waiting for that.
I don't know what she's inside of, but her level of accuracy is really horrendous. So
we need a scorecard for her, really.
I think it's certainly a plausible storyline. I think more than likely what he probably may have been involved in was coming in to do some voice work for some of the Avenger campus projects.
True.
Or video games or something like that.
Yeah, I could see that.
That he still, exists in. I doubt we're going to see him come back into the MCU, but, she might get one, right?
And I could see it being more of the Disney Plus side of the MCU things. The one show, What If?
Right.
I'm sure he's going to be part of that.
And that's the thing, the projects that are not canon projects are what he's most likely to be involved
and so
in.
I could see that. Or, again, some of the smaller things. I don't see him showing up in any of the big movies.
Right.
I could definitely see some of, like you said, some of the smaller.
No, if anything, you're probably going to see a Chris Evans do some kind of cameo or return or something like that for a proper handoff type thing.
Which we've been waiting
Especially
for.
the way that Falcon and Winter Soldier's been going.
Woo!
Which we haven't done an insightful pick yet.
No, you haven't.
After last week's episode, I'm comfortable doing it, but not this week. I already have one this week.
Right, so we'll save it for next.
So let's talk The Boys.
Yeah, so this was kind of interesting. So in addition to The Boys receiving both a third season and a spin-off, which I didn't realize, on Amazon Prime, the hit superhero show is now getting a companion podcast, which is actually going to be launching today. It's called The Boys, the official podcast, and it'll take a deep dive into the development of the R-rated Cape series. In addition, in total, 8 episodes will be produced for the show, featuring chats with executive producers, as well as the entire cast of the show. They said, we're always playing with the thought experiment of if the boys were real, if superheroes really existed in the world, how would they affect everything? And then from there, you try to be as absolutely logical as you can. So in addition to those that are in front of the camera, crew members will also be featured on the podcast. They're going to have costume designers, FX supervisors, stunt coordinators, and directors as well. So it's kind of going to be, a soup and nuts crew that's going to be there. So again, the shows will launch with 2 episodes today, and the remaining 6 will debut weekly throughout the finale on May 27th. Obviously, the podcast will be available wherever you listen to podcasts. I've heard that before, along with Amazon Music, Apple, and Spotify. Wow, it sounds like our own commercial. So obviously the season 3 for The Boys they haven't released a date yet for that. But obviously the first 2 seasons of the show are already available on Amazon Prime.
So it's worth pointing out that this is why we couldn't get any of the stars of the show on our podcast.
Right, because they were already working on something else.
Already working on this one. That explains it. I couldn't get a proper answer to
nobody was calling us back. Yeah.
So at least now I know they weren't just snubbing us. They had their own project that they were working on.
So maybe because we plug them, maybe they'll be nice and plug us.
You never know.
You never know.
Never know. I'm willing to sell advertising on the show too.
I'm sure.
So that's all we had for our entertainment news. Mm-hmm. We'll be back in a minute, less than a minute, with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick happened to be a documentary on Netflix. And what was kind of sad was I actually started watching it before Prince Philip passed away. So it's the documentary is Elizabeth and Margaret, Love and Loyalty. And the documentary came out in 2020. The documentary takes an intimate look at the complex and widely misunderstood relationship between Queen Elizabeth II and her sister, Princess Margaret. And it's interesting because it's a lot of behind the scene photos and film of the two of them, and kind of talks about, how their life started with, them being princesses, but not being in the limelight because their father wasn't, at first, he was second in line for the throne. So they had a very carefree life when they were younger. And then when their uncle decided to advocate and, their world kind of turned upside down, overnight. And really the two of them were each other's best friends because for the longest time, it was always just the two of them. When the war broke out, they were sent off for years, separated from their parents. It was just the two of them. So you saw that they had, it was a happy childhood, but, obviously kind of sad in other respects. And that they were always, again, both were always together. And then she met Philip and she got engaged, and then it didn't really make a rift between the two of them, but it kind of did. And then, of course, the untimely death of their father, where now all of a sudden Elizabeth becomes queen. So now it's no longer we're sisters, it's I'm your queen, you're my subject, and how their relationship kind of was strained at that point. And it's interesting because, again, one of our favorite shows is The Crown. So a lot of the stories and a lot of what they were talking about is stuff that they've shown on The Crown. So it was like, okay, yeah, I knew about this. And oh, here's the little twist of this. And, at one point, there was a rift where, they kind of were not really went their separate ways because they were always still in each other's lives. But then kind of towards the end of Margaret's life, she kind of came back into the fold and started doing more for the crown because she had kind of stepped away for a while because she didn't want to be part of it. But then she kind of came back and filled a lot of her royal duties that she had stopped doing for a while. And it kind of brought them back together again before she passed away in 2002. So again, kind of interesting to see. And, obviously The Crown hasn't caught up to that part. So it'll be interesting to see how The Crown takes the, that spin on things. But it was, very well done. And so if you're a fan of The Crown or fan of, anything with the royals and you're looking for, something to watch, highly recommend it.
Good pick.
Thank you.
My pick this week is not a documentary. It is actually a show we just started watching. We're 2 episodes in.
2 episodes in.
And that's The Irregulars on Netflix. The Irregulars is a British crime drama television series developed for Netflix specifically, so it's a Netflix original. Based on the works of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, it features the Baker Street Irregulars working for Dr. Watson, saving London from supernatural elements. Created by Tom Bidwell, the 8-episode series premiered on March 26 of this year. Set in Victorian England, the series follows a gang of troubled street teens who are manipulated into solving crimes for the sinister Dr. Watson and his mysterious business partner, the elusive Sherlock Holmes. As the crimes take on a horrifying supernatural edge and a dark power emerges, it'll be up to the Irregulars to come together to save not only London, but the entire world. The show itself is really a mix of Sherlock Holmes, Carnival Row, and Doctor Who rolled into a show with a unique look and feel all in and of itself. They capture the classic Victorian London with images ripped from a Dickensian novel and throw in a modern soundtrack to highlight the action, and you have a perfect blend of genres. It's part murder mystery, part horror story, part drama, and part comedy, all perfectly balanced to keep you interested, invested, and coming back for more. I was very surprised at how quickly I took to this show.
Because I was the one that heard about it, and I was like, ooh. And then I saw the trailer, and I was like, oh, this is something I'm definitely going to like. And I was going to start watching it without you, and I was like, watch the trailer, see if you want to watch it. And you were like, all right, I'll give it a try. And after the first episode, you were like,
It grabs you from, unlike the current line of Marvel TV shows that are on Disney Plus, this one grabs you right from the beginning.
Yeah.
Pulls you in and makes you part of the show. I don't think I've had that effect since The Boys.
Right.
Because The Boys does the same thing for
Boys
me.
does that within like the first 2 minutes.
So I was very impressed with it. I was very impressed because it's a very young cast, and I was very impressed with the talent that they show, the acting, the camaraderie that you see. I mean, you immediately get invested in these characters within the first 10 minutes of the show, and it's hard to capture that.
Right.
Very few shows today can capture that. So very impressed with it. I look forward to seeing the rest of it. I did see they did get approved for a second season.
Oh, good. Okay.
So
that'll be good to
very
look forward
pleased to see that. So The Irregulars on Netflix, and we'll be right back. So I think that was it for the show today.
I did have one little side note.
Oh, see, you didn't. You threw it in at the end. Like, I didn't even know you put it in there.
Well, it was
I don't
nothing.
have a link for it.
Well, it
so
was
I can't.
nothing because it was an email. It wasn't,
okay.
I'm sure if you go to the website, it was late this afternoon. An email came out about Keystone Comic Con, and that was one that we had gone to 2 years ago, and we really enjoyed, and we're hoping to go to it again. And unfortunately, with everything that happened last year, they were ones that came out and said, okay, we'll see you in 2021. Stay safe, blah, blah, blah. So unfortunately, they sent out a letter saying that earlier this year, we announced dates and a timeline for our 2021 events. But as you've noticed, something's been missing from the list. They said we were hoping to come back to, for a third year in Philly. But with, doing, everything that's going on, it's not in the cards. So they said, while they won't be returning for 2021, as the world starts getting back to normal and things stabilize, we hope to bring it back in the future. In the meantime, in the spirit of event alive. We continue to connect with all of you through our virtual initiatives at findthemetaverse.com. You know, they say to sign up, to get newsletters, and hopefully, you know, something will be coming, you know, later on. So that was kind of, you know, not unexpected, but, you know.
So your news was we're not getting it. Like, it would have been different if they were coming back with it and gave us something to look forward to. Well.
Hot off the presses. Da, 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 da. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Anyway, I think that's all we had. Before we go, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get video versions of our podcast if you look for Insights into Things. Audio versions of this podcast you can find as Insights into Entertainment. You can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, and any place else you can get a podcast. I would also invite folks to write to us, give us some feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
We stream 6 days a week, except right now, because apparently we just lost our internet connection. So I was streaming, but I'm not now.
Whoops.
But we typically do that 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We would appreciate it if you threw it our way.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
We are on Instagram at Insights Into Things.
You can find the audio version of all of our podcasts at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can get high-res versions of all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
And if you missed any of those links and not sure where to go, you can go to our main website that has links to everything, and it's insightsintothings.com.
And I think that's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 10, Decision 2020, Trump versus Biden. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing all right. The weather's kind of lame, but, you know.
Yeah, it is pretty rough out there, isn't it?
Cold and rainy, but, inside's warm. So
That is true. And I don't mind the cold. I like the cold. So we've danced around politics on this show for a little while now. We've touched on it a little bit as impartially as possible. Last episode, we deliberately avoided talking politics and opted for a bit of a softball topic. But I don't think we can avoid it this week.
no, we are shooting this on Sunday, the Sunday before the election on the 3rd on Tuesday. So
Indeed. Given the number of early votes that have been cast, I don't think anything that we say here is going to change anyone's mind any more than any of the candidates campaigning out there are going to change anyone's mind. However, I do think it's a worthwhile discussion for us to have comparing the candidates. And I think we're going to kind of go about this in a kind of a different way. We're going to do it scored sort of like a boxing match. We'll do a tale of the tape between the two candidates and look at some of their key vital information. And then we're going to do 5 rounds that are based on a couple of surveys that have been done over the past couple of weeks. And we'll score on a 10-point must each round, what each candidate, how they perform in these polls. And then we'll give our opinions at the end of who won, why they won, and so forth. Good to go?
yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, before we start, let's get some podcast business out of the way.
Yeah, so some of the rigmarole, your various subscriptions, you can subscribe to us on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google Podcast, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and on Amazon. If you have Amazon Prime, that means you have Twitch Prime, and we would appreciate it if you would help us with those. You get 1 free Twitch Prime sub a month. It would really help us out if you were to give that to this channel. You can contact us at, you can email us, at comments@insightsintothings.com. On Twitter, we are at insights_things. Facebook, facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. And if you missed any of these links, they're all on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Awesome. And we'll be right back with the tale of the tape. So we have 2 candidates that will be vying for the candidacy for President of the United States for the next 4 years. The first is the incumbent, the defending champion, Donald J. Trump. We're going to look at their political affiliation, their age, where they're from, a little bit about their history, their family history, some education, and some military status history that they have. I'll go down Donald Trump, and how about you go down Joe Biden's record for us? All right. So, Donald J. Trump's political affiliation currently is Republican. He was previously a reform-minded individual. He was a Democrat, registered Democrat, and a registered independent. He is now Republican, has been Republican since at least 2016, when he won the nomination from the Republican Party. He is 74 years old. He is, as he has mentioned several times in his rallies in Florida, a senior citizen. He is from Queens, New York originally. He has been married multiple times. His first marriage was to Ivana from 77 to 92, which ended in divorce. Then he was married to Maria from 93 to 99, and currently married to Melania since 2005. He has 5 children. He has Don Jr., Ivanka, Eric, Tiffany, and Barron. Tiffany we don't hear too much about these days. Don Jr. and Eric are very active, as well as Ivanka, in his campaign, and Barron is under 18 at this point, so he kind of stays below the radar. His alma mater is Wharton School of Business, which he transferred to from, I forget where he originally went. It was in Bronx, New York, I know where the school was, but he's a product of the Wharton School of Business. He has a BS in economics. Military service, this has been something that was kind of controversial for him in the past. He had 4 student draft deferments while in college during the Vietnam War. In 66, he was deemed fit for service. July of 68, he was classified as eligible to serve. In October of 68, he was medically deferred as a 1Y, unqualified for duty except in case of national emergency, which I guess Vietnam didn't constitute a case of national emergency. And then in 72, he was reclassified to 4F due to bone spurs and permanently disqualified from the service. And that is the tale of the tape for Donald J. Trump. Tell us about Joe Biden.
Okay, so Joseph R. Biden Jr., his political affiliation is a Democrat. He's been Democrat his entire career, his political career. He is 77 years old, so 3 years older than Donald Trump. He's from Scranton, PA, which I didn't actually know that. Local-ish, kind of, you know. His spouse is Jill Biden. They were married in 1977. He was previously married to Nelia. Sorry about that. They were married from 1966 to 1972, and unfortunately she passed away. He has four children.
And the count keeps going.
I know, they're hiding in there. Hunter, Bo, who unfortunately passed away, Ashley, and Naomi, who also unfortunately passed away. His alma mater is Syracuse University. He got a degree in law there. His military service, he had 5 student draft deferments while in college. In 1968, he was medically deferred as a 1-Y due to asthma, and he, much like Donald Trump, unqualified for duty except in case of national emergency. And that is Joseph R. Biden.
So they are our candidates that will be vying for president. And we'll be right back for round 1.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So round 1 of our showdown here between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, we're going to be talking about the key issues. This information comes from a survey done by a website called yougov.com. And we have a couple of different issues that will kind of go down the route of where these candidates stand on the issues and where Survey of Americans actually falls. So the first key issue that we talk about is nominating the next Supreme Court justice. Obviously, this has been done already. She's been confirmed. Trump, his stance was to confirm the nomination immediately. Biden and the Democrats wanted to wait until after the election. When America was polled on this, 53% of Americans said they would rather wait until after the election for the confirmation. So the majority of Americans sided with Biden on that one. What's our next category?
So our next category is handling the COVID-19 pandemic. President Trump said he declared victory and wants to move on. He had the virus himself and proclaims to have been cured of it. Biden wants to implement mandatory masks, social distancing, and other recommendations from medical professionals. 45% of America was confident in Biden, while 37% were confident in Trump. So it looks like most people side with Biden on that issue.
Yes, they do. The next is the economy and fixing the economy. Trump thinks the economy is doing great and it's the best there ever was. Biden acknowledges the impact of COVID on our workers and our families. America thinks 37% think things will get better under Trump, and 32% think things will get better under Biden. So America is siding with Donald Trump on this one.
The next category, race and violence in our cities. Trump doesn't think there's systematic racism in the country and condemns any violence. Biden acknowledges racism in the country and condemns the violent protests and supports the more peaceful ones. Americans, 39%, think they are mostly violent riots, while 32% think they are peaceful protests. So it looks like most people are swinging towards thinking they're violent riots and are against that.
Correct. The next we look at, and the last item we look at in this round, is integrity of the election, which has been quite controversial over the past few months. Trump is attacking mail-in voting as ripe with fraud. Biden encourages people to vote any way they can, especially considering the conditions we're in under a pandemic. America was asked if they have confidence in the election. 16% have a great deal of confidence in the election and the electoral process. 8% have no confidence at all in the election. Now, it's interesting to point out that there were a number of other levels of confidence that were in this survey. I took the top and the bottom here. So the vast majority of people did fall in the middle. I was kind of looking for those extremes here to see where people had that high degree or complete lack of confidence. So it looks like by a margin of 2-1, people are siding with Biden, saying that they are confident in the election and process itself. Now that does bring an end to round one here, and it was pretty well divided, I think. What are your opinions on round one?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like most things were pretty split the way you'd think they would go. One thing that did surprise me was the 8% having no confidence at all in the election. I'm not sure what I thought that number would be, but 8%, honestly, I thought it'd be a little bit higher, given the issues we had in the 2016 election and elections in the past, and all the rhetoric surrounding voting in general. I thought that the number would be higher, honestly.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I'm surprised it was below 10% there. I kind of figured it would edge a little bit higher. But it is good to know that the vast majority of people do think that they have confidence in the election. So we are scoring these rounds on a 10-point scale, 10-point must, and we will tally up our totals at the end of the matches.
Do we want to do our scores for each round, or just count it all at the end?
Well, I would pencil in your score now, and then we'll do the math at the end there, and we'll just give the totals. So that's it for round one. We'll be back in a minute with round two. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So round two, we're actually drawing our information from a survey done by Pew Research, and all of the links to the surveys will be available on our website in our show notes after the podcast. So round two, we're looking at the top reasons for voting for each candidate, and we're looking at Donald Trump. We're looking at both candidates. We're looking at both candidates, and we're looking at several different categories. So the first category we look at was leadership and performance. So Americans were asked to rate each candidate on each of these categories. And for leadership and performance, 23% cast their votes for Donald Trump, while only 19% cast their votes for Joe Biden.
So the next category is his issue or policy positions. In this instance, 21% of people voted for President Trump here, and only 9% voting for Biden. So Biden definitely scoring low in that category.
The next category is he's not the other guy, which seems whimsical, but given the divisive nature of politics in our country today, I think it's pretty significant. 56% of people said they would vote for Biden because he's not Trump. And only 19% said they would vote for Trump over Biden. Now, again, this is not a category that has any kind of concrete, provable evidence. It's literally just
Opinion
of candidates.
So the next category, he is for the American people and values, the candidate's representation of American people and values. Trump scored 17% in that category, and Biden only scored 6%. So again, Biden falling in the low percentages.
The next category we have is people who vote along party lines. So Republicans vote Republican, Democrats vote down the Democrat column. 16% said they would vote for Trump, 7% vote for Biden. And I think that is more a statement of party loyalty more than anything. And I also think that's kind of reflective of what we saw coming out of the primaries, where we had 20-some people as candidates that emerged on the Democrat side, where the Republicans obviously maintain a fairly single-minded race the whole time. And I think that statistic is reflective of that.
Yeah. So the next category is their personality, and temperament. Biden scoring 13% here, and President Trump scoring 11%. So Biden pulling ahead with 2 extra percent.
And it's interesting, given the nature of the first debate, which this survey occurred after the first debate. I'm surprised that margin isn't greater in Biden's favor because of the amount of criticism that was lambasted against Trump for his seemingly overbearing, bullying tendencies during the debate. The next category is simply other. It was not, they had a prescription of what questions they asked people, and people who answered for voting reasons outside of those wound up in the other. And this is a statistical tie here. Biden at 13%, Trump at 12%. I think the margin of error on this poll was 4 or 5%. So statistically insignificant to the overall poll.
And the final category is people that did not know or refused to answer. And again, these are pretty close. Biden with 14% and Trump with 13%.
Yeah, so I think the last two here we kind of can throw out from a statistical standpoint. Looking at the rest of these, I think it's pretty clear that Donald Trump won round 2 on this one here. Let's move right into round 3 here, since that was a quick, decisive round. Round 3, using the same poll, looks at personality traits. So we look at energetic being our first one. 56% of Americans think that Donald Trump is more energetic than 40% who think Biden is more energetic.
The next is courageous, or how much courage they have. Trump with 46% and Biden close with 45%. So just 1% difference there.
And then we asked Americans, well, we didn't, but Pew Research asked Americans, who cares for the needs of ordinary people? And this is where we see a bit of a breakout here, where Biden scores 54% of the confidence level from voters, Trump only 41%. So that's kind of a opinion statement there as to who cares more.
Yeah, and sort of in the same vein as that, the next category, a good role model. And again, Biden pulling ahead here, 46% from Biden, with Trump only getting 31%. So again, similar to cares for needs of ordinary people, you're seeing in the personality realm, Biden is pulling ahead a little bit.
Right. And the last one that we have in round 3 here, I think this is a knockout blow here in the last 2, where they asked, who do you think is more even-tempered? 60% of Americans think that Biden is more even-tempered than 25% of Trump supporters. So I think round 3, I would definitely have to give to Biden in this case here. Not only did he win more of the categories, but he won them with a significantly higher percentage difference than the others.
Yep, definitely.
But overall, I was actually kind of surprised at this point in time when I prepared the notes as to how even the two candidates really were at this point in time if we're scoring on a 10-point must.
Yeah.
We're going to take another quick break here, and we'll be back in just a minute for round 4, where we're going to look at what voter confidence is on key issues between the candidates.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
We're back with Decision 2020. Wrong camera angle.
I was like, hello.
Decision 2020, Trump versus Biden. We're about halfway through now. We're scoring this on a 10-point must. We did our tail of the tape. Halfway through now. We've got 2 rounds left to go. Where do you think we stand on the candidates?
Well, just doing a quick, I'm not going to reveal my scores yet. We got to tease it for the end. But just doing a quick totaling of my scores. Both candidates are pretty close. I think in the most recent round, in round 3, we definitely saw Biden pull ahead just in terms of his personality. And I think that's interesting because if you look at it, being president is more than just your personality. It's about policy issues, which if we look at those rounds, candidates were much closer, or it leaned to one towards, President Trump. So it's interesting to see how these votes are coming down and what people might value in a presidential candidate or a president themselves.
Yeah, and I think part of that is the fact that, Donald Trump has been president for 4 years, so we have a performance that we can look at for comparison purposes. Biden has been out of office for 4 years, and when he was in office, he wasn't president. He was a vice president, he was a senator, and so forth. So I think when people look at policy decisions, they look at that kind of differently given the roles that Biden's been in the past. And I don't think he gets nearly as much attention or credit for those policy decisions. But especially from an economic standpoint, Donald Trump has very much cast himself as, well, he's casting himself as the law and order president, but he also hinges a lot of what his performance is on the economy. How do you think that's affecting the survey results?
Well, at the end of the day, people care probably the most about money, right? So, and if Trump's able to frame it in such a way that if you vote for me, I can keep the income flowing or I can keep your families fed, when in reality, at least from my point of view, given the COVID-19 pandemic, he hasn't done all that great of a job in terms of keeping like stimulus checks and things like that. And I know that it was also the Democrats involved with that, about not being able to push that through. But I think it's not nearly as cut and dry as Trump would like people to believe, where if you vote for him, immediately the economy will be better, and in turn your life will be better.
And I agree with you on that point. A lot of the things I think that I would knock Donald Trump on here is he's telling you that things are bad. We have riots in the streets. If you elect Joe Biden, your taxes are going to go up, and this is going to happen, and that's going to happen. And he cites a lot of things that are happening right now under a Republican administration. So I find it difficult to correlate that electing Biden would change things, since obviously we're still having riots in the streets now, most recently in our backyard in Philadelphia here. Yep. And that's happening on Donald Trump's watch. So why would that change on Joe Biden's watch?
Yeah, those ads that make that argument, they perplex me, because he presents this image of an America that is burning, but he's the president.
Right.
And it's on one hand, I can't tell if it's smart or not, because some people are probably believing it.
Yeah.
And that if they give him another 4 years, he can stop it all. But in a lot of instances, he is at some fault for the state of things now anyway.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I know we don't want to turn it into a Trump bashing thing, but like you said, we've had 4 years of his performance to critique, and I guess that's probably why we're leaning that way.
Well, and he makes a point of talking about the forest fires out in the on the West Coast there, and a lot of experts make a case for the forest fires being as bad as they are because of environmental issues, global warming, and so forth, the drought that's been out there. And Donald Trump tends to counter, saying, well, it's forest management. Well, 2/3 of the land that's burning is managed by the Federal Forest Service, which is under his control. Mm-hmm. So if there's an issue with forest management, it's the administration that's falling down on that. And I look at that, the response that he has, and I have to question really the veracity of it. And then even getting to something as simple as the slogan, Biden is Build Back Better, which, okay, that's kind of lame, but sure, it's different. But Trump is sticking with Make America Great Again. And I have to wonder if that's really helping you out. You campaigned in 2016 with Make America Great Again. You got 4 years, and you're campaigning on Make America Great Again. Are you saying that in the first 4 years you didn't make America great?
Yeah, I think
go
ahead.
If that's the case, why would I vote for you again for another 4 years?
Yeah, I think sometimes he'll change it up and say, keep America great. But if this is our definition of greatness, it's not one that I would like to subscribe to.
Right. So we seem to get very confusing messages out of the Trump campaign at this point in time. But, on the opposite side, we have a number of controversies out there that are brewing around Biden. We're talking packing the Supreme Court. We're talking the whole Hunter Biden laptop thing, which is or isn't an issue, and that's still up for debate. But a lot of the tough questions, fracking being another one, a lot of the tough questions that are being pushed at Joe Biden are basically being ignored. They're not being responded to. And I don't know if that's a good strategy, in that maybe his handlers are afraid of the response that he's going to give. If you look at his response on fracking, it's been fragmented. It's been inconsistent. And he's countered previous statements a number of times during the campaign. Or is he just avoiding answering the tough questions?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. And talking about fracking, when he talks about the pandemic, he is all in favor of science and things like that. But when it comes to fracking, which is, scientists say is a bad thing, he's all for it. So there's conflicting messages there. And obviously with every politician, you're going to have that. You're going to have them conflict with themselves. But I don't know. It's not necessarily directly lying, but it makes you wonder, if he does get 4 years in office, how that dichotomy almost is going to be reflected in the administration.
Yeah. Should be interesting. Well, let's get on to the second half of the match here. So round 4, we're going to, the voters were asked what their confidence is on each candidate in certain key issues. And the first key issue, again, economic policy. So 51% of people are more confident in Trump's economic policy than Biden, who we only have a 48%. But again, we have a 4 to 5% margin of error. So that's statistically irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure we can really choose a winner from that one. What's our next category?
So the next category is law enforcement and criminal justice issues. Biden pulling ahead here with 46% of confidence, while Trump has 41%. And I think that's again, having 4 years of Trump, I think that is a reflection in this poll, because President Trump is dealing currently with civil unrest, quote unquote, and his issues and his takes on law enforcement and how that should be implemented. So I think that, that's what we're seeing in these polls.
And I would tend to agree. I don't think Biden really has any record on law enforcement in the 47 years that he's been in the Senate. So I'm puzzled as to why he's scoring so high here. I think it's more a matter of Trump scoring low than Biden scoring high. And I think that's just a product of he's different, right? So the next one we have is handling the coronavirus health impact. And here we get a significant percentage difference as well. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. I skipped a category.
I would have just read that if you like.
Yeah, I skipped a category. Foreign policy issues. So in this here, we have a 6-point lead. So this is a statistical a lead that we can cite here. Biden has been rated with a 50% level of confidence versus Trump's 44%. And I think this kind of speaks to both of them. And Biden definitely has a foreign policy history, both in the Senate and as vice president. And Trump most definitely has a foreign policy history in his last 4 years, which, given the countries that we seem to be more closely friendly with and those that we are less friendly with, I think speaks volumes.
So the next category is handling the coronavirus health impact. Biden wins this category, getting 52%, while Trump only has 41%. And again, we're seeing this reoccurring thing with this round specifically. But I think it's about, I'm going to repeat myself here, but Trump having 4 years and Biden giving policy promises for if he were to win the election, what his administration would look like. So I wonder if Trump falling behind in a lot of these categories is more just people wanting something different from Biden or something better on a lot of these issues.
Well, I think specifically to coronavirus, this sort of came to a head in the second debate where the performance that Trump has put up for the pandemic we're currently in is abysmal. Given the number of infections, the number of deaths, the performance in relation to other countries who have had it, the United States is last, hands down. And during the second debate, Trump tried to sort of retaliate or punch back on this when they talked about the H1N1 virus that struck during the Obama-Biden administration, and claimed that had they dealt with this virus then the same way, the death toll would have been monstrously higher. 2 million people, I think, is what he was quoted as. And when you look at the performance of the Obama and Biden administration, the death toll was insignificant compared to what we're seeing now.
Yep.
And I think Trump failed to make a case for a failure on Biden's part in the first pandemic, which in combination with his abysmal handling of it, and there's very few people I think that can provide a convincing argument otherwise. I think those two things combined is what's really killing the public confidence. I mean, Trump has declared that the virus is over, and we've got 1,000 people a day dying. So it's kind of hard to have any confidence in someone who has that kind of distorted version. Yeah,
and on that issue, also pulling out of the World Health Organization in the middle of a pandemic, I don't know who greenlit that. I'm sure it was probably mostly President Trump pushing for that, given his opinions on funding the World Health Organization, which, if you just do a cursory amount of research, it's not quite as black and white as he's presenting it.
Right.
But I think things like that, whether they're for, in his mind, the right reasons or not, they send the wrong message to not only the American people, but to the rest of the world on how America is handling this. And you're seeing that with travel restrictions being put back on Americans going to other countries and cases continuing to rise every day.
Yeah. Well, not only did he pull us out of the World Health Organization, he has a crusade going to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which would leave 20 million plus Americans without health care during a pandemic. maybe the ACA maybe it needs to be recalled and needs to be reworked and something else put out. He doesn't have a plan. He hasn't put a plan forward. It's coming. Every 2 weeks it's coming. So until you have something that's a viable replacement that's better, you can't withdraw it. And it's already made its way to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
We're waiting on a vote for the Supreme Court.
Yeah, and it's easy to say all these things about Trump because we don't have a Biden in this situation. And maybe things would have gone just as poorly if Biden was in charge. But that's not really the point. The point is Trump was in charge, and these are the consequences of his actions.
That's exactly it. So the next category we have, which is another clear victory for Biden, is race relations. 48% of Americans are confident in Biden versus 35%. And again, this is a direct reflection of the last 4 years of division that we saw under Trump. Now, looking at Biden's record, Biden does not have a stellar record on race relations. He's made comments in the past. He's had policy decisions in the past that were not in the best interest of minorities. And a lot of that is just being overshadowed by the fact that Donald Trump, in many cases, has aligned himself with white supremacist groups. He refuses to condemn them. He's made comments to the effect that, there are decent people in the KKK. He was asked to condemn the Proud Boys on the debate stage. And instead of saying, stand down, it was stand back and stand by, which is a very, very different message than stand down. So this is a direct reflection, I think, on Trump's handling of the race relation issue.
And just recently, the other day, and I know I don't want to speak out of turn here because I don't have the information in front of me, but wasn't Biden's bus confronted with white supremacists down in Florida?
Texas. That was actually today or yesterday.
Yeah.
They were going to a rally. They canceled the rally because Trump supporters in pickup trucks surrounded the bus driving down the highway.
Yeah, and I don't know if Trump has commented on that at all, but either way, it's difficult to argue that these things would not be happening if President Trump was not in office.
I agree. And you can't necessarily knock Trump for the actions of every one of his supporters.
Yeah.
What you can knock him for is his reaction to it. Mm-hmm. He should have immediately come out and condemned that type of action. And the other thing you have to keep in mind is presidential candidates have Secret Service protection details. So you have these highly trained individuals with weapons that are being provoked by these protesters.
American citizens.
Yeah. And the fact that this is being allowed to happen is extraordinary during an election.
Yeah. I guess speaking of all that, the final category we have here is bringing the country closer together. Obviously, we're just talking about division and things like that. Biden here getting 45% and Trump getting 31%. So again, Biden pulling ahead.
So how would you rate round 4 at this point?
Well, it definitely looks like Biden overall winning more categories here. But again, is it just because we have 4 years of Donald Trump and people want something different? And with things like race relations, we talk about how Biden has certain issues with it in his past. But when you compare it to Trump, it's almost apples and oranges in terms of quantity of evidence. And I think that is the reason that Biden pulls ahead in so many of these categories is the amount of evidence for each of them on these issues.
Yeah, and it's funny that you say the phrase, people might just want something different, because that's exactly what swept Donald Trump into office in 2016, was the idea that it's not politics as usual. I'm different. I'm not a politician. People are tired of politicians. I'm going to drain the swamp. So he swept into office under the premise of I'm different. And now he's under real threat of being swept out for people looking for something different. And his premise was, well, you had 50 years of politics as usual. I'm different. We've had 4 years of Trump, and Americans seem to want something different now. So I'm not really sure where that statement actually leads the country.
Yeah, and I think that happens anytime you have the incumbent president going against the other candidate from the other party. It's always, well, I didn't like what they did, so I'm going to vote for somebody different. Whereas if you have a president that is overall liked in their first term, they're more likely to get reelected because people want more of the same. And we're not seeing that here, I don't think.
Well, and the one thing I think that's very different about this race than I think I've ever seen in the history of politics is you look at the national conventions for each party. And the Democratic National Convention quite literally had more respectable Republicans speaking in favor of Biden than Donald Trump had in total speaking at the Republican National Convention. When more Republicans show up for the Democratic National Convention, I think you're seeing a divide in a party where that party has been very consciously trying to cover up that divide at this point. And the race that we're looking at here is not really just a race for the president. It's a race for the Senate and the House. Right now, the Republicans control a majority there. So anything that the Democrats try to do is being thwarted. And there's a real threat right now because of how the country has been in the last 4 years under a Republican president that not only do you see the executive office switch, you may see enough seats in the Senate switch that you could have a Democratic president and a Democratic-controlled Congress that will dominate for the next at least 2 years until the midterms. So that could have a significant impact on the future of this country.
Yeah, and we're not even taking into account the Supreme Court, too. Having majority Republican judges is also going to affect how others...
Well, and let's not call them Republican judges. That's kind of unfair because, they are impartial, but they've been Republican-appointed judges.
Yeah, sorry, that's closer to what I meant. But those appointing judges are also going to affect how a lot of decisions will go.
Yeah, whether you're a Trump supporter or not, the fact that he's had the opportunity to appoint 3 justices to the Supreme Court, when in 4 years he's gone through more members of his administration than any other administration before, which to me, if I look at it from a hiring manager standpoint, if you go through that many people in that short a period of time, you're probably a terrible judge of character when it comes to hiring people.
Yeah.
And based on that revolving door policy on his administration, he's got 3 people appointed to the highest court in the land for life terms that will have far-reaching impacts on the future of this country than anything.
Yep.
And that's kind of alarming, even if you aren't a Democrat. I think it's alarming that any single individual has that much of an influence over the Supreme Court. So that was it for round 4. We have one more round, which I think is probably the biggest round that we have, and it's a single question round. And I think this will tip our contest one way or the other, because I think we're, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think we're pretty evenly matched right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have a couple instances of Biden pulling ahead, but then you also have Trump doing better in the other rounds as well. So I'd say it is pretty back and forth.
I agree. So we'll take a quick break and we'll come back for round 5 and then our analysis. So round 5 is a single question, very simple. And this comes from the YouGov.com survey asking who they think is the most honest candidate. And people who were polled about that question for Donald Trump, 57% say he's not honest, and 35% say he is honest.
Joe Biden, 48% say he is honest, 41% says he's not honest. So Joe Biden, his numbers are a lot closer than President Trump's were.
Yes, and I think this is probably the most telling thing out there. Most people, and I don't mean to seem cynical, but when it comes to politics, I think most people expect your politicians to lie to you. Mm-hmm. And I think if you don't, you're naive. The fact that they think that the only career politician in this race is more honest than our current president speaks volumes.
Yeah, especially given a big reason for Trump getting elected in 2016 was his stance against career politicians, and now the career politician is in some ways being more favored in different categories.
Yes, and I think Donald Trump's, again, a lot of this reflection is on the last 4 years. I think Donald Trump puts himself out there with these absolute statements, and that's a product of his political naivety, where a career politician knows how to say something that leaves him enough wiggle room to get out of an absolute statement.
Yep.
Donald Trump gets in front of the microphone and says things like, there'll be a vaccine in 2 weeks. Well, when there's not a vaccine in 2 weeks, what are you going to do? Mm-hmm. You've kind of painted yourself into a corner there.
Yeah, and we talked about that with Biden having more of the career politician take, where he talking about things like fracking and his criminal justice background, where he gives himself that wiggle room. He doesn't have a concrete stance,
Right.
which is a negative and a positive at the same time. It depends on how you look at it, because he can't. There's very few, except for a few unfortunate quotes that he said before, of things you can pull up to say, oh, well, here's evidence of this guy, not being fit to lead.
Yeah, and Trump has shot himself in the foot a number of times here because Trump is a gambler. Trump is the type of person who takes chances, and he plays the numbers in such a way that when he says something that's an absolute statement and it's true, then he gains a lot of collateral that way. And when it's not true, what happens? Usually we get some other statement or something else that distracts us away from that, or he tries to wiggle his way out of it, or something like that. Then he turns into the politician and he starts the song and dance. And I think as a result of that, he comes across as dishonest. And there was a statistic that I saw, and I think it was on USA Today, I don't remember. But midway through this race a couple months ago, there was a statistic that came out that rated Donald Trump as every fourth word out of his mouth was a lie. And that's based on the number of words that he's given in public and the number of lies that he's told. And I've never seen that statistic for any politician. The fact that he has so many untruths out there that they can calculate that is alarming.
Yeah, and this came up with the debates, too. People wanted live fact checkers. I think even Joe Biden said there should be live fact checkers. But I do think it can be a little bit one-sided against Trump with how much he lies, especially with things like fact checking. I think in terms of the debates, I think it should have been a little bit more even with who's being fact checked the most, where I think Trump makes himself an easy target given all of his lies. And I think that there has been a lot of attention on that and maybe not as much on Joe Biden.
Well, and Donald Trump has also put himself in compromising positions in the past, like the Woodward interviews, for instance, that were done months ago, very early into the pandemic. And Donald Trump came out acknowledging the fact that he knew how dangerous the virus was. He knew it was airborne, and he willingly chose to downplay the virus because he didn't want to panic Americans. And why you would say something that was so compromising on tape, knowing that you're on tape, boggles my mind.
Yeah.
And I don't understand what he thought he was going to gain from that.
The way I see it is he doesn't care, because that is already out of the news cycle, right? I mean, he admitted to this on tape, and it was major headlines for a couple of days, but it's out of the cycle now. And I think that has been a reoccurring thing with his administration and his presidency. He says something insane or does something insane that you would never think a president to do, and in the past would probably be extremely damning. But because it happens so frequently, we become desensitized to it, and it becomes, unfortunately, a new normal almost. And I think that he says things like this because he knows that it's not going to stick.
Yeah, and I think you're right. And I think when he does something where he shoots himself in the foot, and the news organizations pick up on it and report on it, then we get it's fake news, they're not treating me fairly, did you ask Biden the same questions? Yeah. And he goes on this defensive rant to distract away from everything. So I have to give him full props as a master manipulator. He really has the perfected the methodologies of manipulating the media at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of his reputation even before he became president, right? I mean, with his depiction in different movies, Back to the Future 2, the president in that being loosely based, or not the president, but the older Biff being loosely based on Donald Trump,
right,
and things like that. I think he's always had this reputation. It was only before it was more normal because he was a greedy businessman. But when you put somebody like that in office, the standards are different.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Interesting. So that was it for round 5. I think we can say that squarely went to Joe Biden. We'll be right back with our final thoughts and our tally of who we think won the matchup. So, in tallying up my numbers here, I'm showing Biden with 49 points and Trump with 45. What do you show?
I had Biden with 49 and Trump with 41 points.
Okay, well, you were much harder on Trump than I was.
Well, I was harder on Trump in rounds 3 and 4, only because he scored so much. Those are the categories where he got destroyed by Joe Biden in terms of the percentage differences. So I thought that warranted lower scores for him.
Fair enough. I think either way, we both agree that based on these polls from Americans out there from 2 different polling organizations, that Biden was the clear winner. What are your thoughts moving forward? Let me ask you a couple of questions that I think a lot of Americans have on their mind right now and get your reaction. One, how do you think November 3rd is going to play out? Do you think we're going to have a winner, or do you think it's going to take some time to count the votes?
I think it's going to take a couple days afterwards. Just because of the influx of mail-in ballots, especially with the pandemic. And I don't know if you watched last week tonight, but he talked about this thing, John Oliver, about this thing called the blue shift, where because so many Biden supporters are mailing in their ballots, those votes might not be counted until a couple of days after election night. Whereas if a lot of people that support Trump vote in person, that might show him pulling ahead, which he could then capitalize on to declare a victory. And I think that's a scary prospect. And I think the official tally will probably be a couple days later due to the mail-in votes.
So let's say a week, 2 weeks into this, we have decisive numbers that come back after everything's counted up. And let's say, hypothetically, Donald Trump loses the election in the Electoral College. Do you think we'll see a peaceful transition of power, or how do you see that going down?
I don't really know, honestly. I mean, obviously he says all these things like, I'm not a good loser. I will, he's spoken to the idea that he might try to resist the peaceful transition. But I don't know how much of that is true. I wonder if he's just saying that to frighten people or to appear stronger to his supporters. But honestly, I have no idea. I have no idea how things are going to go if he does end up losing the Electoral College, if he does. I don't know, unfortunately.
Well, let me ask you the same question. If Biden loses, what do you think is going to happen? How do you think the country is going to react?
I think his supporters are going to be disappointed. I know I would personally be disappointed by it. But I do think that Trump would probably run with it and maybe use it as fuel to extend, his power even more because he won again.
Right.
And that for him would be a confirmation that he's doing the things the right way. So it probably will just lead to more of what we have now.
Now, can I ask you, have you voted?
Yeah.
And you did mail-in voting, or
I did.
You did in person?
Yeah, no, I mailed back in whenever I got it, which was like October.
Now, let me ask you a question, and this is a question that I ask a lot of people when it comes to politics. Putting all the other issues aside, everything we talked about here, the one thing I ask people when they look to vote is, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago?
Me personally, I would say no, but I realize that I'm in a privileged position, and there are a lot of people less fortunate than me that are in much worse positions, and I do take that in consideration when I vote. I'd say the biggest thing that the Trump presidency has affected me is the coronavirus pandemic, and it limiting my options in my life in terms of social options and things for school, having to do school remotely. But like I said, other people have been affected in much worse ways from the presidency.
Should we see a change in administration here and Joe Biden come into power, do you think the coronavirus will be dealt with better? Do you think we'll see a more involved government in addressing of it?
I do. I at least I hope so. I hope that funds will be better allocated. I think that if the leader of the country admits that there is a problem and is working towards it, I think that will help at least some people in the country take it more seriously as well. Because I know in at least my life, a lot of people are not taking it as seriously as they should. And I wonder how much of that comes from the kind of rhetoric they're hearing about it from their leaders.
Right. And economically speaking, who do you think the country would be better off with, Trump or Biden?
I am not super well versed in economics. I know that a lot of people are citing Biden's taxing of the wealthy, which I am in support of. I think that that's a good thing. I think people that are wealthy should contribute more. But like I said, I'm not familiar as much as I should be with the economics.
Is there any outstanding issue that you think sticks out more than anything else that we've discussed that would decide who do you think should be president?
I know that before I said that it's not all about personality when you're picking a candidate, but for me, I just don't see voting for Trump as the moral right thing to do. And that's the biggest thing for me. I don't support Biden on a lot of issues. I don't agree with him on a lot of issues, but I just don't think Trump is a good man. And maybe Biden isn't either, but I think there's something about Trump that for me, he's just not the right person to be in office or to be in power.
Fair enough. That was all I had. Did you have anything else that you want to get into?
Nope.
All right. I think that's it for today. I think our next podcast will be very interesting depending on how this election goes. I assume by the time we go on the air again, that decision will have been made by the country. And we'll see what direction we go. And it might even decide what we talk about on the next podcast.
Yeah, I guess so.
That was all we had. Thank you for watching today. Before we go, I would invite folks to subscribe to us. You can get video versions of our podcast if you look for Insights into Things. You can get audio versions if you look for Insights into Tomorrow. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and Amazon. We would also invite folks to reach out to us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings. We're on Twitter at Insights Into Things. We are on Instagram at Insights Into Things. Facebook, you can catch us at facebook.com/Insights Into Things podcast. Or you can get links to all of our social media contacts, as well as transcripts and show notes on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And I think that's it. Another one in the books. Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 106, Perspectives, Part 1. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my insightful and intelligent co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right.
Anything exciting happened this week?
Well, so far, I had my math quiz and my science test.
Did pretty good?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure I got a 100 on the science test, and I'm pretty sure I did good on the math test.
Good. Kind of what we expect. Not to set unrealistic expectations, but you always tend to deliver on these tests and quizzes.
For the most part, yeah.
So this week is kind of a Q&A session. We've done a number of those in the past. The Q&A sessions we've done in the past have kind of been get to know you, fun question and answer type things.
Mm-hmm.
This week's a little bit different. So when we had originally come up with the concept of this podcast, the idea was to get the perspective of a teenager on various topics of the day. And, we would delve into individual topics and do research and try to educate the audience and ourselves and stuff like that. But we never really did the perspectives type thing until now. It took us 106 episodes to actually get to what this podcast was supposed to be about.
Yeah.
So today, we've got 3 sets of questions, 10 questions each, and each set of questions is focused in a specific area. Today, we're going to be talking about academic questions, politics, and what I termed as big picture type questions.
Okay.
And this is the first of 2 parts. We've got another one lined up for next week, another set of 10 questions of 3 different categories. So I'm going to go through, I'm going to ask you these questions, and some of these questions you might not know. You might not have a perspective on or opinion on. And, maybe we'll talk a little bit more detail about some of the things that we ask you here. But really, it's just a matter of getting your input and how you see the world through the eyes of a 14-year-old.
Okay.
All right. But before we do that, I do want to invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get us all of our video shows for all of our shows are available if you look for Insights into Things. Audio versions of this podcast can be found as Insights into Teens. You can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite folks to reach out to us, give us your feedback. We're always looking for show suggestions and feedback on what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, we're at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we're at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Where you can get links to all those and give us feedback directly through our main webpage at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready to get started?
I think we are.
All right, here we go. So the first topic that we're going to discuss is academics. And this is stuff about colleges and what you do in school, and pretty much everything is confined to school life. So the first question that I have here is, do colleges put too much stock in standardized tests? What do you think?
Well, I definitely think that, certain colleges probably, a lot of colleges do use standardized tests as a way to kind of figure out if they want the student to, if they want to have the student apply, or if they want to accept the student. We talked a couple episodes ago about GPA and how lots of colleges, some colleges only allow students with a certain GPA. And I think in some aspects they might put a little too much pressure on it, because you can you don't have to have a good GPA to be a good student. You can have there are other areas I'm sure that students would be good at, and in some ways I would say certain colleges do put a bit too much onto the standardized test scores, but also colleges are also looking for extracurricular things.
Right.
So I'd say that it's kind of an in-between thing, and it really depends on the college you look at.
Right. And when we talk about standardized tests, we're talking about the SATs and the ACTs, which aren't necessarily a reflection of your GPA.
Yeah.
So your GPA is another statistic that you're coming into even after you take these tests.
Mm-hmm.
And these standardized tests can be, frankly, they can be burdensome. I mean, there's a cost to taking the tests. Sometimes you have to travel to a testing center to take them. You wind up taking practice tests in order to prep for them. And a lot of times, the materials that are on these tests aren't necessarily things that are relevant to your course study when you go to college. In doing a little bit of research, I found an article on U.S. News and World Report where they talked about a report from a group of influential experts who recommend that colleges re-examine their admissions and merit aid policies and consider admitting students without the use of scores from standardized tests such as the SAT or the ACTs. So there is a kind of a grassroots movement to sort of move away from that, because colleges are looking for more well-rounded students, not people that are just very good at taking this one specific test.
Yeah.
So I think I would tend to agree with your opinion on that one.
Okay.
The next question here is cheating, and we've done a whole podcast on cheating in the past. It happens. There's certainly no way to, you can't honestly say it doesn't happen, but the question here is, do you think that cheating and we'll confine it to grade school or high school in this case, do you think cheating is out of control?
Well, when I was in school, I would say that cheating wasn't really out of control, because we always had, I don't know what to call them, blockers, I think they were called, where we would block off from everyone when we were taking a test. And there were harsh punishments for students who cheated on exams. So, and I'm assuming that high school kind of has the same thing, so I'd say that cheating then wasn't really out of control. I'm assuming that now, since everybody's kind of online, cheating can kind of get a little more out of hand, and it's a little less in the school. But the school also is able to, the teachers are also able to see what the students are doing online, so we're getting somewhere from where we first started when I was in 7th grade. So I'd say cheating's not really out of control right now.
Okay, that's an interesting perspective. I hadn't even thought about the question in relation to the schooling at home scenario. So the next question deals with test scores in general. And the question is, are test scores a good indication of a student's competency? And a lot of the reason I ask this is when I was in school, your entire academic achievement was tied to tests. And in recent years, there's sort of been this development, this push, or recognition, I should say, that some students don't take tests well. So in order to be fair to those people, we have to find some other way to determine whether or not they're retaining the knowledge that the school is trying to impart on them. So the question here is, are test scores a good indication of a student's competency?
I don't entirely think it's, you should really depend entirely on test scores, because whenever students are normally taking a test, a lot of them are kind of stressed by those kinds of tests, and their anxiety can sometimes get in the way of that, jeopardizing their score. So I think you need to look more at their performance rather than a test, because having just one, you can still have a group of questions related to what they've learned over the months that they've been in your class. I just wouldn't say focus entirely on that. Maybe have an assignment that deals with all the questions and have give the student time to work on them, because when the day of a test, most students are anxiety-induced, and I also don't think that tests kind of reflect everything, because students also have other creative, for extracurricular activities, for example. It's kind of hard to do a test score on them, especially with art, because art is really based on creativity, and you can kind of apply that in a way to other areas. 'Cause like I said, tests get students anxiety based, and they don't entirely perform as well as they probably would if they weren't stressed into having a test. So I'd say just look at their performance over time instead of making them take a test, and using the test scores to determine how well they do.
And I think that's probably a a more logical approach to it, because you think about it in the real world, I don't have tests at my job.
Yeah.
If there's a question of whether or not I'm competent at my job, it's about how I perform my job. Whether it's project management, hiring new employees, managing employees, doing a technical chore, whatever it is, I'm not taking a written test to do my job. So when I'm evaluated for an annual evaluation, it's based on my on-the-job performance, which is no different than what you're suggesting here, is that, whether or not the student retains that information is something that you should be able to determine based on how they do their assignments throughout the year. So I think that's a very interesting point you make. So the next one's kind of a little off the wall and not one that you've had exposure to. So you're going to kind of have to put your theoretical hat on for this one. Are there benefits to attending a single-sex school? Meaning, as a female, would there be a benefit to you attending an all-girls school where you're not mixing with boys and girls?
Well, I can definitely see benefits for certain people. I could definitely see that it would kind of stop from someone who might, someone who's harassed by the opposite sex because there's the battle of the sexes still kind of going on, and especially I'm pretty sure in elementary school we've kind of experienced boys are better than girls or girls are better than boys, and I think maybe when they're younger it might be better to separate them, but still, I think that same-sex school, like, I think that including every sex and gender in a school isn't a bad thing, and that if you do want to go to a single-sex school, it's totally fine. There can be benefits to it if you have experienced problems with the opposite sex, so I would say that there's really no problem. It's really just up to the student if they want to attend and if they feel it would be better for them.
Okay, fair enough. Personal preference. I can totally understand that. So the next one's another kind of theoretical one because you don't really do sports a lot. Does participation in sports keep teens out of trouble, or is there a perception that it keeps teens out of trouble?
Well, I can definitely see that it could probably keep teens out of trouble. One of my assignments for gym this week was actually reading an article about how physical fitness affects and benefits the teenage brain, and there's a lot of benefit to playing sports. Kids learn beneficial they learn beneficial I don't know what to call them. Like,
there's certain benefits that you get from sports.
Yeah, like
socializing,
learning teamwork,
right,
that kind of thing. And I can definitely say that it won't entirely keep them out of trouble because some kids who are in sports can still kind of get into trouble. But it is a good way to give your teen some positive benefits that could potentially keep them out of trouble.
Okay, that makes sense. So the next question that we have is one that all teens absolutely love, and it's about homework. So, do you think homework is harmful or helpful to the student?
It really depends on the student, in my opinion. If the student is... I can definitely say that the extra practice for certain students can definitely be helpful, and it can help them improve their grade. But for some students who get stressed by the amount of homework that they get, it can definitely be harmful to them to have to do more homework than they can possibly manage. So it really depends on the student themselves. It can benefit someone who needs the extra practice, and even help them learn other skills like time management, working on independent work. But for students who have struggle managing their time and homework isn't really helping it can be harmful to them.
I would tend to agree. I think homework is something that is subjective and something that's situational. It's homework is, you spoke of anxiety previously with the test. Homework can be just as anxiety generating as tests. Kids get home, they need to relax. They need time to relax and unwind and do recreational things. And when you're loaded up with homework when you get home, that's something that can really eat into you and cause more anxiety, and in the long run can cause more harm than good. Next one, and this is kind of an interesting one here. So your teachers grade you based on your performance. Should students be allowed to grade their teachers based on their teachers' performance?
Honestly, I've never actually thought of that before. I mean, I definitely think some students can probably jeopardize it and say that their teacher's bad even when they're really not, because they can feel like, oh, she's torturing me, she's giving too much homework, and it's like, really?
So the vindictive student.
Yeah, it's just, I'm not entirely sure if some students are emotionally mature enough to handle that kind of stuff.
That's a good point.
But I definitely think there are some students who could. I just don't really see the point in really grading your teacher's performance. Like, I get if you have, like, a really bad teacher, grading their performance might be able to fix it. But I still really don't see much purpose in that.
Well, and I think the impetus for this question is a lot of teachers' performance is based on their students' performance.
Huh.
So if your students don't perform well, it reflects on you poorly as a teacher. So if your students could be part of that evaluation process and get feedback from the students to the school about whether or not the teacher's doing their job, are they attentive, are they compassionate, do they do their work, do they do are they putting forth the effort needed to teach this to students? I think all of that wouldn't be the sole factor in determining a teacher's performance, but it would be a contributing factor, along with the performance of your students and their attendance and everything else that goes into their performance now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it would be a bad idea to have the students be the sole judge of whether a teacher's doing a good job or not.
Yeah.
At that point, you got students that are blackmailing their teachers.
Yeah.
So let's move on to some college questions. So the first one that we have here is about the cost of college. So before I ask the question, I want to throw out some numbers here. So for the 2017, and this information comes from I didn't write it down. It's the National Education Association. So for the 2017 and 18 academic year, the annual dollar price for undergraduate tuition, room, and board, so that's to stay on college campus and get educated, were estimated to be just under $18,000 for public institutions, a little over $46,000 for a private nonprofit, and a little over $26,000 for a private for-profit institution. Then what we saw, and that's the most recent time frame. So for comparison purposes, between the 2007 and 8 year and the 2017 and 18 year, in that 10-year time frame, there was roughly a 30% increase in tuition over the course of 10 years. So with that said, we haven't picked the college yet or anything, so we don't know which of these types of institutions that you're going to go to, if you go to one. Do you think, based on these numbers, that the cost of college is too high?
Well, I'd say that I don't think the prices should be increasing as much as they have. So I think that I get that the price that colleges pay a lot of money to have the technology and the resources for students. And of course they need to make the money back. But there is a certain, I feel as though there's a little too much money that the students are expected to give to the colleges, especially at an increasing rate of what we have as 31% in 10 years. So I'd say that don't have the price increasing as much, because I'm pretty sure most people who have gotten out of college pay a lot of were really in debt when they were done. And I just feel as though it's a little too much money to have students pay for it. So I'd say tone it down a bit.
Fair enough. I would, as a parent who's about to send a child to college in a few years, I would totally agree. So let's talk college admissions. Now, we talked briefly about what was involved in college admissions when we did our GPA episode. And we talked about how competitive it could be. How, certain colleges that are choice colleges only have a certain number of slots, and they're very selective in who they allow into their colleges. Do you think overall that the college admissions process is too competitive?
Well, probably for the colleges that have very few entries, it can probably be a bit too competitive in that sense. But for the colleges that pretty much accept almost anyone, I'd say there's not really much room for competition there. But for colleges that have very few slots, yeah, it can probably get a bit competitive between a lot of people, especially if they're trying to go to the same college and one gets accepted and the other doesn't.
So that leads us into our last question in this segment here, and that's about competition. And we're talking not just competition in college admissions, but competition in general in school. Is competition a good thing?
As long as it doesn't go too far, I'd say. I definitely think that competition, is important for people. It's important for students to learn that, I wouldn't say that competition is too bad as long as it doesn't go to the extremes. Competition can teach, especially if you're on a team, think of sports, it teaches you how to work with your team members in order to beat the other team. And as long as everyone realizes that even though one side won, it doesn't mean that the other side didn't do as well. Just because
didn't put in as much effort.
Yeah. I definitely think as long as they know that both teams put an equal amount of effort in towards winning, then I think it's fine. But there is times when competition can get too competitive and people can start rubbing it in other people's faces, and you can get sore winners and sore losers.
There's definitely a dark side to competition. I agree with you there.
Yeah.
That was all we have for this segment. We're going to take a quick break and we'll come back and we're going to get your perspective on politics. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. We are talking teen perspectives on politics. So some of these questions here, again, we have 10 questions. Some of these might be ones you're not very comfortable or affluent or fluent in answering. And I don't want to lead you one way or the other. So I'm just going to ask them and get your take on them. So question 1 is our election process fair?
I'd say for the most part it is. It's a decently secure system, I'd think. And I don't think it really tries to go one way or the other, and it's really just up to the voters in a sense. So I'd say for the most part it's pretty fair.
Okay. How about our taxation system? Do you think we have a fair system of taxation?
Could you describe it a bit more to me?
Well, let's talk income tax, for instance. Income tax, depending on how much you make, the more you make, the higher percentage you pay in taxes. Is that fair, or should we have a flat tax across the board where everyone pays 10% of whatever they make?
I know that there's a lot of people who are gonna say that we should have it one way or another, but I think so far it's fine. I think that the bigger amount that you make, the higher your income, the higher you have to pay in taxes, is fair enough because I definitely don't think that having a straight-on tax would be the most fair option in my opinion. Honestly, it's really subjective when you think about it this way, because some people might think that, oh, we really shouldn't have it the same way, but then other people are gonna be like, well, we should have it the same way, and I'm pretty sure it's really just, it's really subjective.
I'll buy that. So let's talk law enforcement, not politics, but still government entities. Do you think that law enforcement cameras, like body cams and dash cams, are an invasion of privacy?
I wouldn't say it that much. Like, if you try to get into an airport, I don't think it's really an invasion of privacy. It's really just for safety. As long as they, don't invade your personal privacy, I think it's fine. They're really just trying to check if it's safe, and they really don't care what you're carrying in your suitcase or anything like that. It's just making sure you don't have anything bad.
Okay. Buy that. Should government have a say in our diets?
Definitely not. The government shouldn't control how you want to eat. You want to eat healthy, you don't want to eat healthy, you want to be somewhere in the middle. It should be up to you. If the government were to control that, then I'm pretty sure a lot of people would have a problem with that. And I really don't think that controlling our food is something the government should have a say in.
Okay. You seem to have a very strong opinion about that. Good for you. So you haven't run into this yet, but I think you'll probably run into it a little bit more in high school. Should the military be allowed to recruit in high schools?
I kinda don't like the feeling of that. I feel as though you should be at least 21 to be recruited into the army. I don't feel comfortable having teenagers.
Well, you have to be 18 at least. That's the legal age.
Yeah.
So you're looking at them trying to recruit seniors in high school.
Yeah. Yet I still don't feel comfortable with 18-year-olds. I say 21 is probably the oldest I feel comfortable with. I just feel as though the seniors are still a little young, and I know that people used to recruit 14-year-olds for war, and I don't really feel comfortable with the fact that seniors who are only 18 are getting recruited into the military.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel it would be better if they were just 21.
Okay, that's perfectly fair to have that opinion. Do you think the government should provide free health care? Other countries do. Canada does, the UK does. A lot of European countries, you get your health care for free. Do you think they should do that here in the United States?
I mean, yeah, the fact that other countries are doing it, and the fact that we haven't done it, yeah, I'd say we should have free health care. Because since we pay so much to the government at this point, I think free healthcare is the least they could do.
I would not disagree with you there. So let's talk about elected officials and term limits. So right now, the only office that has term limits on it that I'm aware of is the President of the United States. He's allowed to have 2 4-year terms, and that's it. Whether they're consecutive, separated, whatever. He's only allowed to have 2 terms. Do you think that should be the rule for all politicians, or is it okay that being the exception to the rule?
So, I know your opinion on this already, and I'm gonna have to agree with you there. I do think that that all political offices should have a term limit, however long it be.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we're in agreement on that one. Let's talk about campaign contributions and political campaigns in general. So, and I'm going to give a little background on this. So right now you have people that spend millions and millions of dollars on a political campaign to be elected to an office that pays maybe a couple $100,000. Do you think that campaign contributions distort our political system?
I'm not entirely sure on this. I've never really been asked this, and I still don't have a lot of background knowledge on it.
Okay.
Unless you wanted to explain a little more about it.
Well, I don't want to distort your perspective on there. I have my own very strong opinions about this. But maybe this is something that we can revisit in a later podcast after you've had a chance to maybe do a little research on it.
Okay.
Voters. So voters are supposed to be the people that run the country through elected representatives. I don't want to ask if you think our elected representatives actually represent what we want, but I will ask you, should the voters have more say in how our country is run?
I'm actually gonna go with a no for this one. People have very strong opinions, and a lot of those opinions kind of go against other people's very strong opinions, and the fact that there are so many people who believe one way and so many people who believe a certain way the other way very strongly. I'd say we'd come into a bit more conflict if voters had more of a say in how our government is run. So I think now it's okay. It's better to kind of have a little less of a say in the government, just because so many people have so many different opinions, and I think we would get into pretty big conflicts.
It's interesting. It's a very, very mature approach to the question. The last question that we did have here is another one about campaign. So one of the things that politicians tend to do on a campaign trail, which sometimes could last 12 to 18 months or longer, is they make a lot of promises. They win voters over by understanding what voters want from their politicians and then promising or proposing ways to give that to the voters. So the question is, should politicians be held legally accountable for what they promise in order to get elected? So if a politician promises, I'm not going to raise taxes if I get elected, and he gets into office and he raises taxes, should the voters have some legal means to challenge him at that point in time?
I mean, in that kind of respect, yes. But I do think that in certain things they say, like, say they say something, but they make no changes, I don't think they should be legally accountable to do that specific thing. Like, if they say they're gonna on the term of taxes,
Well, and I'm not saying, just take a step back. I'm not saying they have to necessarily accomplish it, because there isn't a single politician out there that can promise something and make it happen by himself. But, I'm saying if they promise to do something and they fail to propose legislation or move legislation or debates in that direction, and they have absolutely no intention, like, for instance, taxes is a great one. All right. So, George Bush Sr., he got elected, And one of his famous sayings when he was on the campaign trail was, "Read my lips, no new taxes." And one of the first things he did was impose new taxes when he got into office. So he clearly lied when he was on the campaign trail, knowing full well that he was going to raise taxes, but was just saying that so he could get elected. Under those circumstances, he was diametrically opposed to what he said. On the other hand, you have some people, some politicians that get elected because they want to give you universal health care. And they might get into office and they might try to put a universal health care plan together and they can't get it passed and it fails. Well, at that point in time, they've put the effort in to try to fulfill their promise, but they couldn't get it passed. They didn't go completely against it, though. That's sort of the situation I'm talking about.
Okay, so if they directly oppose what they'd promised, I would say that they should probably be legally accountable for that. But if they do try and it doesn't happen, I don't think they should be legally accountable for that.
Okay, fair enough. That was all we had in this segment. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and we're going to talk about big picture questions.
Oh,
dun,
boy.
Dun.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. We are talking teen perspectives on big picture questions. So the first one that I have here is one that's all over the news. Is global climate change man-made?
I'd say most of it is, because a lot of the change in climate is due to us making factories and building more and somewhat destroying the land. So I'd say most of global climate change has to do with us making it ourselves.
Okay. The death penalty. Is the death penalty effective?
I'd say for the most part, no. If you sentence a mass murderer to death, maybe that helps people, but when you kind of do it to, a murderer who only murdered one person, you're kind of just as bad as the murderer, if you really think about it.
Interesting. Okay. Torture. Is torture ever acceptable?
I'm gonna say in certain instances.
Wow, really? I didn't think you'd go there.
I mean, very rarely. I'd say that most people can be reasoned with, and if not, it would be better to remove benefits people might have, like putting them in jail. It removes their ability to go out, that kind of thing. I wouldn't say harming them in any real capacity would be good. So for the most part, no, torture is really not acceptable.
Okay. So the lottery. All right. So there's every state pretty much has lottery, and there's several lotteries that are multi-state, the big ones, your Mega Millions, your Powerball, stuff like that. Most of the proceeds from these lotteries tend to go to education or higher education or senior programs or stuff like that, where they help to fund useful programs. Based on that, do you think a lottery is a good idea?
Well, for certain people it could be, for others not really. I know with certain lotteries, like the lottery we have here, we have to pay for lottery tickets, and the chance of getting anything from the lottery is very slim. And I'd say that if you're like really desperate for money, I wouldn't go for it because there's a very, very slim chance that you're ever going to actually get a large amount of money from it. So, but if you are financially stable but want to get some money to get like a better house or put it towards something else, then I'd say it's all right.
Okay.
Just don't expect to win.
Sad but true. I'll give you that. So, animal research. So, a lot of industries, you have pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, the food industry. They use animals to do research on. Should animals be used for research purposes?
I definitely don't think we shouldn't be using them for research.
Hang on. You definitely don't think we shouldn't be using them. That's a double negative.
Okay.
Could you clarify?
I think that researching animals can give us a better understanding of them, but I don't think we should take it to like an extreme. Like if you want to research an animal's autonomy, that kind of stuff, I'd kind of recommend maybe using an animal that kind of died off naturally instead of experimenting on a live one. Like, I'm just gonna say, research them as long as you don't torture them. That's pretty much what I'm trying to go for.
Okay. So humanely, animal research done humanely is okay.
Yes.
It's better to give an animal a rash than a human a rash if you're testing some cosmetics.
What?
Well, that's what they do. So if they're testing a new cosmetic, a new chemical or something like that, they'll test it on an animal, and they'll see what kind of reaction the animal has. If they tested it on a human instead, they could hurt the human.
True.
So that's really what the research that I'm referring to is.
Okay.
Okay. Cigarettes. Should cigarette smoking be banned everywhere?
Honestly, I don't really see any benefit to smoking cigarettes.
Says someone who doesn't smoke.
Look, I'm part
I don't smoke either, so.
I'm part of a school that says say no to drugs and always say no to any type of thing that can be harmful, and I've been taught that cigarettes are harmful. And personally, I don't know the benefit. As a teenager right now who's never smoked, I really don't see the benefit of smoking. Other than
Okay, that's good. I'm glad, because I don't want you to start smoking anyway. So they should be banned everywhere.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm with you there 100%. So I'm going to put a phrase out there. You tell me if you're familiar with it. Do you know what a throwaway society is?
Somewhat. I've heard of it, but I've never really gotten a clear definition.
Okay, so in a throwaway society, you use things until you don't use them anymore, and then you discard them.
Okay.
In the 1950s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, we weren't as much of a throwaway society. If you bought a washer and dryer, then you used that washer and dryer for years. If it broke, you fixed it. If it broke again, you fixed it again. So it was one of these things where you had durable goods that you would maintain over long periods of time. Nowadays, when you're done with a TV, you may buy a TV, and that TV may be, good for 3 or 4 years, and then you decide, well, you don't want an HD TV, you want a 4K TV. So let's throw the old one out and buy a new one. That's a throwaway society. A society that would prefer to just throw stuff away and buy new stuff than to keep what they have and reuse it. So, with that in mind, do you think we have a throwaway society today?
In certain aspects, yes. In technology, absolutely. Like, technology can become absolute. So, like, a TV made like 2 or 3 years ago can be outdated. So, I'd say especially with technology, we can definitely be a throwaway society, and we get rid of old technology that was probably just a year old, and then we get newer technology. And I guess the same can kind of be said for furniture, but I would definitely say it's more or less with technology than anything else.
Yeah, with our furniture, it's the cat's fault that we have to get rid of it because they tear it up.
Yeah.
But, you know, to your point, we just got rid of a TV that I had bought in 1999. You know, it was designed to last 6, maybe 10 years. And I had that thing almost 20 years before we finally, and it still worked.
Yeah.
So I guess from that perspective, I'm guilty of being part of a throwaway society. But the problem I had was nothing worked with it anymore. So it didn't have any modern ports, any new piece of technology that we bought, streaming devices, video consoles, whatever, wouldn't work on it.
Yeah, and that's the exact problem I'm talking about. Technology becomes absolute, like, almost, like, a lot, because if you try using technology from a longer time ago, you're not going to be able to use it in the modern day.
Right.
And that's the same thing with modern technology. You get something from, like, a decent amount of time, like, not, like, extremely long ago, but still long ago, it might not work with everything, and that's kind of the problem with society evolving.
Yeah, and that's why we wound up getting rid of that TV. Question 8. Are actors and professional athletes paid too much?
Well, I definitely say actors more than likely are paid a bit too much. Because although certain actors can star in a lot of movies, it definitely feels as though they definitely get paid a bit more than I would expect actors to be paid. For professional athletes, I'd say that maybe the amount that they get paid might be a little more reasonable, especially since if they're doing a sport like football where they can get injured and they need to go to the hospital in some instances.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I was kind of thinking of that when I looked at this question, so...
That's a very good point. So let's switch that question up a little bit and say, are CEOs, people that run these big giant companies, are they paid too much?
I'd say that, I mean, they get, in some instances, they can, in other instances, probably not. If they have, like, a pretty decently sized company that makes millions of dollars, I can kind of see them getting paid in a decent amount, but it's also not like the CEOs didn't entirely found these companies. They kind of just run it. So I'd say in most instances, they probably get paid a bit much more than they really need to.
Okay, fair enough. So the last question we have today, and the last question in our big picture category, is does religion cause war?
Okay, I'm gonna go a bit deep here. I don't think it's religion specifically that causes war. It's the different viewpoints of religion that causes war. Like, say you have someone who's Christian and another who's Jewish. And they both despise each other for their religion. It's not that they have a different religion, it's just that they can't accept that the other person has a different religion. I think it's not religion specifically that causes war, it's just the fact that sometimes people can't accept other religions.
So it's intolerance that causes war. And that intolerance can be religion, could be race, could be the color of your skin, could be where you live, could be your wealth, could be anything. It's the intolerance that's the problem.
Yeah.
I think that's a very poignant observation. So thank you for your perspective on what we talked about today. Some of these were very eye-opening for me. And I think you showed me that you're a very enlightened individual when it comes to some of these things.
Thanks.
That was all we had today, though. We'll be back next week with another 30 questions in 3 different categories to get another set of perspectives from you. Before we go, though, I do want to invite folks to subscribe again to the podcast. You can subscribe to all of our video podcasts for all of our shows. If you look up Insights into Things, you can get just the audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. We are on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite folks to reach out to us, give us your feedback. We're definitely looking for topics for the show. We're in the phase of putting together our next series of shows. Please feel free to email suggestions over to comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. You can also get high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime member, you do get a free Twitch Prime subscription. It's a monthly subscription. We would very much appreciate you throwing that our way. It helps us out a lot. You can get audio versions of this podcast at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. You can reach out to us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can get us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all those sites at our main website, www.insightsintothings.com. And
don't forget to check out our other 2 podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 106. What is thy bidding, my master?
Wahahaha.
I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my beautiful and brilliant co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Aw, thanks.
How you doing today, sweetie?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. So we got a lot of stuff to talk about today.
We sure do.
You're working extra hard on these notes.
Well, thanks. I'm glad you noticed.
I always notice. I just don't always give you credit for it.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
So in today's episode, in our Disney Detective, we're going to talk about what happened to the people who waited hours for Disneyland tickets. And Disneyland releases sneak peek photos of the Haunted Mansion ride changes.
Not that we're going to see them anytime soon, but
Well,
you know.
true. Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, the man behind the mask of Darth Vader is putting his items up for auction. Well, he's not. He passed away. But
Right.
his estate is putting his items up for auction.
Mm-hmm.
And Disney is finally settling a controversy with an iconic Star Wars writer, which it's good to see they're finally doing the right thing there.
Right.
In our entertainment news, Lizzo's drunk DM to Chris Evans turned out pretty great, actually. This was a cute one.
Yeah, yeah.
And Superman comics will no longer be published by DC. Dun, dun, dun.
See, I was going to put in a Marvel story, and then I was like, nah, we'll give some love to DC.
A little bit.
Just a little.
When they stop publishing Superman, then we give them some action.
Exactly.
Before we get into everything, though, I would suggest folks subscribe to the podcast. If you subscribe to Insights into Things, you can get the video versions of all of our shows. If you just want the audio versions of this podcast, you can look for Insights into Entertainment. You can find us on Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, etc., etc. Pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. I would also invite folks to give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Tell us what you'd like to see, any differences, any changes. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We are also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, where you can get links to all those or give us feedback directly through our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready?
Sure.
Here we go. Go for Disney Detective.
So it seems last Thursday, tickets finally became available for Disneyland Resort out in California. And obviously, you know, there was a lot of hubbub about it because people had been waiting to get tickets, because in order to go to the park, you had to get a reservation and get a ticket. And obviously, knowing that the park is only going to be opening about 15 to 25%, tickets were going to obviously be going kind of quickly. But it seems that people were waiting almost 8 hours in a virtual queue. Fortunately, nobody was actually at the park. Everybody was waiting online. And you know, they were kind of like, why is it taking so long? So it seems that when you logged on, you got to a page that said the wait is almost over. And then it just became hours upon hours of a wait beyond that. A Disney spokesperson provided a response to Deadline acknowledging the situation and said, "We are experiencing high demand given the historic nature of the Disneyland Resort reopening. To deliver a strong guest experience, we are deliberately pulsing guests through the system, and therefore wait times may be several hours or more depending on when you join the queue. We still have plenty of reservations available, and we plan to keep the system open through the night to accommodate the demand." Well, obviously, after the rush on Thursday, the reopening day of April 30th had been, completely sold out. But there are plenty of tickets and reservations available for up to the next 3 parks, now that the rest of the weekend had gone through. They basically said that, even though the spokesperson, talked about the frustration, saying that it was done deliberately to basically, file the customers in and out through its system in an organized manner, basically most people kind of figured, okay, it's going to be a while to get a ticket. You figure when you go online to, get concert tickets, sometimes it can take a while for a queue. So obviously tons of people were going through this process. I don't know. I never spoke with anybody, or I don't know anybody that actually got tickets. Because again, they were saying that only California residents were going to be able to get tickets for the first couple of months. So I don't know if maybe there was some sort of process in place where you had to prove that you lived in the state. So maybe that's what was taking so long. But obviously, if you wanted to wait, and hopefully you were waiting at home, on your computer and doing other things while you were waiting for it to finally, go through, good for you if you got tickets. I'll wait.
And this is typical Disney.
Mm-hmm.
It's a line, so it must be a good thing, right? Let's all wait in a line.
Yeah, I wonder if they probably should have showed some like movies or something.
Which is what Disney does, is they take. Instead of doing something about their lines, they turn their lines into an attraction.
Into
so I'm
entertainment.
surprised you didn't get like a little mini game or a movie, like
trivia or something.
We're going to give you like a Disney Plus preview while you wait and watch these movies that we're going to give you. That would have been
kind of cool. Who knows? Yeah.
But it's kind of funny to find out that it was deliberate that they were doing it.
Right. It wasn't just, we had more people than expect, because that's what you kind of were expecting, maybe their system just couldn't handle it. No, we intentionally did it.
Because you figure after the launch of Disney Plus and they couldn't handle the subscriber rate, you kind of figure they've got a track record of underplanning for these things.
Yeah.
So, glad we didn't wait for that one.
Yeah, exactly.
So, tell us about the Haunted Mansion ride changes.
So Disneyland, with, obviously the park being shut down for over a year, they took advantage of this time and, did some renovations. Some of them were planned before the actual shutdown, and some of them, obviously, they ended up finding the time, with nobody being in the park. Last week, Disney Parks had actually released a video showing some of the changes that have been made to the Haunted Mansion. Before the actual shutdown in March, the Haunted Mansion was actually already shut down because, again, a lot of these were already planned rehabs. So they took the time to kind of finish up them and also change a little bit more. So in the video, they show that when you're going to be walking up to the mansion and you're going through the queue, there's some new landscaping with some new tombstones of dearly departed pests. Pests. You're such a pest. And then as you're walking through the entrance, that they have a freshly cobwebbed curtain area with some new rugs and some new wallpaper. But one of the biggest changes is kind of a callback for longtime fans, and it's the return of the April to December portrait. The painting, which depicts a very pretty young woman suddenly aging into a cartoonish hag, was one of the original enhanced portraits that was hanging in the hallway that connects the elevator to the ride vehicles. She was actually removed in 2005, because her special effects didn't really interface well with the digital technology that Disneyland was using on more modern portraits. But now she's back and she has some new effects. So you'll have to be more eagle-eyed as you walk through, because she's actually kind of off on her own where all the other portraits are together. So they kind of gave her a place of honor as you're walking through to get to the dune buggy area. And another thing that was kind of cool was the video that was released by Disney also teased with a new one-eyed cat statue. And although the placement wasn't revealed, you don't know where the cat is, its eye turns into a laser beam.
Cats with freaking laser beams.
Cats with freaking laser beams. So, and the video also seemed to indicate that there were more changes in the bride's room and in the graveyard scene. So all in all, it sounds like, the ride got some TLC that it needed, and that there's going to be, some other little hidden gems that we'll probably hear about once the park opens and, different people, YouTube, Disney people, start posting them and talking about them. So
as a dedicated, fanatical fan of the Haunted Mansion,
who, me?
how do you feel about when they do changes like this?
I like them. I like when they kind of go in and do the enhancements and kind of, tweak things and add new things. The Hatbox Ghost, that's one that for years Haunted Mansion fans wanted, to come back, and to see it finally return was like, yay!
So you're not some Disney purist where the ride is what Walt envisioned it and it shouldn't change.
Well, and that's the thing is and I hope they never completely change it. I hope there's always aspects, and I like how they're also bringing back some of the original aspects, because if you look at what, we've talked about this, many times before with other Haunted Mansion articles, if you look at what the original concept of the ride was, there's so much that they never used.
Right.
They kind of took this and this. So technically, like every 50 years, they could redo the ride with all, make it almost all new just from the original ideas.
Sure.
So I'm okay with, with you making the enhancements and stuff. One of the things that with Disneyland, they also redid Snow White's adventure. They took out like all the scariness, that was part of it. So a lot of people are all kind of pissed off, at Disney for completely changing,
right.
that. So I don't think, and I think the Haunted Mansion is one of those rides where I don't think they'll ever completely wipe it and do something different. But for them to go in and, enhance the technologies, because, some of the technologies are still the original.
Yeah, the Pepper's Ghost.
The Pepper's Ghost. But how do you redo Pepper's Ghost? Like, Pepper's Ghost has been around for hundreds of years. They've never really been able to. Well, you could do holograms. Right. So I could see them doing that, like changing it up to do that. But, as long as they kind of keep it,
So has there been any mention of how any of these changes or anything, would they affect how they do the Nightmare Before Christmas makeover?
No, and I'm sure they'll probably still, do that, do the overlay like they do. And they only do that in Disneyland. They've never done that in Florida. So I wouldn't mind them bringing it to Florida. Or some other version of it, maybe not the exact same, just so that people that never make it out
experience it, yeah.
Right, because it was cool when we happened to be in California the one time during Halloween and we were able to experience it.
Yeah.
But it would have also been nice for us to experience the Haunted Mansion without it,
the original.
too.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that I had missed out on, is I didn't get to see it when it was in its original.
Right. So we have to kind of plan a trip that's not around the holidays.
Right. We're going out to California just to see the Haunted Mansion.
Okay.
Without it being decorated.
Okay.
Okay. Right. So Fanatical is exactly how I described you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. All right. So that's all we have for our Disney Detective this week.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be right back with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Pew, 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 pew.
Go for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
And I wasn't even going to do it, but you waited, so all right. So last week we had talked about all the Hasbro toys that were going to be coming out, where none of them were anything that you were going to want. And then, of course, the story that comes out early this week is something where you're going to want like almost everything. So I like how we go yin and yang, from this. So on Monday, an article came out, and I had actually heard about it on the radio, on the morning radio show that I listen to while I'm working. So, of course, I had to quickly look it up online to find it and see what it was. And it seems that there is, they're going to be doing an auction of all of David Prowse's Star Wars collectibles that he's collected over the years. So it seems that there's various different lots that they have. So it looks like it's more than 700 of his possessions. And obviously, if you don't know, David Prowse was the actor who physically played Darth Vader in the movies. They didn't use his speaking voice, obviously. James Earl Jones. We know that whole thing.
Spoilers.
If you haven't found that out yet, hate to tell you, So they'll obviously be auctioning off, some of his stuff from the original Star Wars trilogy. And they're doing the auction in his home city, and that's because he passed away at 85 last year. Included is his Empire Strikes Back script, which has key lines that were removed to keep Vader's relationship with Luke Skywalker a secret. Spoilers.
I am your father.
Right. A piece of the Millennium Falcon's cockpit and a Vader mask that Prowse is to believe to have used for appearances at conventions and events. So approximately, the collection will be sold on May the 4th, which is a nod to the franchise's famous line, "May the Force be with you." Auctioneer Andrew Stowe had said when he was rummaging through the boxes in his house, every now and then he'd come across an item, something that was special, and it would just, send his brain racing. He said, in one box I'd find his Empire Strikes Back script. In another, I found the actual piece of the Millennium Falcon. And then a little deeper down, I found a letter from Peter Cushing. The Empire Strikes Back script is expected to sell for thousands. He said, "My spine tingled when I first saw the script." But the line revealing Vader was Luke's relation was not even featured in the script. He said the reveal, perhaps the most recognized comment in cinema history, was kept a big secret from most of the cast, as Prowse's lines would be overdubbed by, again, James Earl Jones. Prowse, wasn't privy to the secret, so instead was giving alternate dialogue, which is considerably less dramatic, but, that of course still makes it a unique part of history. And what's nice is that a percentage of the proceeds of the auction will go to Alzheimer's research in the UK.
Yes, Prowse's line was, Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father. He told me enough. He told me you killed him. No, Obi-Wan killed your father is what Prowse's original line was. And that's what's in the script.
Right.
Which would be really cool to get the script.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a ton of stuff on the auction. And it's not just Star Wars stuff. He was a sci-fi fan. He did a number of horror films for Hammer Films.
Right.
He worked with Peter Cushing, not just in Star Wars, but in the horror films. He was the crossing guard, I'd say mascot, we'll say, which is one of the things he was knighted for, actually. So there's memorabilia for that. There's signed photos. There's stuff from Stargate SG-1 that's there because he was a fan of that.
Okay.
There's a ton of Superman stuff because he was actually Christopher Reeve's personal trainer when he was working out to become Superman.
Okay.
So there's a ton of stuff in there for that. There's all kinds of stuff from different genres and everything that's right now reasonably priced. So you can go out and bid on it now. And some of the stuff is mundane. Like there's some action figures that they're not signed.
Right.
And there's no certificate of authenticity with them, but they were his.
Right.
How much more cool could it be to get a Darth Vader figure that was owned by Darth Vader?
Right.
So I may be bidding on some of the stuff.
And that's, hey, if you get it, that's great. And more stuff to add to the collection, maybe even put it in like a cute little,
It depends on what I get.
Right.
Whatever I get would be, greatly protected.
Oh, absolutely. Maybe we'll show it off if you manage to score something.
If I score something, yes. Yeah. Father's Day's coming, by the way. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Okay.
Just saying. If you want to get me something, here's a great opportunity.
Send me the link. Because the article actually didn't even have a link to it.
I actually, because I had seen this earlier in the week, and I looked at the thing and found a link to the Bristol auctions.
Gotcha. So I'm sure if you do a Google search, you can.
It's very easy to find. It's first one or two searches you can look for.
Maybe I'll look and see.
There we go.
Not going to get to that script because if that's already going for a couple thousand.
What's a couple thousand? You don't love me that much? Don't answer that.
I love you more than that.
Yeah, right. But not enough to buy that.
Well, I'd probably lose out on it and then I'd be upset.
It's a thought that counts.
Absolutely.
So let's talk about Disney and an iconic writer.
So this is technically a follow-up story that we talked about a couple of months ago, where there was a lawsuit that was with one of the Disney or not Star Wars writers, I should say. So it talks about, there are two kinds of, in this article, it said, there are two kinds of Star Wars fans. Those that, basically just watch the movies, but then those that saw the movies, every animated series, read every, novelization in existence. And if you, fall into that later category that you, obviously read something by Star Wars writer Alan Dean Foster. And if, again, we had talked about this, I think it was last summer, that he had some ongoing controversy with the Walt Disney Company. So it was actually, so it was November. So last November, Foster had published a letter via the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America that basically said, when Disney had purchased Lucasfilms, they had acquired the rights to some of the books that he wrote, and Star Wars, the novelization of the very first film, and a couple of other things, and that that Disney owed him royalties, and that you should pay. And, then there was a whole thing with 20th Century Fox that when, Disney bought them, books that he had written under, Fox, he never got royalties for either. So it was a whole big, laundry list of things that he was owed money on. And then he, went on and said in his letter that, you continue to ignore my request from my agent. You, basically are ignoring the inquiries from the SFWA. And, what are you basically waiting for? Are you waiting for me to die? It was really kind of heart-wrenching, of all of this. And then, of course, he said that, my wife has serious medical issues. And in 2016, I was diagnosed with an advanced form of cancer. We could really use the money. It's not charity. It's what I'm owed. I always loved Disney's, the films, the park, growing up with the Disneyland TV show. I don't think Walt would approve of how you're currently treating me. And he went on to say, as, Bob Iger used to say, the way you do anything is the way you do everything. So now, after months of the back and forth, it seems that the situation might actually be coming to an end. The Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America, along with Foster's own legal team, have seemingly come close to reaching a settlement that will end his Star Wars royalty controversy once and for all. So as of April 1st of this year, Foster had shared on his personal log that he said, talked about everything that was going on with Disney that you've, read about is moving rapidly towards a mutual agreeable conclusion. A formal statement will be forthcoming. Obviously, at this time, Foster is not writing for Disney or Lucasfilms in any capacity, but it's nice to hear that he's finally going to be getting what he deserves, and rightfully so.
And, just like we had talked about back when the original story broke, the way that Disney acted in this was absolutely disgraceful.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
The fact that you can pay your CEO $60-some million,
mm-hmm.
but you can't pay someone who you're making money off of.
Right.
It'd be a different story if Disney said, "Okay, we're pulling those books from circulation. We're not gonna sell them anymore."
Right.
But Disney continued to sell them and make money off of them.
Right. Right.
And this is a case of the little guy finally getting what's due.
Mm-hmm.
I wish him the best of luck in getting what he's owed from Disney, and I hope Disney publicly acknowledges this. I don't want them to just slip him a check under the table and make it go away.
Admit what you did. With a formal statement saying we were completely wrong. It should have never gotten this far.
Because if it's happening to him, how many other people is it happening to who don't have
absolutely
the I mean, he certainly has the motivation to stand up for it, but other people might still be on the Disney payroll and are getting shafted by Disney.
Right.
And they're afraid to sort of bite the hand that feeds them.
Yeah.
And that's the same with any big corporation. They got to be held to terms.
Right.
So, best of luck to them on that one. So that was all we had for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We'll be right back with our entertainment news of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
Dum 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 dum. What was funny, as soon as I heard it, I was like, that's not the right song. Oh yeah, that is the right song. So this was a cute little crush story that popped up, and I kind of thought we would put it in. So it seems that Lizzo sent some drunk DMs to Chris Evans that kind of turned out, pretty great. So, on Saturday, the hitmaker had posted a relatable TikTok video revealing a direct Instagram message that she sent to the Captain America actor and captioned it, don't drink and DM kids. And a day later, the plot thickened when Evans had actually responded. So Lizzo's initial TikTok included a screenshot of the direct message that stated that started it all with no words but just 3 emojis: a gust of wind, a woman playing basketball, and a basketball. So fans immediately deciphered the emoji sequence as meaning to that she was shooting her shot with a potential relationship with Evans. So while presenting the screen-grabbed evidence, Lizzo is, lip syncing to another audio from another TikTok creator, basically saying the reason I'm upset about this one is because I know I'm not going to be able to marry him, and honestly it hurts me to the core because damn, he's a rare breed, no comparing. So of course, now fast forward to Sunday when Lizzo updated her TikTok saga with a screenshot of his response. And he basically said, "No shame in a drunk DM," he replied, along with a wink kiss emoji. God knows I've done worse on this app, LOL. And obviously he was kind of referring to some leaked photos that had kind of gone out. So of course the flirty exchange had now prompted, many to manifest a romance between Evans and Lizzo on social media. And a whole bunch of people had noticed on Twitter that now he follows her on Instagram. Ooh, romance. So one person had tweeted, "Now when I get invited to the Chris Evans and Lizzo wedding, please make sure, that I'm sitting next to, Anthony Mackie." And then another one had said, "I really want Lizzo and Chris Evans to date Mr. and Mrs. America. Could it be the birth of a new celebrity power couple? Anything is possible. And if you do a quick Google search, you'll find that both of them are single. So you never know. But, the moral of the story is shoot your shot, ladies. Shoot your shot."
I before this was even included in the show notes this week, I had read the story and thought it was cute. Mm-hmm. And under the current circumstances that we're under, I can only imagine what this will do for race relations at this point in time.
Absolutely.
I think it was
it was just,
it was cute. It was warm. It was
innocent,
kind-hearted,
and the
and
thing
his
is,
reaction was fantastic.
Right. He wasn't like, "Oh my God, I'd never date you." He was like, "Okay, you're kind of cute. Wink, wink, kiss, kiss." And the fact that it's, like we were just talking at dinner when we were, sitting with our daughter, it's cute to see that celebrities have crushes too.
Right.
And that when they act on it, they're like, "Oh my God, I can't believe I did this." And then everybody's like, "Oh my God, that's adorable.
Yeah.
They gotta go out sometime or have a Zoom date or something."
It was a very cute story.
Yeah.
A not so cute story, though, is about Superman. Superman's getting the axe. What's going on with Superman?
Superman will no longer be published by DC. He's just kind of getting replaced. So Superman will always be a cornerstone character in DC Comics. Excuse me. But the character has gone through a number of, different changes and titles over the many decades. And there have been untold, number of new versions and reboots and alternative takes on the character, but there, has usually always been something, that DC has done as Superman. But as reported by CBR, it seems that Disney, DC.
They don't own DC yet. They're working on it, I'm sure.
Give them time. DC is actually canceling their Superman title and replacing it with a new title called Superman Son of Kal-El. The story will no longer focus on Clark Kent, but will be centered around his son, Jonathan Kent, who has been taking up the mantle in his father's place. The first issue was revealed, and its cover is actually, kind of an acknowledgement of the history of the character. The cover, kind of looks strangely old-fashioned for a modern landscape of the comic, but there's a good reason for that. And what they did was they actually did a direct reference from the first issue of the Superman title from 1939. So it's unclear, if the plan is to permanently retire the specific Superman title with the Son of Kal-El, or is it just a temporary thing? Obviously in the past, they've kind of put things on hiatus and then years later, kind of bring it back. So it seems that right now their focus is kind of bringing more of the Jonathan Kent character out, in the open, and kind of focusing on, some of the younger, I guess, characters. So is it something that it'll be, a permanent thing, or again, just kind of, temporary until, Superman has some sort of, big reveal, just like, what was it, a couple years back where they killed him. He was supposedly dead. He was never coming back, and then they brought him back.
And
so
that's the thing. You're not going to stop producing Superman,
right? So the article the article even says if we had to bet money, he'll be back at some point.
He'll be back when this one doesn't sell. And then they'll bring him back and they'll reinvent them, and he'll have another new backstory and a new artist. And
maybe he went somewhere. He took a vacation.
That's the way the comics work. The comics reinvent themselves constantly over and over.
He retired and then didn't like it, and came
every
back.
superhero has been killed at least 4 times at this point.
True.
So this is a little experiment. This is probably new executives at DC that want to try something new. Somebody had this great idea. They want to try out some new artists. They want to try out some new styles. And in 6 months, Superman will be back.
Sure.
So he's not gone for good.
Right.
So that was all we had for our entertainment news.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be right back with our insightful picks of the week.
Mm-hmm.
Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick is a show that is on Disney Plus, and it's kind of a young adult show. Obviously, as we've mentioned numerous times, our daughter, she and I do TV time at the end of the evening. So we're always looking for things to watch. We went through every Disney movie. Now we're kind of looking at some of the series. So this is one that kind of popped up after we had watched Sulphur Springs, and it is called the Evermore Chronicles. So there's actually 2 of them. So there's the Evermore, which was actually done as a 4-part miniseries. And then after that, they did 2 seasons of the Evermore Chronicles. So it's pretty much the same cast. So if you do go looking for it, look for the one that's just the 4 episodes first, because we actually started watching a couple of minutes of the Evermore Chronicles and we're like, we don't understand anything that happened. So you need to watch the first one first. So that one actually came out in March of 2015. And again, it was just a mini series. It was 4 episodes. And then it happened to get picked up by Disney for a full series of 20 episodes. And it was under the new title, again, The Evermore Chronicles, as it continued. It was a continuation of the original. As of right now, it looks like after the 2nd season, or the 3rd season that they did that came out as of February of 2020, that they weren't going to continue it anymore. So as of right now, you basically have like 2.5 seasons of this. But the miniseries in the first season featured the character Tara Crossley, who was an American teen who moved from the States to an English village called Evermore. As her mother and stepfather unpack from their new home, Tara, her brother, and her British step siblings adjust to their new life. The second season of the series actually features her stepsister, who tries to apply for fashion school in London, and some magic and horror stuff happen, and she has to, kind of save the day. So it's kind of like horror, fantasy, mystery, witchy kind of magical stuff. So, our daughter seems to like it. She's 14. And it's one of those things where I'm enjoying watching it as well. Each episode is only a half hour long, so not very long. The first season, I think, was 20 episodes. Second season, I think, is just as long. So nice little show to watch with the kids.
Okay, good pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week is one that I've been very hesitant to pick, and I'll tell you why in a minute. Following the events, my pick is, by the way, it's Falcon and Winter Soldier.
I would have never guessed that.
Yeah. Following the events of Avengers Endgame, Sam Wilson, the Falcon, played by Anthony Mackie, and Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, played by Sebastian Stan, team up in a global adventure that tests their abilities and their patience in Marvel Studios' The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. The Falcon and the Winter Soldier has tried to explore a lot of things. The fallout from Thanos removing half of all life from the universe, as well as the economic and social impact of bringing everyone back 5 years later. The U.S. government's history of institutional racism and how little things have changed over the years, and the smaller stakes stories of Bucky Barnes and Sam Wilson trying to find a new place in the world after temporarily giving their lives to save it. The series is primarily focused on a guy who hasn't physically appeared in the show, Steve Rogers, the real Captain America, whose abilities and achievements are so legendary they cast a star-spangled shadow over everyone and everything. This is a show that seems obsessed with Captain America's legacy, with unpacking what he means to this world and what his loss means to the future of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But this season seems so confused by what Captain America's legacy even is. Is it the superhero name, quote, Captain America, which the U.S. government bestows on some other guy as if it's a title they can pass around like a championship wrestling title? Is it the vibranium shield, the responsibility of which was so great for Sam Wilson that he chose to put it in a museum rather than risk failing to live up to what it represents? Or is it the super soldier serum, which could and seemingly does create an army of invincible terrorists if put in the wrong hands? It's none of these things, really. But the Falcon and the Winter Soldier has struggled to land on an answer of its own, even losing sight of the guy who originally held the shield. I've hesitated to recommend this show for the majority of the season because it took more than half of the short 6-episode season for the show to really give me something to hold on to. Up until episode 4, the series was a throwaway series with little impact on the MCU, not much character development of the key players, and very little in the way of emotional investment in anything going on with the series. Still, eagerly anticipating episode 6, I'm not really sure how I feel about the show. Part of me wants to watch it because it's MCU and I like the characters. Part of me is disinterested in the almost forced geopolitical aspects of the plot and the heavy emphasis on racial tensions in the MCU that have never been a plot point before. I'll stick it out. I'll watch the last episode to see where we end up. After sitting through 5 episodes already, that's the least I can do. But I feel no emotional attachment or investment whatsoever in this show. I haven't felt that way about an MCU project since the first 2 Thor movies. I can't help but feel they missed the mark on this one. But maybe episode 6 will redeem the series for me. We'll see tomorrow. That's it.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, jury's still out on this one. I think it's worth watching, but it hasn't captured that magic for me. So, and who knows, maybe they're going to have a second season that it gets better, and I don't know. As far as I know, this was only supposed to be 1 season. I can't see it leading into or feeding into any of the movies, which is another problem. Like WandaVision ended up, and you could literally walk into the new Doctor Strange movie from it.
Right.
I don't see them going.
You just don't know where they're.
I don't like what they're doing with the characters. I don't like they tried to force these situations on you they outright tried to manipulate your feelings on so many different levels, and it was just so blatant. Where everything else in the MCU was done so seamlessly, so naturally. I don't know if it was the writing, the directing. I'm not sure, but I felt like they really wanted you to be invested in Sam and Bucky here, but they jammed it down your throat. And it's, why are we sitting through counseling sessions with the Winter Soldier?
Right.
Because he doesn't want to be an assassin anymore and he's trouble from being an assassin. Like it didn't fit. They sit the two of them down in a session at one point in time. Right. And they literally forced them to sit so uncomfortably close to each other as if they're trying to generate some kind of emotional attachment visually, and it just feels so forced. The racial side of things, there's enough racial tension going on right now in the real world.
Right.
I don't need them jamming it down my throat in this series here. They've never used it as a plot ploy in the MCU before.
Well, and there was actually a couple of different videos that I saw of people that were talking about it, where it was one of those, it was always there, they never talked about it. This was the opportunity to kind of bring it to light.
It's been in the comics.
Right.
Marvel's done a fantastic job of covering all these societal issues in the comics.
Right.
But the MCU has largely stayed away from it until this series.
Right.
So it almost makes it feel artificial. Like they're trying to push an issue for the sake of pushing an issue, not because it moves the plot forward.
And maybe it is going to push the plot forward that we don't.
And that's what I'm hoping. We're up to one episode so far. They've introduced this one character who was a mistreated super soldier who was experimented on and treated terribly by the government. And they've done nothing with him.
Right.
I want to see that character. I want to see his backstory.
And what would have happened if Sam said, yeah, I'm going to keep the shield?
Right.
Would the government have been like, oh, that's it, Captain America's gone?
But you didn't see that.
Right. But we don't know because Sam was like...
Of the 5 episodes we've watched,
right,
the only character that I've generated any interest on is this secondary character who gave a motivational speech in the last episode to Sam. I want to see his story.
Right.
That's the one that looks interesting to me. Yeah. He's the one that I've latched onto.
Right.
Nobody else really matters to me in the story at this point, and that's very uncharacteristic for the MCU.
Okay.
So that's it for my pick this week. We'll be right back. Oh, that's on Disney Plus, by the way, in case anyone didn't realize.
In case you didn't know.
Yeah, sorry, I was too busy on my rant. So I think that's all we had this week.
I think so.
I didn't have anything else to rant about. We didn't have any afterthoughts to talk about.
Nope, we're good.
Before we go, I do want to remind people to subscribe to the podcast through your favorite podcatcher. You can get video versions of all of our podcasts listed on their Insights into Things. You can get just the audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and Amazon. And I would also invite folks to reach out with your comments. Tell me what I should and shouldn't rant about. Tell me to just shut up and stop ranting. That works too. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
On Facebook, we're at facebook.com/Insights Into Things podcast.
On Instagram at instagram.com/Insights Into Things.
Audio versions of our podcast can be found at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can find us on YouTube at youtube.com/Insights Into Things.
We stream 6 days a week on Twitch. If you are a member of Amazon Prime, you do get a free Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw it our way. We can be found at www.twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
And links to all of our sites that we're on, links to message us, show notes, and everything can be found on our main website at insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/Insights Into Things. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights Into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights Into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights Into Tomorrow. This is episode 11, The Trump Legacy. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing good. It's been a little bit of a while since we've done a podcast, but looking forward to another great show.
Yeah, we took a little time off over the holidays to redo the studio and so forth. In the process, we have a new president. So I thought it would be interesting. We had originally discussed doing a podcast on the insurrection on January 6th. And I thought that was probably, while it was a worthwhile topic, it might be a little too focused. I think it would be probably more interesting and more helpful to look at the Trump legacy in a more general sense. I don't want to, I'm trying to be as fair and impartial as possible. I don't want to just look at the negative stuff from Trump. And I think the insurrection reflects very poorly on him. So today we're going to look at what some of his notable accomplishments were over the last 4 years. We'll look at some of his failures. And then we'll have kind of an open discussion about what the lasting effects of Donald Trump on the U.S., the world, the presidency, and so forth are. And then just a candid talk about where we think the future is under Joe Biden for the next 4 years. So, ready to get into it? All right. So I wasn't even going to do the plugs because I think this is going to be a long podcast. We'll do the plugs at the end of the show. Notable accomplishments. I kind of broke these down into a couple of key ones that came out of the whitehouse.gov website prior to the changeover. And the first one, and one that I think really is probably the biggest, is the reshaping of the federal judiciary. So everyone knows that Trump appointed 3 Supreme Court justices that are life terms, but he also appointed 220 judges to lower courts, which are all lifetime appointments as well. 25% of U.S. Circuit Court judges were Trump that are in place today were Trump nominees. And Trump's influence as a result of that will live on through the judiciary for the foreseeable future. Do you think that is a good thing, a bad thing, indifferent thing? What are your thoughts?
I think it depends on what these judges are going to be ruling on in the coming years. And especially since it's impressive as a president to be able to do that in only 4 years to appoint that many judges and 3 Supreme Court justices as well. So whether or not the judges will, rule on certain things in the coming years, it's still, it's something that'll be in a history book looking back at the presidency of one of his accomplishments.
Absolutely. And I think the one thing that we've seen so far is the 3 Supreme Court justices did not tip the balance of power in the Supreme Court at this point in time, given the number of cases that Trump brought to the Supreme Court during the election phase that did not go in his favor. So I think, if nothing else, the impartiality of the Supreme Court seems to still be intact, which is a good thing. The next thing that we look at is Space Force. Space Force is the first new branch of the U.S. military since the U.S. Air Force was created from the Army Air Corps after World War II. It's supposed to be a more centralized version of the military missions in space. Now, that's not fighting aliens or anything like that. What they do is they handle satellite surveillance. They handle all the military satellites. They're responsible for the GPS system that's both civilian and military use. They're monitoring the various debris that's in space to make sure that it's not dangerous to future missions. What do you think? Do you think, I'll be honest with you. When I heard that we were creating Space Force, I couldn't help but chuckle.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't the only one, because it spawned a Steve Carell comedy series, that came out of this. What are your thoughts on Space Force?
Well, I think space exploration is important. And I know over the years, the public has sort of waned away from that, and there's not as much interest as there was like in the 80s and 90s and stuff. I do think if Space Force is going to actually do something, and it's not just a dumping ground for money like a lot of other of these types of programs, they spend a lot of money, especially when it comes to the military. There's a lot of money put into that. But I think if they do monitor things like the debris around the Earth, which is getting really, it's becoming a real problem, and satellites and things like that, I think that's a good start. And maybe they'll segue into actual exploration missions in the future, hopefully.
Yeah, we don't really know what direction they're going in right now. They really inherited a lot of things that the Air Force had already been doing. They're not doing exploration at this point. Yeah. That is still the domain of NASA. But, we have missions up there. You have an International Space Station up there that occasionally needs to be moved so it doesn't get hit by a refrigerator-sized piece of debris that brings it down. So that's really what they're working towards.
And you also have private companies like SpaceX that are going a lot more in, they have a little bit more of a budget than NASA does for the funding. So they're able to do a lot more missions into space.
Sure. Yeah. In fact, speaking of space junk, one of the things that's really starting to crowd the low Earth orbit are these new internet-enabled satellites. SpaceX, Elon Musk is putting a huge constellation of satellites, some 400 or 500 satellites up there, all of which are moving obstacles that are flying at 17,500 miles an hour. So it's not a small job monitoring that stuff for safety. What's the next thing that we have?
So next up, we have the tax reform. It was the biggest overhaul of the nation's tax code in 3 decades. It slashed corporate tax rates from 35% to 21%. Some critics argue it was a windfall for massive corporations at the expense of the middle class. Administration officials predicted GDP boost by 3 to 6%.
Now, we haven't seen the GDP boost that they expected so far. However, I can say, at least in my experience, that slashing of the corporate tax was enough of an incentive for my company to give more back to its employees. I think my company is an exception to that rule. I think a lot of companies take that as a windfall and they absorb the profit themselves. Right. This kind of goes back to the early 80s with Reagan economics of trickle-down economics, where, give the rich people more money and then it'll trickle down to other people.
Which I don't think that worked then, did it?
That has never worked in the history of mankind, actually.
Turns out the rich just get richer.
You don't get rich by spending it, that's for sure. So the tax reforms definitely are there. A lot of those went in place before the COVID pandemic happened. And I think a lot of the benefits that happened from that tax reform are largely wiped out because of the debt the country has incurred as a result of a lot of these COVID relief packages.
Yeah, but that tax plan, that corporate tax rate is going to stay in place until the new administration could put something together to overturn it. So it's something to think about. That's
correct. Yeah. So the benefits will still be there for a lot of that. Let's talk about the reform of the justice system a little bit. So one of the things that Trump tried to do was address the mass incarceration in the federal prisons. For several decades, they've been severely overpopulated. A lot of it had to do with lower level drug arrests for minor infractions. But he also overhauled the federal sentencing to reduce the minimum mandatory sentences. And that's kind of a concept that a lot of people aren't familiar with, is that the federal guidelines for sentencing for just about every crime out there, there's a minimum amount of time that you can sentence someone. And even if it's an insignificant issue, but you have to sentence someone, they have to get that minimum amount of time. And that was largely done to try to preserve fairness in the penal system itself so that you couldn't have people buying judges off and stuff like that. So one of the things that Trump did do was he reduced those minimum sentences so that even though you may be going into jail for these offenses, you're getting out sooner. He also tried to shift focus from punishment to rehabilitation and more job training opportunities. One of the problems that convicted felons have when they get out of prison is they lack the skills to get jobs and employment. As a result, they become a burden on society. So the focus kind of shifted to try to prepare these individuals to get back into the workforce and become producing members of society again. And what's the last thing that we have to talk about for his accomplishments?
Defeating the ISIS caliphate. Trump has falsely claimed ISIS is totally defeated. Though territory has been lost, there are still an estimated 18,000 fighters between Iraq and Syria. The U.S. was successful in killing ISIS leader, probably going to pronounce his name wrong, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. I apologize if
That's
I
actually pretty good. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's no different than when George Bush landed on the aircraft carrier with the big giant banner and said, "Mission accomplished."
Right.
Progress has been made. More progress has been claimed than has been made, I think. At this point in time, ISIS is lacking territory, but they're not lacking support. They're getting support through other countries like Syria and Iraq and Iran. So they're being funded by these countries, but they might not have the territory that they once had.
Yeah, I think conflicts like this in this area of the world are always going to be this messy, and they have been since the U.S. began to get involved way back in the 70s and 80s. It's always been a difficult, not war, but difficult conflict to manage, whether through proxy or through direct involvement from the U.S. And I think that this is no different. I think, and it's going to continue to be this way because it's too difficult of something for us to manage and certainly not fix.
Sure. Yeah, no, I agree 100%. One of the things that I didn't put in here that was related to this was the drawdown on troops in Iraq and Afghanistan, which Donald Trump has made significant progress there. He had wanted to get us out of that area completely, but because of the sensitive nature of that territory, we couldn't pull out entirely.
Yeah.
But the number of troops that are in that area have been reduced, ironically enough, to the point that we had more people in Washington, more soldiers in Washington for the inauguration than we had in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Wow. Yeah, it's difficult because I'm obviously not like a general or anything, but it seems like we make the progress with the troops, and then the second the troops are gone, all that progress is lost, sometimes overnight. So it's a difficult call. It's easy to say we're going to get everybody out of here, but it's a sticky situation. It's not that easy.
Yeah, and when you think about it, you figure this is the longest war the United States has ever been involved in. You know, the closest one to this was Vietnam, which was roughly 10, 12 years, but figure we've been fighting this war in that territory, this war on terror, since September 11th attacks.
Yeah, and we could probably do a whole show comparing that to Vietnam. I mean, they're somewhat similar in terms of a difficult terrain, the language barriers, things like that, guerrilla tactics, and all that. It is just a mess.
Absolutely. So that's some of the notable accomplishments that Trump had in office. Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll talk about some of the failures that I think a lot of people have focused on.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. Today, we are talking about the legacy of Donald Trump. We just went over some of his notable accomplishments. I think it's prudent for us to talk about some of his failures at this point in time. So the first one that I have here is the incident in Charlottesville related to George Floyd. So during this entire process, Trump really blamed, quote, many sides for the violence at the rally for George Floyd. And at the time, he claimed that there were, quote, very fine people on both sides. One side being the Black Lives Matter group who were protesting the death of George Floyd. The other side being made up largely of white supremacists and the KKK. This statement itself really stirred up a bit of a hornet's nest here when he was describing these white supremacists as very fine people. And he took criticism from both Democrats and Republicans, including traditionally staunch supporters like Lindsey Graham. What are your thoughts on this particular failure of Trump's?
I think it seems like such a simple thing, right? You see white supremacists and KKK leaders on one side. You just have to condemn them. And he couldn't do it. And he was directly asked, I remember multiple times by reporters, to just condemn them. And he wouldn't do it. And it makes you wonder why that is and what is going through his mind and his administration's mind, why he simply would not come out and condemn them. And you saw that again recently with the insurrection at the Capitol, where he said, "Go home. We love you." Very kind words to people that were attempting to storm and succeeded in storming the Capitol building. And it just makes you wonder.
Yeah, well, and the thing is that when this happened, there was a lot of research that came out about Trump's history and the Trump family history, and information came out at this time that his father was a member of the KKK. He was arrested in the early part of the 20th century at a KKK rally for crimes that were committed at the time. So it was very disturbing to see this side of a president come out where he was openly endorsing white supremacists. And that was a pattern of repeated alarmist type behavior that we've saw the last at least 2 years of his presidency where we've had these issues. What was the next thing that we're pointing out here?
So we're taking a look at America's global image under the Trump presidency. America's global image has declined significantly under Trump. I think that anybody that reviews the last 4 years can probably put that together. Trump repeatedly insulted key U.S. allies while cozying up to dictators. Trump pulled the U.S. out of key international agreements like the Paris Climate Accords. Surveys show the majority of citizens from 32 different countries have an overall lack of confidence in Trump to do the right thing on world affairs. And finally, Trump's handling of the coronavirus pandemic has left the U.S. embarrassed on the world stage and created a void in global leadership that China is rushing to fill in currently.
Yeah, I mean, he left us really in a bit of a predicament.
Yeah.
So much so that immediately after the election, before the results were certified, you had allied nations that were reaching out to Joe Biden to congratulate him on the win before it was even official.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what the long-term implications of that are, because I think a lot of the damage that he did, at least as far as our allies go, are things that can be built back fairly quickly with him out of office.
Mm-hmm.
My concerns center around more the relationships that he had with the adversaries of the United States, like the Putins and North Korea and so forth. You know, I mean, he really took the country in a direction that it never went in the past. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple instances of him talking about how he admires Vladimir Putin and things like that. And it's not a great look, right? I mean, on paper, Americans supposed to be like this bastion of freedom, which obviously in practice is not necessarily the case. But when you're on the world stage cozying up with known dictators, borderline admitted dictators who have, of course, never been proven, but have, eliminated political rivals through, various means or subjugating their own people. When you see the leader of the free world being friendly with them, it sends a disturbing message to other countries, not to mention the people of America as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of scary when we get to that point. So the next thing we talk about is immigration, which was one of the things that Donald Trump had campaigned on. His promise to build the wall, to stop illegal immigration coming in, to deport the people that were in the country already that shouldn't have been here, in his opinion. Trump has been accused of human rights abuses and violating international law by the UN for his treatment of undocumented immigrants. I couldn't tell you the last time an American president was accused of human rights violations. Trump policies had led to the separation of at least 5,500 families and saw children placed in cages for the world to see, which was another embarrassing moment that the press really hammered him on. 445 of those children still are left separated from their parents. So it's a continuing problem where they can't find these parents for the children. The president of the American Academy for Pediatrics labeled Trump's policies nothing less than government-sanctioned child abuse.
Yikes.
What are your thoughts on his immigration policy? I mean, we've got a lot of the wall done, right? So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't think the wall was a great idea. I mean, it for people that think that we should take a strong stance on immigration, I think it's a very good physical thing to see. But I think in practice, I don't know that the wall really works. And not to mention, speaking back to the ICE situation, We actually talked about doing a whole episode on ICE, but doing the research, we found it would be better to just lump it in with this. But the fact that 545 children don't have their parents or any real person to take care of them still, and for this long is horrifying. And the fact that it's still happening.
Yeah. Yeah. And Trump tried to defend his actions by claiming that a lot of these children were not brought over by their parents. They were being brought over by criminals and mules and, people that were trying to get into the country illegally and using the children as a means to get into the country. And there just wasn't any facts to back that claim up. As with a lot of the things that we deal with Trump, there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of what the Trump administration has labeled alternative facts. And I think you have a difficulty in sifting through. There's so much misinformation thrown out about these things that it takes an effort to sift through that you shouldn't have to make such an effort to do.
Yeah, I think that, we'll probably touch on it more later in our concluding thoughts, but I think that's part of the plan, is to put as much false things out there that you question what is real and what is true. And then from there, you can make your reality whatever you want.
Right. So what was the next thing that we're going to ding him on here?
So the handling of Iran, Syria, and Afghanistan, we touched a little bit on this with the troop withdrawals. Trump's decision to withdraw from the U.S. from the 2015 Iran nuclear deal induced chaos throughout the Middle East. It remains one of Trump's most unpopular decisions in the global arena. Trump has failed to thwart Iran's aggressive behavior through his maximum pressure campaign. He exacerbated the situation by ordering the killing of Iran's top general, another name I'm going to probably mispronounce, Qasem Soleimani, which was huge when it happened. I remember we talked about it on one of the previous shows.
Yeah.
About how insane that was. And it's almost like we forgot it happened, but here it is again, looking back at everything. Iran has since abandoned the nuclear deal and is actively working towards nuclear weapons. Again, Trump pulled U.S. troops out of Syria, abandoning U.S. allied Kurdish forces. I remember that was extremely controversial too, especially I saw a lot of veterans on Twitter talking about that when that happened, about how that was wrong to do because you left these people hanging to dry. The withdrawal induced a humanitarian crisis in the region and the security vacuum that Russia, Iran, and accused war criminal Syrian President Bashar al-Assad benefited from. Trump started a massive pullout of U.S. troops from Afghanistan, essentially surrendering the country once again to the Taliban. And finally, Trump dismissed published reports that Russia paid bounties to Taliban-like militants to kill U.S. troops. So we're getting a little bit of the cozying up with dictators again in this section as well. And overall, it's not a great look.
Yeah, no. And if you look, at the big picture of weakening our position in the Middle East by all these troop pullouts, by pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal, which is just going to incite additional chaos. It's going to rile the Israelis who won't stand for Iraq having nuclear weapons, so they're going to act unilaterally on their own if we do not maintain a coalition in the area. You're basically lighting the fuse on a powder keg. And I look at what he did, and I can't fathom why you would have done that. He claims that he doesn't want America tied up in these long-term wars, but we're almost like the control rod in the nuclear reactor there. And if you pull that control rod out, the nuclear reactor is going to melt down.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we talked about before. Like it's easy to say, I don't want America involved in these situations. But when you've got nuclear deals signed with these countries, that's more than just a war. There's larger implications there on both the world stage and for that local area. And it's like you said, it's lighting a fuse that I guess the new administration is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, and it's a headache. Not only is it weakening the U.S. position and our allies' position in the region, you're directly strengthening our adversary's position at the same time, which makes you wonder what team Trump was really playing for at the time. So the next big one that Trump has been trying to take care of since day one was the repeal and the replacement of Obamacare. Trump lost the vote for a full congressional appeal, thanks to, at the time,
Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
no, Senator McCain.
Oh.
That was like one of the great acts of defiance that Senator McCain had against Donald Trump, was to turn that vote down. He's managed to dismantle parts of it, including the rollbacks on tax penalties for those that are not enrolled in health care. But in the meantime, he's failed to offer anything close to a replacement. He's been questioned several times on this, and his statement has been, it's ready. We're going to roll it out in a couple of weeks. A couple of weeks never got here. He never rolled out a replacement for it. The Supreme Court, as a result of that, did not allow it to be repealed because there wasn't a replacement for it. But he's weakened it significantly. And this is another problem that he's generated that the current administration, the new administration, is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Biden team has said what their plans are to deal with this, but you'd imagine they're probably just going to reinforce it and kind of build back up where it was.
You have to. You have to at least put in the stuff that was pulled out at this point, because it's kind of silly to not have these in.
And it's unfortunate for people because this was one of his big things when he was running for president, was that he was going to get rid of Obamacare and put something new into place. It's unfortunate that all these people that voted for him are promised that, and unfortunately simply never got it.
Well, and the ultimate irony is that he didn't want to get rid of Obamacare. He wanted to get rid of Obama's legacy. And Obamacare, being a large part of that legacy, was one of the things that he targeted.
Right.
What's the next thing we have?
So we have the twice impeachment. This has been obviously in the news recently. Trump is the first U.S. president to be impeached twice while in office. Trump's first impeachment was for abuse of power when he attempted to solicit outside foreign interference in a U.S. election. I believe that was Ukraine, correct?
Correct.
Trump withheld $400 million in congressionally approved military aid from the Ukraine to pressure them into investigating Joe Biden's son for corruption. His second impeachment revolved around his attempt to incite an insurrection of his supporters when they stormed and breached the U.S. Capitol in an attempt to stop the certification of the 2020 election.
Yeah, we're not talking about flimsy things here.
No.
We're literally talking about two treasonous acts that the President of the United States, who's sworn to uphold the Constitution, has been accused of. Now, the first impeachment that we had, he was not found guilty. He was not convicted of the impeachment. But that was largely because the Senate was controlled, majority of the Senate was controlled by the Republicans at the time, who, for whatever reason, whether it was fear of repercussions or what, would not go against Donald Trump despite the overwhelming evidence. You know, the large accusation in that first impeachment was that he solicited outside interference in American elections. If that wasn't enough, based on this phone call that came out, during the whole process of this, when it came out, he later, on public television, on news networks, stood in the driveway of the White House and further solicited China to interfere in the election by investigating Joe Biden's son. So you could throw out that first allegation where he was trying to hold money over the Ukraine's head. He's publicly inviting an aggressor nation to interfere with our election. How he didn't get convicted of that is really just mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's stuff like that we'll touch on most likely later, but it sets a dangerous precedent for future presidents of what it means to be president and what you can do and what you can get away with. And this is another example of that.
Yeah, and he, is unique in that he's the first to be impeached twice.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure that's something I'd want to put on my resume.
It's something I've been thinking about a lot, especially with going back and looking at this legacy that will certainly come up. But like my generation and generations around my generation we're living through history for better or worse. And these are things that if I ever have kids and they go to school, the teachers are going to say, go home and ask your parents about when the Capitol was stormed and when the president was impeached twice, like things like that. And I don't know if I want to talk about that, like it's interesting to think of these events, you just see it on Twitter, you see it on the news and things like that, but it's documented history that is going to be in a book someday.
Yeah. And we were there for it. And it's scary. It really is. We were also there for the COVID-19 pandemic. We're still there for it. Trump's handling of COVID-19 will likely go down as one of the biggest disasters in U.S. history. By the time he left office, over 400,000 Americans have died. Trump admittedly downplayed the virus in an interview. He later ignored it completely as he struggled with the election. I mean, from the November election until the day he walked out of office, Trump ignored everything to do with the pandemic, and ignored a lot of his responsibilities as president, because I really think he just had a breakdown at that point. More U.S. citizens have died of COVID than all U.S. soldiers killed in combat in every war since 1945.
I saw that when I was looking over the notes. That is insane.
Yeah. More are dead from COVID than from Vietnam. And Trump completely and repeatedly downplayed the virus. He contradicted top public health experts. He flouted recommendations from his science advisors and his own White House coronavirus task force. He refused to accept responsibility for the pandemic, blaming it even up until his farewell speech on the 20th on China, calling it the China virus. He still won't accept responsibility for it.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's like you just got to commit, right?
Right.
Because at that point, if you're going to admit that you had any fault, you admit to one thing, you got to admit to it all. But I think, and this is a discussion that's happened a bunch of times by now, but every president has like one or two really big crises in their administration, right?
Yeah.
And this was definitely one of his, and his handling of it was poor.
Yeah.
Regardless of how you fall on the political spectrum, it's hard to disagree with that his handling was terrible and lives were lost because of it.
Well, and it's almost like, had he done absolutely nothing, that would have been better than what he did, because he contradicted medical professionals' advice. He made fun of and mocked people who were taking advice from medical professionals to wear masks and social distance. He deliberately exposed his Secret Service detail when he himself contracted COVID so that he could have a publicity stunt driving around the block for the press. Then he returns to the White House, still infected, and makes a show out of taking his mask off and working in the White House with everybody else and exposing everyone else.
Yeah. It's, and I don't know if we have it here, but also pulling out of the World Health Organization was really bad in the middle
During
of a pandemic. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think we talked about that on another show as well. We're repeating ourselves, but like just the headline makes itself, right? Trump pulls out of World Health Organization in the middle of a pandemic. Like, why would you do that?
Exactly. Well, and he wasn't taking anyone's advice anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered if we stayed in there. So what's the next thing that we have? Because it sounds like we got a lot more bad than good here, but
yeah, this section is a little long in the tooth, but I feel like we're doing our best here. So the next section is about the U.S. economy. Trump took credit for a robust economy that he inherited when he took office and had shown nearly 10 years of steady growth prior to his election. The U.S. now faces one of the worst economic crises in history, linked to his disastrous response to COVID-19, which we just talked about. Over 22 million jobs were lost. Unemployment is at 7.9%, more than double the 3.4% of the pandemic. The national debt is at the highest level since World War II. And the economic growth of the U.S. will average just above 0% for the first Trump term.
Trump made it quite a measure of success by citing the growth of the stock market throughout his presidency. And the funny thing is if you look back over the last 10 years, if you look back over the last two administrations, the Bush and the Obama administration, we had the recession that hit during President Bush's term. Then you had all the bailouts, the controversy over corporations that were too big to fail and the government bailing them out and so forth. But then we went on a steady increase in the economy that grew at a pretty consistent pace year over year, despite what Trump did. You didn't see any spikes in growth under Trump that would mark something significant that he did. But what you did see was all the controversies that came out with Trump. The economy continued to grow. And it grew not because of Trump, but in spite of Trump. Because typically any other president who would have gotten tied up in some of the controversies that he did would have had a direct impact on the economy. And it was almost as though the economy and the world expected this sort of thing from Trump. So they sort of shook it off and it didn't affect the economy. But even then, what you had was the pandemic hit. Your unemployment soared, the country shut down for a period of time, and the country never fully recovered from that. Our unemployment today is more than twice what it was before the pandemic hit. So if there's a measure of success to look at here, it's what the recovery looked like after the crash. And after the last recession that we had, there was significant growth. We've yet to see that in this case here. So the economy, even though the Dow Jones and the stock market's up and that's all great, the economy itself, the jobs themselves that were promised, that Trump has touted over and over again, just haven't materialized.
Yeah, and again, we go back to the, we go back again to the incoming administration and how they're going to, you still have all the negative impacts of the pandemic, which is still going on, and how they're going to deal with that and how they can come back from that. It's a complex thing that is not as easy as, oh, I was president for 4 years. Everything that happened in those 4 years is cut off from what was before me and what is after me. This is what I did. It doesn't work like that.
Right.
And especially when it comes to the economy, which is obviously one of those hot button issues that people love to talk about when they talk about who they're going to vote for or who is a successful president. But it's not as black and white as, some people would like to think it is.
Absolutely. So the last thing that we wanted to kick Donald Trump for here is damaging democracy. So Trump consistently eroded democratic norms during his tenure. Trump's constant attack on the media led UN experts to warn of raised risk of violence against journalists. He's threatened to deploy U.S. troops to American cities and demanded poll workers stop counting ballots to sway the election in his favor. Trump's constant dissemination of disinformation on the electoral process have led historians to draw parallels between him and Benito Mussolini. Trump has refused to accept the clear-cut results of the election and failed to provide any substantial proof to his claims for election fraud. The president is charged now with inciting insurrection at a rally and attempting to prevent a peaceful transfer of power. So now, since I wrote these notes up earlier in the week, additional information has come out that shows not only did Donald Trump incite and encourage his supporters to storm the Capitol, he also has financial ties to several organizations that were part of that shows he's financed those groups to do exactly that. I don't think democracy has ever been threatened like this since the Civil War. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And the difficult part is these are all facts, right, that we've just stated, but I can still guarantee you that there's somewhat half of the country that would disagree with this. And that's where the real damage is, the erosion of a common reality that we all have, right? Because, and I think that is, and I mentioned it before, but I think that that's part of the tactic, is to put so much information, false information out there, and to do all these things that for any other president, any one of them would have got them out of office, most likely, or a terrible scandal. But to just keep doubling down and to keep, moving facts around, it has eroded just average people's way of thinking. And it's I've seen it in my own life personally, people I know that we can't even talk about it because we don't agree on the facts and what is real and what is not. And just because I have facts, it makes me, I'm only saying that because I hate Trump, but it's not that's not what is true. And I think that is a thing that we're going to see in the coming years, is this difficulty of telling what is fact and fiction. Even if Trump is no longer in office, I think that stain is going to remain with the country for a while.
Yeah, like, you could have your own opinion. You're entitled to your own opinion,
right,
but you're not entitled to your own facts. The facts are the facts. And regardless of how much effort is put forth to disseminate misinformation, to skew those facts, the facts are still there. It's unfortunate that we have to go through the effort, almost like an archaeological dig, to get through all of the lies so we can get down to the facts themselves. And even then, the diehard supporters of someone like Trump still just simply refuse to accept the facts. Whether or not you choose to accept the truth doesn't make it any less true. And there are people out there that are having a very difficult time accepting that. One of the networks we stream on here, we stream on a network called Vaughn Live, and there's a lot of Trump supporters that watch that particular service. And there's been a couple of instances where people, during our replays there, have directly questioned, what are we talking about? Trump won the election in a landslide. And it makes me stop to wonder, despite all of the information that's out there, none of which points to a Trump victory, how could somebody possibly think that he won when not a shred of evidence has been produced, despite there being dozens of court cases that have been shot down by the Supreme Court, mind you, which has a majority of conservative justices that he put on the court, have shot down so many of these lawsuits that he's brought. How could people still think that he won just because that's what they want?
Yeah. And I think, and it's something that I've noticed a lot too, there's a lack of accountability in that mindset where, especially when we had the insurrection at the Capitol, immediately the conspiracies from that side of politics were trying to blaming on Antifa and things like that, where in reality, that's not the case. I don't think there was any evidence for that. It's a lack of accountability where it can't be me. It can't be my fault. And I think that's what you see a lot. And especially now, Trump has made himself out to be a martyr, especially with the election results. And I think that just feeds more into the cycle of a lack of accountability and, Trump can do no wrong. And, it was robbed, it was stolen from him, which none of that is true.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Well, let's take another quick break. We'll come back and we'll have a kind of an open discussion about the lasting effects of Trump and what the future under Joe Biden is going to look like. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back. We are talking about the legacy of Donald Trump. And then we're going to talk about what the lasting effects of Donald Trump are on the world in general. And I'm going to throw a couple of these categories at you, and I want to get your thoughts. So the first thing that I have here I'd like to hear about is, what is the future of the judiciary and the Supreme Court thanks to Donald Trump?
Well, like we've talked about, he had the 3 Supreme Court judges and 150?
250
other judges appointed. So that's definitely a lasting impact. I think it's really going to come down to, which is what I said during that segment, was how these judges are going to come down on a lot of decisions. I mean, we saw they don't always just toe the party line like you'd expect with certain things that Trump was trying to get them to do. We just talked about it. I forget what it was, where they
well, for the election.
Yeah. So something like that, you know, if the fear is that they would just follow his orders, that was proven to be false. So I think that shows a somewhat of a hopeful thing where they are impartial, which is what you want from your judges. So hopefully we'll see that continued impartiality.
The one thing that does concern me, though, is you have a man who appointed several hundred judges to lifetime appointments that will affect the judiciary moving forward. And this is the same man who was such a terrible judge of character appointing cabinet members that he had a revolving door on his cabinet and couldn't keep cabinet members. And he had positions where he had 3 and 4 replacements over the course of 4 years, which makes me wonder, how competent and qualified is he to choose a justice that's there for life? Is that something that concerns you at all?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point, and hopefully, he has not been great at picking people, but based off their character. But hopefully, out of those 250, we'll get a third that are good at their jobs, best, for the hope. But if not, then hopefully the system will do its job, and they'll resign or we'll find replacements. Hopefully,
that's being very optimistic. Okay.
Well, we're always so doom and gloom, I try to think positively.
How about foreign affairs and our allies? What do you think the lasting effects are going to be on that?
Well, I think initially it's probably going to be negative, but luckily we have the benefit of Joe Biden already having a working relationship with a lot of these people, most likely because of his time as vice president. So I think that is going to help rebuild a lot of the ties that Trump might have severed or damaged or tried to sever. And I think, having Joe Biden as the president might, the rest of the world will see America sort of back on track, hopefully, as having a functional government, a more, not traditional, but a more professional government. And I think that'll hopefully be a good thing for, our allies.
And I agree with you 100% on those points. About the economy and taxes, what do you think we can see long term for that?
Well, we talked about that corporate tax slash. Hopefully that is at least adjusted. I think that's way too much of a slash for corporations. I know you had mentioned that your company, things like that get benefits, but I think big picture, I do think it negatively impacts the most amount of people. For the economy, I think it's probably going to get worse before it gets better until we get coronavirus under control, which hopefully with the new administration we will, now that they're encouraging science and vaccinations are rolling out and things like that. Hopefully, once the virus is stabilized, the economy will also, in turn, be.
I think you're on the mark there. It's really everything still centers around Corona.
Yeah.
What about immigration? Can we expect long-term effects of his immigration policies?
I think that also kind of ties in with foreign allies and the world's perception of America. Hopefully, Biden will be able to be a little bit more welcoming and to immigration. Now, I know some people are very against any kind of immigration, but I think that taking the stance that Donald Trump did of almost xenophobia, or not almost, xenophobia, is not the way to go about it. And I think even if Biden's going to come down strictly on it, I'm not sure he's going to be as vocal about it.
Sure, yeah. And what about, I specifically mentioned COVID here, but pandemics in general. Do you think the next pandemic, hopefully that won't be for at least another 100 years, do you think the country's going to respond differently than it did during Donald Trump's reign?
I'd say most likely, especially because, looking 100 years back with the Spanish flu, people have such a, it's when you look in a history book and you see all the pictures in black and white, it's not as tangible. But with this, in our modern age, where you have, social media and things that will most likely be able to be looked back on, I think it'll be a lot more real for people. And hopefully if it's less than 100 years, people like my age or younger will be alive still and will say that, this is not a joke. And hopefully whatever administration is in power at that time will have learned from past mistakes and, be able to have some sort of pandemic task force, that's is designed for these things, especially as the world gets more and more globalized every day.
Yeah, here's the hope. And finally, what do you think the long-term impact on the presidency itself is going to be? I mean, we just had a president who challenged every norm and every check that's been put in place on the power of the presidency. Do you think there's going to be a lasting effect on the presidency?
Absolutely. And I think that Trump testing all of those limits is going to set like I said before, a dangerous precedent going forward. And I think that even the Biden administration will probably take some liberties with that as well, with what a president can do with things like executive orders or pardons and things like that. Hopefully that extended power will get reeled back, checks and balances and all over time. But I think in the immediate future, it's still going to be a little up in the air on how the presidency is viewed.
Okay. So the future, all right, let's turn our attention to the future under Joe Biden. He's got 4 years. I don't think he's going to do for a second term. So he's got 4 years to accomplish what he wants. And the first thing really is to unify a nation that is more divided now than any other time in our history, save for the Civil War. Do you think Joe Biden has what it takes to unify the country, given the staunch support of 70 million people who voted for Donald Trump?
Honestly, I don't know. Because it's just, in his speech during the inauguration, he talked about it not being about parties, which I feel like every president says, but that doesn't work. It's not how that works. And in my experience, I don't think that that's possible. I just think that, and I don't know what it is, but I think people are much too focused on their political parties, and that divides us so much. And I'm not really sure how you can fix that. I think the best way to go about fixing it would be in the government, seeing, handshakes from both parties, agreeing on things. But if that's not going to change, then I don't see how that's going to change for the public either.
I agree. Handling of COVID. So there's been a number of things in the first couple of days of the Biden administration that he signed by executive order to address COVID. Do you feel more confident in Biden's ability to handle COVID than Trump's? Do you think we're going to get ahead of this? Where do you think we're going with this, and are we going in the right direction?
Overall, I am more confident in Joe Biden. My only fear is that so much damage has already been done by the Trump administration, and how Biden is going to be able to, if he wants to be effective, if he'd be able to be as effective as he can, given the things that Trump has done. Hopefully, using those executive orders, like you said, he'll be able to reverse a lot of that and speed the process up and get vaccinations out and get the resources to people that need it. Again, a lot of hoping. We'll see what actually happens.
So, foreign policy. So you had mentioned already that Joe Biden has an established working relationship with a lot of our allies. Over the 4 years that he was in office, Trump did a lot of damage to those through insults, through, pulling out of treaties and military movements and various things. Do you think Joe Biden has it within him to rebuild those alliances in the short time that he's probably going to be in office?
I think, yes, I do. And I think part of that comes from, and it's one of the criticisms people might have of Joe Biden of being a career politician. But I think that when it comes to foreign policy and foreign affairs, being a career politician can be a good thing because, you saw Trump, who's not as experienced of a political leader, how that worked out dealing with other world leaders. So I think having someone that was already vice president and has met all these people, but has also been in the quote unquote business for his entire life, I think that you pick up some skills along the way that make you a better diplomat, and hopefully that those skills are put to use.
Very good point. So some of those executive orders that Joe Biden has signed into law at this point dealt with undoing some of the things that Donald Trump did. Do you think that Biden should be focused on erasing the Trump legacy, or do you think his efforts would be better focused elsewhere?
Well, I think it's kind of a double-edged sword, because erasing the Trump legacy will also benefit a lot of the American people, especially when it comes to things like the COVID-19 pandemic, because part of Trump's legacy was hindering the process of getting people vaccinated and the resources, like I said, that they need. So I think in those instances where erasing Trump's legacy would benefit the American people, I think that is a good thing. But just turning it into a contest of, if I can erase this guy's name from the books of history, I don't think that's worth your time.
So the last one that I wanted to talk about here is the chance of success. You mentioned that Joe Biden is a career politician. He's been in the White House, administration before as vice president. He's spent, an eternity in the Senate and the legislative branch. So he comes to us with a wealth of experience. But he's also the oldest president to take office at this point in time at 78 years old. Do you think his age is going to contribute to his ability to be successful? And do you think he'll have the support that he needs? Because right now, there's a small majority, but there is a majority of Democrats in the Senate, and there's a majority of Democrats in the House. So the Democrats really hold the power right now, at least for the next 2 years. Will that help his success? Do you think he can be successful in his platform and what he wants to do for the next 4 years?
I've said it before, but I certainly hope so. I do think his age is definitely going to be one of the main points of contention for people that criticize him. I hope that in terms of his mental facilities, he seems like he's all there, and his speeches and things like that. He speaks very eloquently, except for a few stutters occasionally, which, people will harp on. But I think in terms of leading, I think he'll do what he needs to do. And I think the people behind him will also be extremely helpful. And, the presidency is obviously a huge burden for someone to undertake. We've seen the before and after photos of, when people come into office versus when they leave. I think despite his age, I think he'll be able to, fulfill his duties to the best of his ability.
And I would tend to agree with you, largely because I think he's smart enough to turn his cabinet into an asset rather than a distraction. Mm-hmm. Much of the Trump presidency centered around controversy of cabinet members, cabinet turnover. He didn't trust his cabinet members. He didn't trust the people around him. He was more inclined to make unilateral decisions on his own rather than to trust the experts around him. And I think Joe Biden is smart enough, experienced enough, and wise enough to not fall into those same pitfalls. So I think the team that Joe Biden puts around him is really going to be what contributes to his success more than anything. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get any final thoughts that you have and finish up with the podcast business. Go for your final thoughts.
So I think looking back at the Trump legacy, one of the biggest appeals he had when he went into office was people didn't want another career politician. They wanted something different. And they got that. And it overall, I don't think was a good thing. We've broken it down into various different topics, but I think overall it had a negative impact on the country, right? And you ask yourself, I forget what president did this, but are you better off 4 years? Hang on, I'm messing this up. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And I think most people would say no, whether it's for economic reasons or the impact the coronavirus had on them. And obviously you can't blame all these things just on Trump. However, he was the president and he's supposed to be the leader. And I think it's hard to disagree that he failed as a leader. And hopefully, there's obviously detriments to having a career politician in power, but I think now that is what the country most likely needs.
Yeah, I think this was a case of we got what we asked for, and what we asked for was not what we needed. It was a learning experience, I think. The country will continue to feel the effects of for years to come, but I think it's a learning experience that we won't make that same mistake again. That was all we had for today. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you coming to talk about this volatile subject. Before we go, I do want to throw the plugs out there. You can get the audio version of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of all of our podcasts can be found if you look for Insights into Things. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Pandora, and something else that I can't remember. I really need to write all these down.
Tune in?
Tune in, sure.
Sorry, tune in. Sorry about that.
We would also invite you to reach out to us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at insights_things. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, you can find us at insightsintothings, where you can get links to all that and everything else on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Anything else?
That is it.
All right, another one in the books. Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 107, Perspectives, Part 2. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my insightful and intelligent co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right.
Anything exciting to report?
I just had a quiz in the LA, and today was actually a pretty chill day other than that.
So then, no, nothing exciting to report.
Sure, why not? No, no, not really.
So this is the second part of our Teenage Perspectives, two-part series, I guess we could say. It's going to be kind of a question and answer session like last week. This week, we're going to have a couple different topics. We're going to be talking about parenting. Then we'll talk about relationships. Dun, dun, dun. And then finally, we'll finish off talking about technology. We've got 10 questions in each. We will go through those, and if there's questions that you can't answer, just let me know. We can try and clarify, or we'll just push them to another session after you've had a chance to get more of a perspective on it.
Okay.
Before we start, I would encourage folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get video versions of our podcast listed as Insights into Things. You can get audio versions of the podcast, this podcast in particular, listed as Insights into Teens. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, and any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also encourage folks to give us some feedback. Contact us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, you can get us at Insights Into Things, or you can get links to all those and direct contacts to us on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Let's get started. So we're going to start off today with parenting questions. So we're going to kind of ask you questions about how your parents treat you and how you think you would be as a parent or your perspective on parenting.
Okay.
Okay? Some of these questions are a little, I don't know, off the wall, I guess. So question number 1, should men get paternity leave from work? So before we get into that, let me quickly explain that paternity leave, when a mother is having a baby, there's what's called the FMLA, the Family Medical Leave Act.
Okay.
And that grants the mothers up to 12 weeks of paternity leave either before or after the birth of the child. Now, with that in mind, do you think the father should get a similar block of time off to stay home, help the mom out, get to know the baby, that sort of thing?
I definitely think so, especially if, they're a single father and, they, they adopt a brand new, baby that they, kind of need to get to know a bit more. I would definitely say, for that, especially for, also making sure that, the mother is well and, getting to know the kid. So I'd say that they should get parentality leave.
And I would agree with you. When you were born, you had some issues where you had to stay in the hospital, but mommy had delivered via C-section, so she couldn't come home right after giving birth either. So she was in, 4 days, 5 days, something like that. But when she got home, she had the physical restrictions because she was still healing. So there was a lot of stuff that she couldn't do. As much as I can call it an advantage, the one advantage of you having to remain in the hospital even after mommy came home was that mommy had a chance to rest at home and heal up before we actually had you home and she was on the go constantly. So it totally makes sense. And under FMLA, eligible employees, male or female, are allowed up to 12 weeks of unpaid leave. So that basically your employer has to hold your job for you.
Mm-hmm.
So that is there. So, and I agree with you 100% there. So question number 2 deals with curfews. Do curfews, well, first of all, let me ask, do we put a curfew on you?
I mean, kind of. By 8, I need to be downstairs to watch my show with mommy, and by 9 is kind of when I go to bed.
Yeah, but because you don't really go out and socialize a lot, there's not much occasion to give you a curfew. Like when I was your age, I would go out and hang out with my friends and stuff like that, but I had a 10 o'clock curfew during school week. So I had to be home by 10 o'clock. And usually my best friend lived on the next street over, so I was never very far from home. So the question here is, do curfews keep teens out of trouble?
I would say it depends on the teen. I definitely think that teens who are a lot more obedient, the teens that will abide by it and won't question the parents' decision, it can definitely keep them out of trouble, especially if they were to stay out late at night and something would happen to them. But then we have the teens who kind of break their curfews and get infuriated by them, and it kind of gets them into even more trouble, not just in danger, but also trouble with peers and parents. So I'd say it really kind of depends on how the kid is.
That's interesting. I hadn't considered the fact that the curfew itself could be an aggravating factor there. Next question. Is child behavior better or worse than it was years ago?
So, before I answer this, could you give me kind of an overview of what child behavior was like in the past?
Well, when I grew up, a lot of what we did was outside the house. So we were constantly out playing or hanging out or playing sports. Or if you were over somebody's house, you were over their house for a short period of time. That there wasn't as much online. Well, there was no online activity. So everything occurred outside. And when things are, outside, you run into stuff where kids get bored and they start doing things that they probably shouldn't be doing. Trespassing on other people's property, damaging people's property when they play games. Like we used to play a game on my street called Manhunt. And it was basically a modified version of hide and seek in teams. But you weren't doing it on the street. So you were running through people's backyards and on people's properties and stuff like that. And occasionally we would break things. But that was all a factor of everything being outside the house for us. So nowadays, you don't have as much of that. And a lot of times you're in the house a lot more than you are outside the house now. So kind of look at it from that perspective.
So I could definitely say that, kids haven't gotten into trouble with their neighbors as much as they used to. But I do still see kids outside, so that's a good thing. But there's also a problem with kids when they are on the internet too much. Some kids can be pretty cruel, and there are a lot of, things that kids have kind of messed up because they are bored on the internet and don't really think that their opinion affects people. So it's kind of 50-50 at this point. They're probably not doing physical damage, but they're also still kind of doing damage. So I'd say just watch out for your kids.
Yeah, and I would agree with you there. I think some of the bad behaviors, or most of the bad behaviors, are still there. They just take on a different form now.
Yeah.
You would trespass on people's property before, but you may be trespassing on people's social media or their websites or something like that now. And I think the risks probably are a little bit higher now because the exposure that you have in an online world is significantly greater than you did in your neighborhood.
Yeah.
When we were growing up, you always were told to watch out for suspicious cars or people that were, adults that you didn't know who were talking to the kids. And that was the sort of predatory type individual. You could see him. It was very clear. So you knew who it was and you knew they didn't belong. Whereas online, you're exposed to a much wider array of people that you have to be careful with. And you don't know who they are because they're hiding behind a keyboard somewhere. So someone who may be pretending to be another 14-year-old girl who's trying to empathize with you and relate to you might be a 50-year-old man who's trying to lure you out of the house to do something inappropriate. And you don't know that because it's not that obvious.
Yeah.
So the dangers are, I think, significantly higher.
Yeah.
Question number 4. And again, I think this one is also really tied to technology. Should companies market to children?
I think some companies definitely shouldn't, because a lot of it's just like, hey, get your parents to get you this and spend money on our products. I think that's kind of the main thing that people do. But I think it's really bad when, what they're marketing is not child-friendly and shouldn't be exposed to children. That's probably when it really gets to be a problem. I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to stop companies from marketing to children, and I don't think there's anything wrong with kids wanting to have toys. It's just the companies clearly just want to make money, and some companies don't entirely care about the kids' safety. They just want to make money. So, yeah, there's a certain point where they should probably not
Yeah. And, this goes back to the technology again. When I was a kid, the only marketing I was really exposed to was television or radio or whatever the medium happened to be at the time. So I'd watch Saturday morning cartoons or whatever I watched when I got home from school. And you would get this influx of product marketing to that age group. And it was it was targeted to the age group, but it wasn't targeted to me. Whereas with the technology we have today, and the amount of tracking that happens with your online presence, companies can market directly to you now by looking at what websites you go to, what products you buy, what videos you watch, who your friends are, the region that you live in. So they have so much information on you now that you get these personalized ads where it's almost like they're talking directly to you. And that can be much more intoxicating to a teen than seeing a generic ad for a new toy.
Yeah.
So it's a more personalized, but in some way more powerful form of marketing as well.
Yeah.
Question number 6. No. Question number 5. Counting. Math is so tough. When should parents let teens make their own decisions?
So I don't think there's a defined time for this, and it really just depends on how mature the teen is when they're making their decisions. If they're mature enough and they've been shown that they can make their own decisions, I'd say then you can let them make their own decisions on what they like, what they don't like, that kind of thing. But I do think that there are some teens that make pretty bad decisions, and parents kind of have to have a bit more control with them and not let them make too many of their own decisions, just to keep them safe at least.
That's a good point. It's more of a judgment call than, saying that you're 13, you can make your own decisions now.
Yeah.
And it's, you invest a certain amount of responsibility in the child and see how they react to it. Some react well and they can handle it. Some can't. And you kind of have to pull back on the reins a little bit until they get a little bit more mature. Now, question number 6. It was such a good question, I wanted to skip everything else. Do teens have decent role models today?
I don't entirely know how to answer this, because personally, I don't entirely have role models that I'm pretty sure plenty of other people have. Like, of course, I have the generic you and mommy as my role models, but I don't consider myself generic at all, by the way. It's just I don't entirely know how to answer this, because I don't know, I really don't have any experience with role models in the media for teens, at least. I don't know really how to answer that.
Well, and I can tell you that as a child, as a teenager myself, most of my role models, I drew on fiction for my role models, because I don't know. I think creatively, things were a lot more black and white when I was a kid. You had good guys and you had bad guys. There weren't shades of gray in between. You were either one or the other. Mm-hmm. And it made it very easy to look at things that I was interested in. TV shows, for instance. Transformers was a great one. I used to love Transformers. Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime was the ultimate good guy. He was always a good guy. He always did the right thing. Was a cool looking truck. Had, a really, Peter Cullen did the voice. He did an awesome voice for Optimus Prime. But you had these moral good versus evil plays where it made it very easy to pick the good guy or to recognize the bad guy. And, whether it was Transformers or G.I. Joe or Star Wars or whatever it was, I never looked at celebrities as role models. I never, a lot of people worship celebrities. I never really got into that.
Yeah, neither did I.
Right. So my thing was always either characters from literature or television shows or movies or whatever that was who I related to. You know, that was the character that I could get into. And that was where the life lessons were a lot of times because it was so black and white. And I don't think today's entertainment for teens is that black and white. You have so many anti-heroes now, so many heroes or so many characters that play both sides of that fence. And sometimes they're morally ambiguous. You have a lot more flawed characters that you see in television and movies now. So it's not as easy to see what a good guy or a bad guy is in fictional accounts. So I think a lot of teens turn towards athletes or celebrities, and they see, oh, you know, this guy, a basketball player who grew up poor and got his big shot, and now he's a multimillionaire and he's got his own shoe line. That's who I want to be because he's so successful. And I think the reason behind some of that motivation for using them as a role model might be disingenuous from what role models were when I was a kid, at least.
I mean, yeah, I can understand that. And I definitely think that some fictional characters it's definitely hard to depict who's good and who's bad. So, yeah, I can definitely understand your aspect of that.
Okay. So the next question we have is there too much of an attitude of entitlement in today's youth? You know what I mean by that?
Yeah, and yeah, I'm pretty sure that lots of kids at this point have kind of gotten the feeling of being really entitled. There are plenty of kids who are demanding, who are spoiled, who want everything in the world and don't think they need to work hard for it. There's a lot of kids like that I've been seeing recently, and I definitely think there's a bit too much entitlement and attitude in today's youth. Of course, there are exceptions to that, but overall, when you take a group of kids, most of them are more than likely going to have some form of entitlement.
Okay, fair enough. So the next question has to deal with chores and getting paid for them, which you do. So the question is, should teens get paid to do chores around the house?
So, I think teens should be at least somewhat rewarded for their chores. Like, I can definitely see a family who can't entirely afford to pay their teen for the chores, so you don't actually have to give them money for it. But I would say at least giving them some type of reward so that they can still stay motivated, and it's like, oh hey, if I do my chores, I get this. And it's a good way of teaching them hard work and how to motivate you, and giving them motivation and a reward for doing hard work.
And I agree with you 100%, which is why we do pay you to do yours. And I'll even go a little bit beyond that, is it teaches you the value of $1. And this kind of goes hand in hand with that sense of entitlement, where a lot of kids, the kids that don't have to work for the things that they want and just have it handed to them, generally, and there are exceptions, but generally there's a lack of appreciation for what it takes to get the things you want. You know, you want a new game system, you want a new book bag, you want a new bicycle, whatever it is. If it's just given to you, then you don't have an investment in it, and you don't treat it with the respect you would if you had earned it. But when you work and you earn the money and you take your money and spend it either on yourself or someone else, there's a much greater investment in what you're spending that on. You respect your property more when you've worked to earn that property.
Mm-hmm.
And I think kids that don't have that reward motivation to do chores don't gain the benefit of that appreciation. But you clearly appreciate the things that you have, which is a good thing. It means that Mommy and I are doing something right around here.
Yay.
Question 9. How should parents discipline their children in today's society?
Okay, so this also kind of depends on the kid. If the kid has shown to be, well, you don't really have to the discipline doesn't have to entirely be harsh. If the kid, doesn't care and doesn't understand and really doesn't have any, really, once again, doesn't care, then I definitely think the punishment, not punishment, discipline should be a bit harder on them. But there's definitely one thing that I can agree that should never be implemented in discipline. Don't harm your kid. Violence
Physically, you mean?
Physically. And mentally.
Mentally, we shouldn't harm you either?
Yeah, we shouldn't.
I'll write that one
You
down.
shouldn't hurt your kids in any way. That's pretty much what I'm saying. Don't hurt them emotionally, don't hurt them physically, don't hurt them mentally. Violence, in either sense, is never the option.
So, bearing that in mind, what do you consider to be acceptable discipline?
I definitely think that, taking away small benefits is an exceptional way to discipline your kids, like taking away one of their toys or taking away their device.
No, you do something wrong and you don't get your game system for this week.
Well, if it is an extreme thing, I definitely think that you should probably have a talk a bit more and, some small form of punishment, maybe say this time that you maybe do your chores but you don't get paid, that kind of thing.
Okay, so deprivation rather than anything harsh.
Yeah, and maybe you should work with your teen a bit more and you can then kind of decide which punishment would be better. Well, form of discipline, I prefer to say.
Sure.
So yeah.
Okay, that works. So the last question we had in this category, and then we can give you your parenting certificate, is at what age do you think, excuse me, what age is it okay for kids to stay home by themselves?
Okay, going along with the other question, I don't think there is a defined age for a teen to stay home by themselves. It's more or less if the parents feel they are responsible enough. Can they stay home by themselves without causing harm to the house or themselves? That's basically kind of what the parents have to think about, because I definitely think some teens can't stay home by themselves who are about the same age as me. And I definitely think that there are some teens who are about my age that are probably mature enough that they can stay home alone, so it really just depends if they can handle the responsibility.
So another judgment call by the parents based on how the child reacts to it.
Yep.
Understood. Sounds good. That's all we had for this series of questions. We'll be right back and we'll talk about technology. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. We're getting perspectives, teen perspectives. Up next is actually relationships. We're not going to talk about technology yet. That was just a tease for the end of the show. So, Our first question on relationships, because I know you love talking about relationships.
Mm-hmm.
Does age matter in a relationship?
Definitely. That is probably one of the only factors that matters in a relationship. You can like whatever gender you want. You can have whatever preference, but one thing that should matter, probably one of the only things that matters, is age. Like hands down, I don't care if you say, oh, it's okay for someone who's 10 years younger to date someone. No. Age matters in a relationship, and you cannot change my mind.
So, explain to me why age matters.
Because, okay, so the main problem with this is when you think about someone who could be someone kind of young, dating someone who's old enough to be their parent. Like, that feeling just makes many people, myself included, extremely uncomfortable. And especially if we're thinking about younger kids, yes, age definitely matters in a relationship. No one's gonna change my mind. Age is the only factor that would matter in any type of relationship.
Well, you seem very strong about this.
Definitely, yes.
Well, I have to tell my brother, who married someone who was younger. He's 10 years older than me. He married someone who was younger than I was. And to the best of my knowledge, they're still happily married. You have certain marriages. You have Michael Douglas, I think, is a good example. His wife, I think, is almost 20 years younger than he is. And they have a very successful, very happy, productive marriage.
I mean, I guess in certain instances, but still kind of the thought of that, like, I get it, people can be happy, but
I think there's probably a point where age starts to matter less and less.
I guess.
And I think I totally agree with you from a teen standpoint that I would not feel comfortable with you ever dating someone who was significantly older than you. And when I say significantly older, I'm saying maybe 5 years or more is too much.
Yeah.
But I think once you hit adulthood and you meet somebody, regardless of their age, if they are someone who you can relate to, that you fall in love with, and that you enjoy being around, I don't think age should be a limiting factor. I think what you might find is that if that age gap is too great, the two individuals have less in common to build a relationship on, because as that age gap increases, the difference in personality and experience and preferences and all that stuff starts to get different. And for some people, that difference is exactly what they thrive on, because they offer each other something that they never could have experienced with someone their own age. Because, you know, maybe the older person in that relationship feels younger with that younger person, and that younger person feels more entitled, more privileged being with an older person who's more established professionally and mature-wise and attitude-wise. So there's trade-offs there. But I agree to a certain extent that there's an age where that probably starts becoming less of a factor.
Yeah, I guess I can understand that.
So sticking with the whole age thing, what age is appropriate for dating? And I'll say that with a caveat that we live in New Jersey, and state to state, that age varies, the age of consent. And when I say consent, we're talking about sex. Yes, I know, I said that nasty word. It's okay. So most states, it's either 16, 17, or 18. In New Jersey, the age of consent is 16. Just because you're dating someone doesn't mean that becomes a factor, but for the purpose of this discussion, it's important to know what those legal ramifications are. Okay? So, with that in mind, what age is appropriate for dating, do you think?
So, consent aside, I would think that maybe at 16 would be a decent time to date. Of course, you don't have to date immediately when you're 16. You don't have to date at all, in fact. But I would definitely say that give yourself time to figure out who you want to date, if you want to date, that kind of thing. And if you do want to date, I'd say at least 16. Consent, I feel, should probably be a bit higher, though. Not gonna lie, but if you just want to date someone, then I'd say 16 should be the minimum.
And I would tend to agree with that. And I would also agree with the statement you made that you don't need to immediately start dating when you're 16. I didn't seriously date until I got out of high school because I was involved in so many different things and I was working and, all kinds of personal stuff going on. I dated a little bit, but it wasn't anything serious. I didn't look to really date until I was a little bit more established. Let's be honest. It's expensive dating. So if you can't finance that and don't want to depend on your parents, then you might want to wait before you start dating. Let's see. Question number 3, another age-related one here. Should young couples be able to marry? Now, again, a caveat with that. In the United States, I don't know about other countries, but in the United States, an individual can marry at the age of 18 without parental consent or authorization. Younger than that, your parents have to consent to it. Now, I'll say with that in mind that there are people that have been married as young as 12 years old over the course of history in this country. So, should young couples be able to marry?
I mean, not very, very young couples. I don't entirely feel like marriage is a big thing, and basically you're saying, okay, this is a person I want to spend the rest of my life with. Yes, it can get a divorce, but that's a whole nother can of worms you probably don't want to open. So, I mean, I guess as long as they really figure out, as long as they know what they're in for, I guess that it would be okay. But I would say, I would kind of prefer it if the youngest age was maybe 20, 21. It's kind of the same thing with the military thing we talked about in the last video. I don't entirely feel comfortable with older teens marrying because you don't make the best decisions when you make a lot of life decisions at 18, and I don't feel as though marriage should be one of them.
And I would agree with you there. I think depending on the gender dynamic of the relationship, half of that relationship may not be mature enough to make that decision. And there's a lot of other world decisions that have to get made before you get to that point. And not only is dating expensive, marriage is very expensive. So if you don't have the means to support yourself and your family, you're probably better off waiting to get married and waiting to start a family until you're a little bit more established. Mm-hmm. But that's just my philosophy. So, is it okay for girls to ask boys out?
Sure. I don't see a problem with it. Same thing with girls proposing to guys. I really don't see any problem with it. Girls can make the first move. I don't really see a problem with that.
Okay, well, moving right along.
I mean, yeah, I don't really...
Not much discussion to happen there.
Yeah, I don't really have much else to say. I kind of thought that girls would, sometimes ask guys out on their own.
So you're not a traditional, romantic person where you expect chivalry to be still alive and guys to hold doors open and pull chairs out for women and stuff?
Oh, trust me, no. That is not equal rights. People might think it's nice at first, but then you realize, yeah, why can't the woman do that?
So you're more for equal rights and less for chivalrous conduct?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. I think that's a fair way to go through life. I think it sets the expectations much more realistic at that point. So, online dating. So, according to a study published by the Pew Research Center, roughly 60% of participants have had positive experiences with dating platforms. Now, before I ask the question, I will put the caveat out there that your mother and I met through an online dating service. And she's going to hit me if I get this wrong, 18 years, I want to say, into being together now. I'm waiting for her to bang the door down now to tell me I'm wrong. So I think it was successful for the most part. So the question is, do you think online dating sites are effective?
I mean, considering, like, that my parents who are having a really successful relationship and that we have a successful relationship as a family, I'd say, yeah, they're pretty effective. They can, like, especially since you can meet people that on the internet that you'd probably never meet in real life. I definitely think that online dating can be very effective for plenty of people. Okay.
And obviously I'll agree with that. Otherwise, Mom will divorce me. Is there sufficient relationship counseling for teens? Do you feel that if you have questions or confusions or just want to have something explained to you, do you feel that there are sufficient resources for you either, I don't want to say at home, but in school, for instance? Do you think there's counselors, guidance counselors or whatever, or any kind of resources that you can go and ask questions?
I mean, I guess maybe with the guidance counselors, I don't know. I've never really asked them about, like, it never came up that about relationships specifically. They never really discussed it with me. It was kind of just, okay, tell me if you're, like, tell me about, like, just kind of tell me about what you like and stuff. It never really came up, like, about relationships and about how I wanted to have a relationship. I'm guessing if I asked, they would probably have some answers. It's just, that kind of thing was never really discussed in school with me.
So the jury's kind of still out on that one.
Yeah.
Just for the record, Mommy did confirm, well, first of all, she put 2004 up like I'm going to be able to do math, because math is hard. But she did confirm 17 years last month. So I was 1 year off. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not to say it feels longer. I don't want to say that because that could come across wrong. But 17 years is a pretty successful relationship so far.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Question 7. Are social events at school a good place to take a date? Understanding this question relates to non-COVID related conditions.
I'm not entirely sure. Once again, there was never really, like, a bunch of talk about relationships and stuff. Like, I can see a bunch of people taking their dates to the prom, but I don't know. Like, I don't know how the teachers would react, I guess. And since we never really brought up that kind of stuff, I'm not entirely sure if it would have been a good idea. Like, they could definitely be fun, but if I personally wanted to date, I'd probably just do something outside of school. Just
the reason I put this in here is in my youth, that was a lot of what your socializing was. Dances at school, taking your date to the football game, hanging out with your friends. A lot of what dating was for me as a kid was hanging out with my friends. I might be dating one of them, but it was mostly hanging out with friends. So a lot of times it was going to concerts at school, going to the school play, stuff like that. They were all, I mean, I came from a small town too, so there wasn't a lot of socializing that could be had around town. Really, everything revolved around what we did at school. I don't think schools are quite that center of social society anymore, though, are they?
Not really. I had a dance in, 6th grade, and there were 2 dances that you could go to, when I was in 7th grade. There are like a few dances, but the thing is like I mean, we had games and stuff, but I was the type of person who really didn't go to that kind of stuff. Like, we did have social events, it's just, I don't know.
You just didn't go to the social events.
Yeah, that's just my...
Okay, nothing wrong with that. I didn't go to a lot of myself either, but...
Yeah.
I had to ask. Question number 8. Can you just be friends after breaking things off with a romantic interest? The dreaded "let's just be friends" line.
I mean, I think it's possible, especially if you two were really good friends before you started dating. And then you can kind of figure that, hey, maybe it might not work. We don't work in a romantic sense, but we work in a friendship sense. Why don't we just be friends? And sure, there can be instances where it's a bit awkward, but I definitely...
Awkward.
But I definitely think people can move past that, and I'm pretty sure people have, and they can be friends with their ex-partners.
Okay, so here's another good question. Is it okay to date the ex-partner of your friend?
Okay, there's a couple things that factor into this. One, is the ex-partner a good person? Well,
we're not going to get deep in it. We're not doing psychoanalysis.
Yeah.
If your best friend breaks up with their friend, their significant other, is it okay for you to date their former significant other?
I'd say as long as their friend's okay with it. Like,
so you need to ask permission first.
Like, I think you can have, like, a well-talked discussion about it, like a civilized discussion. I definitely think it could be possible. A lot of people probably think that, oh, it's just gonna end in disaster. Well, I think that it could also not end in disaster, so.
Okay. So there's a chance that it might work.
Yeah.
Gotcha. You got to be tactful with it.
Yeah.
So the last question we have, I think we've kind of already answered this, but I'll give you a chance to expound on it. Is it okay not to date at all while in high school?
Of course. Like, a lot of people can be too busy for a relationship. A lot of people, like, can probably, not care for being in a relationship. And there's a bunch of people who can probably just be okay with just having friends and not really feel as though they need a significant other.
Okay. Sounds good. That's it for this segment. We'll be right back, and we'll finish off with our technology questions.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. We're getting teen perspectives today. We're talking about technology now. Just a lightning round. We're up against the clock here, so we got to run through these quickly. Are we too dependent on computers today?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. We probably have a little too much dependence on technology at this point. So, yeah, the answer is yes.
Okay. Speaking in general terms, are parents clueless about child predators on the internet?
I mean, I'm pretty sure lots of parents are aware. Some parents are probably more clueless than others because, one, they either don't care, or two, they're just clueless. They don't entirely have a lot of knowledge of that. But I definitely think that there are ways that parents can learn about this and make sure that they protect their child from child predators.
Good point. Cell phones. Are cell phones dangerous or detrimental to teens?
I mean, to some teens, they could be, but to others, they can definitely be helpful. Maybe some teens can do something on their phone that can cause them to be put in danger, but normally it's probably because they weren't mature enough to have it. But it can also be beneficial to plenty of other teens. So it can be, but I don't think it's entirely dangerous.
So situational.
Yes.
Okay. Do violent video games cause behavioral problems?
I don't think so. I used to play a violent video game with you called Call of Duty, and normally we would play this game whenever I would have a bad day, and usually playing with you, making some kind of comedy and shooting pixels made me happier, and I was no longer that stressed. It didn't turn me into a bloodthirsty killer.
That's good to know.
Which for some reason people believe, but playing that game just kind of let me blow off some steam, and it's probably better to have a way to blow off steam instead of bursting around other people where you really can get a bit violent.
Good point. So, do you think about cybersecurity before you use technology?
Not really. I kind of just figured that, you being the tech guy that you are, you would kind of make sure that you would kind of take care of that in a way.
That's my problem.
I mean, as a teen myself, I really never thought that I had to worry about that, and I never did. So
Okay. We're going to have an offline discussion about that then.
Okay.
Are passwords a poor way to secure technology?
As long as you're safe with your password, I don't think so. But if you end up leaking your password, it can definitely be a poor way of security, so you should probably have a backup in case, especially if you kind of have you have a way of your password out to other people, you should have another wall of defense. But for the most part, I'm pretty sure as long as you keep your passwords hidden from other people, then I'm pretty sure that's fine.
Okay. Is technology important in schools today?
Well, today, yes. When we were in school, I would say that was still pretty important. We could use technology as a tool for learning, and being in a school that used technology for learning, I don't entirely think I don't know what it would be like if we had no type of technology. So.
Okay, yeah, I think it's definitely essential right now.
Mm-hmm.
So, thinking in broader terms of all technology, is technology a tool, a convenience, or a burden for you?
Well, it can definitely be a tool, especially when it comes to school. I use my laptop for school. I use a calculator for math in case it's a larger number that I can't entirely
you don't have enough fingers?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we can do with that. And it can also be a convenience for entertainment purposes, stress relieving purposes, that kind of thing. And a burden in some ways, like if it doesn't work properly, if I'm trying to do something and it just frustrates me. It's definitely kind of all of the above.
Okay, good answer. Well-rounded answer. Is technology a threat to privacy?
More than likely, yes, because using technology, there's a lot of your personal data that is on the internet that everyone can see at this point, so in a way, yes, it's a pretty big threat to privacy.
And the last question that we have for today is facial recognition in public places okay?
Could you give me an example of where that can be applied?
Great example right now. You walk into a supermarket, walk into Walmart, and you see a big TV screen up there, and you see it draw little boxes around your face as you're walking around, and it's doing facial recognition. You go to an airport. and the airports all have cameras, and the cameras are doing facial recognition. You go to a concert at an auditorium, and there's cameras that do facial recognition, and they run your facial images against the database of known criminals or wanted individuals or something like that. And if your face turns up a match, they wind up pulling you out of line and taking you in, and you talk to security or the police or something like that. Cameras are everywhere today, which means that facial recognition potentially is everywhere today.
I definitely think in a lot of instances it is kind of okay because it is just a way to be safe. But on the other hand, yeah, it is kind of weird having yourself be recorded over and over again in public places.
Okay. So that was all we had today. And I think that's the last we had in this series for right now. I'm sure we'll come up with more in the series at a later date. Before we go, I would want to once again suggest folks subscribe to the podcast. You can subscribe to video versions of all of our shows. If you look for Insights into Things, you can get audio versions of this podcast. If you look up Insights into Teens, we're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, and anywhere you can get a podcast these days. We would also invite folks to give us your feedback. We're looking for show suggestions, topics that we can discuss, feedback on how we're doing. Are we doing a good job? You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. You can get high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We stream 6 days a week, really 5 days a week at this point, since we started recording during the week. We stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. You can get audio versions of this podcast at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We are on Instagram at insightsintothings. Or you can get us on our main website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone!
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 107. I am Kiwi. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my vibrant and energetic co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing
I guess
today?
I kind of had to...
Got to perk up real quick there, huh? With an intro like that, you know. Got to give you a little jolt for the
Thanks.
show.
I appreciate it.
So how you doing today, sweetie?
I'm doing okay. It's, almost the end of the work week, so...
It is indeed almost the end. But that never gets here fast enough, does it?
No, it never does. But, it's okay.
Right. But that's not what we're talking about today.
What are we talking about today?
Today, we're going to be talking about, in our Disney Detective, Disney's Imagineering project Kiwi in the works, and a Disney fan complaining about wokeness,
Yes.
was it?
Wokeness.
And I don't even know what that is, so you're going to have to explain
Right.
that. And the response to his complaints.
Which are priceless.
Yes,
so
I did read those.
Yeah.
Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Anakin is being voiced again for a new Star Wars animated project,
Dun, dun, dun.
which is yet to be officially announced.
Right.
And Ewan McGregor felt humiliated by the idea of Disney casting somebody else for the Star Wars series he's in. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Okay. I didn't think he did TV, though, so that was interesting. In our entertainment news, we got a bunch of news and entertainment news. New Jersey's largest arcade is planned for the Showboat Casino in Atlantic City. And we have some Captain America. You trimmed it down.
Yeah.
You threw me off. Because I still have it up in the screen, too.
Okay.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Did you take both of those articles out?
No, they're both there.
Oh, see,
There's-
now you're summing it up in the one.
Yeah.
This is why I don't let you write these intros.
Well,
anymore.
you know what? If I do a horrible job, then
Wait,
either...
no, that's the husband philosophy. If you don't want to do something, you do a bad job at it.
See?
And then you're never asked to do it again.
Oh, I was trying.
Anyway, so we have a couple of Captain America stories as well, and then we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week in this week's episode of Insights into Entertainment Follies.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey!
We'll be right back to get into our Disney Detective. Go for Disney Detective.
You are so all over the place. It's not even funny. I don't even know what to talk about. So this story popped up. It was actually a tech story from TechCrunch.com, and it was talking about one of Disney's Imagineering's project, which is Project Kiwi, which is a free walking robot that will, basically make you believe that Groot is real. So it's a really interesting story. They kind of go through a lot of the ins and outs, because again, it is a tech savvy article. So they talk about a lot of stuff. But what's interesting is they have a video that shows kind of the evolution of how they come to, make this robot. And he kind of starts out with just, his legs, and then they kind of give him a little body, and then they have him, basically walking around, the lab and also the office building and kind of interacting with other people. And at one point he goes to fall over, and there are people with pillows going to catch him because he's a really expensive, toy. But the idea is obviously at some point to have him walking around the park, interacting with other guests. And obviously we've seen the advancement of, audio animatronics turned into robots even at the various parks. But again, most of them are, situated at a ride or on a ride where they don't just get up and free walk. So yeah, with the pillows, I thought that was kind of cute. So this is, pretty advanced stuff and looks really, really adorable. It's almost, kind of reminds me of the Transformer Optimus Prime. Like, how much does this one cost? I'm guessing more than, a couple $100. So who knows, when we'll actually see, Groot walking around the parks.
So what this reminds me of? A couple of years back, they did a free walking project of the audio animatronic dinosaur that they had.
Yes.
In Animal Kingdom.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And that one, but because that one was not, it wasn't, it was controlled. It was remote controlled.
Right.
And it interacted with people as well. And they've done other things. They've done the remote controlled interactive trash bins and stuff like that.
Yeah, they've always had interactive robots of some sort throughout the park, and I even remember when I worked at Great Adventure, there was somebody, we had a little, remote control robot, that walked around and basically the guy was off in the corner, you could always spot him, in the corner, running the whole thing. So it's kind of common, but to have it just, go on its own.
Yeah. Is there any particular reason that they picked Groot for the subject on this?
No, it didn't say in the article. It was
didn't know if there was some foreshadowing to.
Well, and that's one of the things too, is that they actually had, I don't know if they still, I think they had stopped doing it, but when Guardians of the Galaxy 2 came out, they had a meet and greet with Star-Lord, and they had baby Groot in the potted plant that you could go and interact with. So I'm wondering, because now Groot's a teenager, if it was just kind of another way to where he's too small to be an actual person, maybe.
Right,
so that's why they went with him.
Interesting. Cool. Well, it'll be interesting to see how they utilize that in the parks in the near future.
Yeah.
So tell us about wokeness ruining the Magic Kingdom.
So a self-proclaimed Disney fan caused a stir on social media after an op-ed that he wrote was published by the Orlando Sentinel entitled, "I love Disney World, but wokenness is ruining the experience." So basically, he goes on and, he says that Disney's decision to bow to political correctness and the Twitter mob has sucked some of the magic out of his experience at Walt Disney World. He says, that Disney's a unique, the ability to create magic from, an immersive experience. And he says that, when I stand in Galaxy's Edge or Fantasyland, I know that I'm in a theme park, but, through the immersion and my willingness to set the real world aside, something magical happens. And that now the spell will be broken when the immersive experience is shattered by the real world. Sorry, you just have to read it like that, and he goes on to say that, and we had talked about this was one of the articles we talked about just the other week when Disney came out and said they were, changing a bunch of their policies that have been in place to be more inclusive for their cast members and, change the different costumes, to make them feel more comfortable and allow certain hairstyles and, tattoos if it's an appropriate for where, they're working. So he basically goes to say that, he doesn't like that the new policy is going to allow cast members to have, haircuts and tattoos. And he even says, is Tinkerbell going to have a sleeve tattoo? Because that's going to totally kill it. And then he goes on and says that, and of course he has to say, full disclosure, I am a Christian and a conservative Republican. So the people who run Disney and I do not see eye to eye. He goes on and says, regardless of the corporation, they're making all these political moves and they shouldn't. And, then he goes on to say how he's upset that Trader Sam was removed from the Jungle Cruise. And, and that how could that offend anybody? And, Trader Sam is a South American indigenous shrunken head dealer, who comes from a cannibalistic family. Okay.
Slightly offensive.
This is slightly offensive, and then of course, why are they changing Splash Mountain? It's associated with Song of the South. What's wrong with that?
Did they happen to have any pictures of him in his sheet and hood?
like it's what's wrong with this and why are they doing that? And it's so political. But what's really great is, okay, he's entitled to his opinion.
Absolutely.
But then when you post it, you got to be prepared for everybody to kind of come back at you. And this is where, this is where the best of Twitter comes, so you get, I prefer, one of the people that responded, said, I prefer to think of cast members not as individual humans who are there because they need to put food on their tables, but because they deserve to serve as living props in my Arrested Development fantasy lifestyle. This guy doesn't want Walt Disney World. He wants Westworld.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. And then another person wrote, as a white guy living life on the lowest difficulty setting, I'd like my theme park experience to stay exactly the same. Sure, that means some rides and shows are a bit insensitive to others, but it doesn't affect me. So you're here to accommodate me, right?
Yeah.
And then what was nice was, Patricia Arquette, the actress, chimed in and said, this guy is taking the Christ out of Christian. If he doesn't understand why racist imagery isn't acceptable, I don't know what is. And then someone else responded to that saying, well, I'm a Mexican and I grew up in LA. My dad took me to Disneyland as a child and I didn't see myself in faces of anyone. Personally, I kind of like the woke Disney, and I finally feel like I belong at the park. And P.S. And if they were really woke, they would have dropped their prices. And then my most favorite one is, won't someone please consider the delicate sensitivity of a middle-aged white man when designing a children's theme park? Yeah. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, if there's anything that we've found over the last 4 years or so, it's that there's a lot of these people out there.
Oh, absolutely.
And the beauty of it is, if you don't like what a company does, and you don't like their policies and their politics and how they conduct themselves, you don't have to do business with them.
Absolutely.
There's absolutely nobody that's twisting this man's arm and forcing him to go and experience a park that offends him.
Right. The Holy Land experience is not that far away.
That's true. But we still have to get there, by the way.
One day.
So, but if it's filled with, I don't know, what do you call a male Karen?
Kyle.
Yeah. If it's filled with Kyles, it's probably not worth the admission.
I don't know. I think it would kind of be fun to do a twist on,
But I love how he feels it's necessary to point out that he's a Christian.
Right.
Even though you don't reflect any Christian ideas
exactly.
in your post.
That's the biggest thing isn't it love thy neighbor as thyself?
Right.
Isn't that one of the big giant ones? No hate towards.
Right.
And you honestly, okay, yes, they're going to change their policy on the hair and the tattoos or whatever. You really think Tinkerbell is going to come out with a full sleeve? Tinkerbell's not going to have her hair in a bun? I have a feeling, I'm pretty sure that when it comes to the face characters, they will have a different standard of costuming than
what they're
anybody
talking
else.
About are when I go to a quick serve.
Right.
The
person
they're
behind
actually going to look like a real person.
Right. The person at the quick serve is going to have
What I hope
You
Disney
know.
doesn't do, and just not to get off the subject,
Sure,
but
sure.
what I hope they don't do is what other retail industries do. Like if someone has a facial piercing, they'll make them put a Band-Aid over it.
Right.
Then I feel compelled to say, what happened? Are you okay? If it's a facial piercing, just let it be a facial piercing.
Right. And there's so many different, things where you can just get a little ball
Right.
or give them a little mouse. How adorable would that be?
There you go.
Let them be themed with their,
Perfect.
Yeah. So,
Anyway, well, this is another good example to make fun of conservatives.
yep. Yay.
So anyway, that's it for our Disney Detective. We'll be back in a minute with our Tales from the Edge of the Other Side of the Room and Galaxy thing. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Go for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
We have too much fun here. So, from StarWarsNet.com, it seems that Matt Latner, the voice of Anakin Skywalker in the Clone Star Wars...
Matt Lanter.
Lanter, sorry. Who does the voice of Anakin in Star Wars The Clone Wars and also in Star Wars Rebels, has confirmed that he has not seen the last of animated Anakin Skywalker, and that he has done some work on a project that Lucasfilms has yet to announce. Dun dun dun. Or do you know what it is?
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay. Sorry. So while he was actually talking to Entertainment Weekly about an upcoming show, Netflix's adaptation of Juniper's Legacy, Matt had explained that he continued to voice Anakin in very much that he sees it, continuing, in the future, even though Clone Wars had ended. He said, that there are some new Lucas animations going on and he's been part of it, but he just can't talk about it yet. And that, yes, you will see Anakin again. He says, I never quit, to put Anakin down. So, whatever I'm doing, if it's a video game or animation, I'll go and do it. Lucas Animation is obviously currently developing The Bad Batch, which will actually begin airing next week on May the 4th. And
may the 4th be with you, too.
And may the 4th be with you as well. So we'll be, that's a, national holiday for us. He'll, and Disney Animation will also be working working on a droid story as well with ILM. So there have been rumors, obviously we had talked about it before, of Star Wars Detour. So obviously nothing new with that just yet. But Matt's obviously done Rebels. He did the Clone Wars. He also voiced Anakin for Star Wars Force of Destiny, Battlefront 2, the Lego Star Wars Holiday Special. He's done a whole bunch of things. So he's been part of the family for quite a while and was even in an episode of The Mandalorian as well. So he's one of our favorites from another show that he used to be on as well. So it was kind of cool when we found out that he had this Star Wars legacy, as well. It was like, oh my God, that's so cool. So
Yeah, that is cool. And
Yeah.
I don't know what project he's referring to.
Oh, okay. I thought you did the way you made it sound.
But I have to assume he's probably going to show up at some point in time during the Bad Batch series,
Right.
because that still kind of crosses over from the Clone Wars. I don't know where they're setting the timeline with that.
Right. Right.
So that seems like the most likely one. They haven't announced any other projects when they announced their full slate of
Right.
projects that were in the works. So it'll be interesting to see if there's another one that we're going to get to see him in.
Yeah.
Or hear him in, not see
Right.
him.
Right. But we'll get to see him in Netflix, Juniper's Legacy. So
Yes.
that show is
What we
getting.
won't see him in is in Timeless anymore, which is unfortunate because that was the show that, we really liked.
that was the show we liked.
I think it was even a pick at some point in time, wasn't it? Was it around long enough for that or no?
I don't know.
Maybe we'll do it just as a retrospective.
There you go. We'll have to look at our list of shows that we did. I don't
The
remember.
weeks that I don't have anything good, I can use that.
Hey, this is the show that I really liked. Good luck finding it.
Well, we've done the one that I'm doing today is a pick from 2014. So
Oh, wow. Okay. All
there's
right.
nothing wrong with doing the classics.
No, nothing wrong with that.
What else do we have?
So, it seems that Ewan McGregor had admitted that he kind of felt a little humiliated by the idea that Disney could consider casting someone else to play Obi-Wan Kenobi. Oh, I can't even.
Kenomi, huh?
So he was kind of upset about that but then he realized, oh, it was the wrong part.
Then he got really upset when they thought he was renaming their character.
I was like, wait a second. So what had happened was, so it seems that at the 2019 D23 Expo, it was announced that the series Obi-Wan Kenobi was officially in the works for Disney Plus, and we obviously found out that Ewan McGregor was going to be reprising the role, and then we found out that Hayden Christensen was set to return as Anakin Skywalker, obviously known as Darth Vader, in case you didn't know.
You mean they're not
Spoilers!
going to dress him up like a Tusken Raider and just have him be an extra in the background?
That would kind of be funny. So before Obi-Wan Kenobi, the series was confirmed, there were obviously rumors going around whether or not he was even going to come back to play the character. So in some recent interviews, he actually said he saw all the social media stuff and he was like, well, they better, and a lot of the social media was like, well, you better cast Ian as Obi-Wan. And he already knew that he had gotten the part, but he couldn't say anything. But that before everything, he said he kind of felt humiliated to think that Disney might actually pick somebody else. And he said the reason because of that was he knew that the original trilogy, the prequels didn't do so well. So he knew he wasn't, like that top pick. So he was really kind of hoping he was going to get picked to reprise the role, but he could kind of understand if Disney went.
Someone needs to explain to Ewan McGregor that the prequels weren't disliked because of him.
Right.
Okay.
He was really good.
He was
a
the
good
highlight.
part. He was a good part of it.
He was probably the highlight of the series.
Yeah, so send him a tweet and let him know that.
I'll let him know. Him and I are like that. We're
right.
besties.
Of course. So yeah, so he was, kind of feeling, a little unloved because he wasn't sure if they were going to pick him, but obviously we've already.
Who else would you pick? Like, who else could you bring back?
Right, exactly.
Would you just digitally bring back Alec Guinness to play the part?
But that's the thing is because it's been so many years since the prequels were done, he's 50 years old now, so he's kind of at that perfect age. You're not the old hermit,
right.
Of A New Hope. You're kind of in that in between. So how could you not pick him?
And he's grown the beard for it, too.
Absolutely. He did all that work. Give it to him.
Nice. Well, I'm very excited for that series because there's a lot of really good story to tell on that one.
Wait, I thought you weren't excited about it.
No, this one I am.
Oh, you sure?
It was the other, the what was the other one? The other animated one that I wasn't too excited
Well, the
about.
Detours one.
Yeah, Detours I'm not too excited about.
You know what? I think we're going to have to go back to some of our
You
older...
go back and do the tail of the tape, and you tell me that I wasn't excited.
Because I don't know if you were all that excited.
I was excited.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I was. I
No,
was.
I don't think so.
Well, I might not have been, and then Solo dropped. So then anything with that,
Okay. All right. I gotcha. Anything but Solo.
anything that
Hey,
doesn't have
Solo
someone,
too.
anything that doesn't have someone saying, "I'm going to be a pilot every 5 minutes," and I'm okay with it.
All right. All right.
That was all we had for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
Yep.
We'll be back with our entertainment news in just a minute.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
Dum, 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 dum. I wasn't even going to do it, and then I was just kind of like, all right, I should do it. So for some local-ish news to kind of bring up with entertainment stuff, this article came from the Press of Atlantic City. We're about 35 minutes or so from Atlantic City.
30 minutes the way you drive, 45 the way I drive.
Right, it depends on who's driving. So this article had come out last week, and it talked about how they were planning to redo, I guess, part of one of the casinos down in Atlantic City, the Showboat, where they're turning it into the largest arcade, I guess, in the area. And so they're trying to make some family-friendly entertainment, because obviously in Atlantic City, the majority of the items are not kid-friendly, even though they've always said, oh, it's a family place, and it really isn't. There might be a couple of small little arcades.
It's a family place because people live there.
Right, there you go. So they are building a family-friendly entertainment venue called the Lucky Snake at the Showboat. And it's going to, I guess the first stage is actually slated to open on May 5th, which will include an arcade, which will be the largest in the state. Then there's also going to be a sports bar, performance stages, a speakeasy, and some meeting spaces. So obviously not the whole thing is kid friendly, because I'm guessing you're not taking your kid to a speakeasy? Maybe not yet.
It's a speakeasy arcade.
Right, exactly. So the idea, in the article they talk about that they're gonna it's gonna create about 100 jobs, and the idea is also that they're proposing a indoor water park as well that'll cost $97 million.
To get in?
To build. So they're hoping to actually break ground on that next month. They're also talking about doing a outdoor stadium that I guess has some sort of dome over it, I guess to protect
Which
from...
would then make it an indoor stadium.
Yeah, it was weird because it was like an outdoor stadium with a dome. And I'm like, okay, so maybe just to protect you from the elements? I don't know. So they're trying to basically bring a bunch of entertainment things to this area. One person kind of described it as a Dave and Buster's and more on steroids. So it'll have more than just arcade games. It'll have other things, and that they're also talking about having some sort of rewards program for, return visitors, a value program or something. So
some way to track you.
Of course, because that's a rewards program. And that they were talking about how you'd be able to get vacations and other things.
You could win a new car.
One of the things was talking about a car too. So, if you think we're trying to save up for like a jukebox, could you imagine trying to save up to
Well, I hear all the stuff that they're looking to do, and I can't help but wonder, have they heard of this little thing called COVID? Let's put a water park, and let's put an indoor stadium, let's put a meeting rooms, and let's put in a speakeasy and an indoor arcade. You guys realize that people aren't going to be all rubbing elbows, right?
And that's the thing is, look at, what is it, American Dream?
Exactly.
Up in North Jersey, that they were building
more like
that
pipe dream.
They were building that for years, and then
it's still not pulling in anywhere near the numbers it was supposed to.
Well, and that's the thing is because then the pandemic hit right as they were getting ready to open, and they were going to be opening in phases,
right.
And they couldn't even do that because everything shut down.
They need to work with their marketing department, because when I hear the Lucky Snake, you know what I picture? I picture Vegas Vacation, that obscure off-the-strip casino where they play like rock, paper, scissors at or something like that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm picturing for this place.
And especially when, you have your news conference and you have a big giant python around your neck. That's not really selling my daughter on,
right. It's family friendly.
Let me go.
Yes, we don't discriminate. We eat any family.
Right. So, we're not too far from it, so I could totally see us not planning to go
I'll be honest with you.
There?
This is not drawing me to Atlantic City.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You need to do a lot more than this.
If we just happen to kind of be in the area, like, hey, let's go and...
Like if we go down for AC Comic Con.
Right.
And maybe we can go play games with the snake. Do they play snakes and ladders?
I was going to say, is the snake there signing autographs?
Is that their mascot? You're going to have a guy dressed in a snake costume?
That would be kind of funny. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Only in Jersey.
Only in Jersey.
What else we got?
So we have 2 Falcon Winter Soldier stories. The first one was actually one that you brought to my attention from the UK that was actually kind of questioning, will there be another season of the series? So obviously, the Falcon Winter Soldier had its finale last Friday, and people were kind of wondering, okay, now that it came to an end, is there going to be a season 2? Because they really didn't say whether or not it was a one-off. It was described as a mini-series, which led fans to believe that it was kind of wrapped up. But then, various different people talked to a couple of different producers and things, and, other people said, oh, there's plenty of story still to come. But then again, the way that they kind of ended it, are they just going to move on to the next movie? Because that's really, and that's kind of the other stories that kind of came out as well, was that, okay, well, now that this ended, this is giving way to Captain America 4, really. So do you need to do another season of it, or is it going to be one of those, hey, we're going to come out with a big movie and then we do a season, in between for like maybe minor characters? I don't know. It really doesn't. And the article wasn't really sure either. They were like, oh, well, because this was only a limited series, 6 episodes, we're supposed to maybe get 6 more, and maybe, March of 2022 we'll see it. So a lot of it's speculation, because really nothing has come out saying, yes, there's going to be a second season, or no, we're going right into the next movie. So there hasn't been, much definitive out yet. But the one thing that you mentioned is that the documentary about the series drops on Friday on Disney Plus. So I wonder if there'll be something in that for us to kind of have a hint.
And I think the show still got legs. I mean, who doesn't want to see another counseling session between, Falcon and Winter Soldier where they just sit and do a stare off? I mean, that's quality television right there. Anyway. What else do we have, dear?
So, to bring a happier for our new Captain America, Anthony Mackie was on with Stephen Colbert earlier this week, and they were talking about the finale of Falcon Winter Soldier and whatnot. But what was really cute was that Stephen Colbert surprised Anthony with his action figure, his new action figure as Captain America. He's like, "Oh, have you seen this?" He goes, "No, I haven't even seen this. I didn't even know it was there." And what was funny, so he takes it out. He goes, "Oh, I have one that's still in the box, so I'm keeping that one. But here's the one to play with." And Anthony Mackie goes, "That looks a little bit like Jamie Foxx." And they go on to, to talk about, he goes, no, that's really cool, and everything. And in the interview, they, he's talking about it, and he's like, yeah, he goes, just so you know, he goes, that's all me under the suit. I didn't want a muscle suit. That's my pride, right there. That was me, working out 7 films in, to make sure I had the Dorito, he goes, that's what they call it with your shoulders and everything. So he's like, yeah, I worked hard to make that look good. So it was a really, cute episode, and, nice to see that he has his, really cool looking action figure.
It's funny. I'm surprised that, and I'm sure he was probably joking about the whole thing, but with the technology that they have today with the laser scanning the faces and 3D printing and everything, like you don't have somebody who's there hand sculpting the visuals anymore.
Yeah.
It's funny because if you look back at like the original Star Wars figures, and you look at Luke Skywalker, it looks nothing like Mark Hamill.
Right.
And you look at the later ones, and the later ones are all laser done. And we had the one show that we did watch where they took you through and showed you how Kenner actually modeled it, and they had sculptors that were in there that were crafting these things, and because of the way the molds were done, you couldn't do really detailed impressions of them. But in this case here, I don't know. You can't really see from the
and the other thing too is like his goggles and stuff, they don't come off. So it looks like they're sculpted on. So I'm kind of surprised they didn't make one where you could, take them off.
And I'm sure this is one of 75 that you're going to be able to buy, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
That's the way our toy marketing works, and that's the way Disney works,
Yep.
That's the only reason they gave them the new costumes, so they can sell new action figures of them.
Awesome.
Anyway, that's all we have for our entertainment news this week. We'll be right back with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick is a documentary. It is actually a documentary that's based off of, that was inspired by a 2013 Korean documentary, which was called My Love, Don't Cross That River. And so they kind of took that idea and did a 6-part series called My Love, 6 Stories of True Love. And what they do is they take 6 longtime couples in different parts of the world to share their decades-long love in this very tender portrait that's filmed over the course of a year. So they have various different couples. So you have one couple from Vermont, another from Spain, then we have Japan, South Korea, Brazil, and India. and the majority of the couples have either been together between 40 and 60 years. And it's basically just a year in their life, how they deal with things. I'm on the third episode now, so I'm almost halfway through. And it was interesting just to see, how after so many years of being together, how they still love each other, how they still care about each other. The couple from the United States, they're making their plans for when they pass away so that their children don't have to make the arrangements for them, so that, they're taking care of everything on their own. They're letting their children know. One of the kind of touching scenes is they're both getting cremated, but she's having her ashes where her parents are, and he's going to have his ashes on the farm that they still live on, that he was born on. And, she makes the statement of, when the north wind blows, his ashes will come up to visit me. And when the wind blows the opposite way, I'll go down to visit him. So it was just kind of sweet, the way that they, they mentioned it. And then the couple from Spain, it's interesting. they're talking about how their village used to have like 20 different families, and now there's like 6 of them. But they're content still, doing their own thing. They finally go on a vacation to the beach. They've never been to the beach before, and they've been married almost 60 years. And it was just so cute. And they take like a little ferry boat, and there's some little 10-year-old kid going, "You've never been on a boat before?" And they're like, "No, this is our first time." "Wow, good for you." It's just cute. And it's kind of sad because in the beginning of the second episode, he's going to get tested to make sure that he can get his driver's license renewed. And he fails. So they take away his license, so they impound his car. And, you think, oh, he's going to be really down and depressed. And they get an Uber, and he's flirting with his wife in the backseat of the car. He was like, all right, whatever, it is what it is. And, we'll go pick our nuts and do our thing like we always do. And all right, so we get somebody else to drive, so it just, to see where your relationship goes, throughout the years, and that, it's not always about the good, it's about, the bad, but that, you're going to get to that good. And what's interesting, and it was funny because I was kind of wondering about it, was after the first episode, they don't tell you like what happened, because and the way that they do each episode is they do it in seasons. So it starts in whatever season, and then they'll do, and they kind of go through. So you follow them for the whole year, like I said, and they actually filmed it in all of 2019 and finished in 2020, right, before everything shut down. But they don't give you updates of everything. And the idea is that, their love and their life is immortal. You don't need to know what happened because we told you everything that needed. So, it's a little slow. It's not very, because these are people that are in their 60s, 70s, and 80s, so they're not, but it's just interesting to hear their stories and, and what's important in their life. And
Nice.
In this day and age, that's kind of what we need a little bit more of.
Good pick.
Thank you.
So for my pick this week, I'm going way back to 2014, pre-pandemic. This is a documentary called The Secrets of Quantum Physics on Amazon Prime. Professor Jim Al-Khalili reveals how Einstein thought he'd found a fatal flaw in quantum physics that implies that subatomic particles can communicate faster than light. He discusses how robins navigate using quantum entanglement, how our sense of smell is touched by ethereal quantum vibrations, and even how physics might play a role in evolution. It's a two-episode miniseries. Episode 1 traces the path from the 1800s through the Jazz Age to the hippie era, highlighting the insights into light which illuminated the true nature of reality. the conflicts with the ideas of Albert Einstein, and recreating the test that resolves this conflict devised by John Bell in the 1960s. The episode is illustrated with vaudevillian analogies, including playing cards with the devil, demonstrating the thematic relations to Lewis Carroll. Episode 2 ponders the possibility that quantum physics explains some biological mysteries, including the use of quantum entanglement for navigation by the European robin, the use of quantum vibrations by humans to smell, and the part played by the uncertainty principle in evolution. Through all the incredibly in-depth analysis and details, Professor Al-Khalili makes use of simple and easy-to-understand analogies to help even the most scientifically uninitiated understand what are some of the most complex and poorly understood aspects of our universe. Quantum physics has always been something that's fascinated me, and the way that this series tackles it is done in such a way that makes it almost simplistic the way that it explains it.
Okay.
They actually take you into the lab. They show you actual experiments that happen. They explain probably the most famous quantum physics experiment that's ever been done, and that's passing light through a piece of paper or a barrier with two slits and how they interact. The closest analogy I had was they had made a movie or a TV movie out of Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time, where he talks about space-time using very similar down-to-earth analogies and makes that very complicated thing seem very relatable and very understandable. Professor Al-Khalili is one that's been on a number of documentaries that I've watched for physics, and he's got this magnetic personality on the screen that makes him very easy to relate to.
Okay.
And you kind of need that sort of a host to sort of get these points across. Professor Michio Kaku from New York is the same way.
Okay.
He's relatable to the point that he can bring these very complex concepts across so that people can understand them. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a physicist. I'm not a mathematician. And it's not only is it educational, it's entertaining to watch if you're at all curious about the universe. The Secrets of Quantum Physics, streaming now on Amazon Prime. So that was all we had this week. Mm-hmm. Busy one this week.
Yep.
No afterthoughts, though, right?
Nope.
We do have something coming up in a little bit, though, don't we? Don't we have a Monster Mania that we'll be attending soon?
Yes, but tickets are already sold out, so
we don't talk about them
so
when they're
we
sold
can't.
out.
Well, we can talk about it. It's kind of mean.
Well, aren't we looking to do something else over in Philly? We're just looking into that now.
Oh, we were thinking about doing something at the Philadelphia Zoo.
Right. What is that called?
Big something.
Big Monsters. I don't know what it's called.
Big event
I
or
thought
something.
you looked it up.
I did. I didn't. Hold on. Oh, geez.
I thought you were going to throw that in at the end. I figured that's why you were looking it up.
I was looking it up just so that we could.
Dinosaurs.
Big freaking
giant
dinosaurs.
with freaking laser beams. No laser beams?
No.
Oh.
Big time.
Big time.
It's called Big Time. It's life in an dangerous age, and themed tickets are required. So regular park tickets are about $24 for adults, and then if you want to go see these big giant dinosaurs, it's an extra $6.
And they are life-size scale dinosaurs.
Life-size, big, giant.
So there's a dinosaur that's like 3 stories tall. They're audio animatronic.
Right. So there's 24 life-size creatures. You get to learn about them, and they give you a little, history.
Do you get to figure out why the Tyrannosaurus Rex has such little arms?
No.
It's so he doesn't have to pick up the check at dinner?
Right. So you get to walk along an area where there's 24 of them, including a 98-foot
Something Saurus.
Something Saurus and a 15-foot tall T-Rex. I would have thought he would have been
thought they
taller.
would have been taller.
Yeah.
Funny, he's taller on TV.
It doesn't say when it's ending, but it did start the end of March.
So get there as soon as you can at the Philadelphia Zoo.
Right. So obviously, again, you need to do advance tickets, just like everything else, these days. Yeah, and that they have specialized food too. So
You can get a Brontosaurus burger.
no, they don't have that.
Brontosauruses were extinct by this point.
No, I'm sorry, a Brontosaurus barbecue burger.
Aha,
So I was wrong. You were right. So yeah.
Get that. I got that on tape because that doesn't happen very often.
Just like you saying that you were excited about Obi-Wan.
Right,
Kenobi.
that doesn't happen very often.
'Cause you didn't-
Obi-Wan
you
really
weren't-
doesn't do it for me.
You weren't excited about
Give
it.
me a Darth Vader. Darth Vader does it for me.
Obviously, I think
Which
we
is
know
why
that.
I'm excited because Darth Vader's going to be on the show now.
But you were like, it's Hayden Christensen.
Yeah, he's not really Darth Vader. As long as James Earl Jones voices him,
He's not
we're
going
good.
to.
Why not?
I don't know.
He should.
Whatever.
He will.
Whatever.
I'll call him up and tell him.
'Cause you're
He's-
like this
I'm like that. We're besties. Before we go, I do want to encourage folks to subscribe to the podcast. If you want to subscribe, if you want to
Why would you
subscribe
want
to our videos, you get videos of all of our shows on the network. You look up Insights into Things. Audio versions of this podcast can be found as Insights into Entertainment. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, etc., etc. Anywhere you can get a podcast, you can get us. We would also encourage folks to reach out to us and give us some feedback. Tell us to stop being stupid and stuff like that.
Or maybe you like that. I don't know.
Well, I mean, this show was about as organized as a soup sandwich this week. It was all my fault, though. I don't blame you for it.
I was going to say soup sandwich sounds really good.
Have you tried to eat a soup sandwich?
Well, I've had soup in a bread bowl, so that's technically the same.
See, that's cheating there.
Whatever.
Take 2 pieces of bread and put soup in the middle and see what happens.
That sounds really good, actually.
Yeah, it's messy. You kind of be an
Well,
open-faced
yeah.
sandwich.
Well, yeah.
Anyway,
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things if you wanted to go there.
you can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
We are on Instagram at Insights Into Things.
The audio versions of all of our podcasts are at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
High-res versions of our videos can be found on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
And you can find us on Twitch, where we stream usually,
5 days. Now that we're recording during the week, we don't stream on the weekends.
Oh, okay. So 5 days a week. We're live 2 days a week on twitch.tv /insights into things. And if you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you can throw a subscription our way, and we'd really like that.
Or you can get links to all that stuff on our website at www. Because you stole my line. You can get links to
Are we all upset now?
you can get links to all that on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And that's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 12, The Cryptocurrency Conundrum. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen, today.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing today, Sam?
I'm doing okay.
So today we're going to be talking about crypto. Do you own any crypto?
I did for a little bit. I had Dogecoin when that was like a joke.
Yeah, it still is, by the way.
Yeah, but it's kind of settled out because I was using, we'll talk about it, but I was using Robinhood to get it.
Yeah.
And I think my friends and I all started doing it as a joke. But yeah, I had a little bit of Doge for a while. Not anymore, though.
Okay. Doge actually is not that difficult to generate. It's not like your Bitcoin and stuff like that where it's finite and crypto complicated.
Yeah, I don't know how any of it works, though. That's the point of this show. You'll explain it to all of us in great detail.
Yes, I will, hopefully, in terms that we can all understand. But before we do that, I would suggest folks subscribe to the podcast itself so you get it first thing Monday morning at 8 o'clock when they come out. You can subscribe to the audio version of the podcast by looking us up as Insights into Tomorrow. The video versions of the podcast and all of our network podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. You can get us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite folks to give us your feedback. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Let us know how we're doing on Twitter at insights_things. You can give us feedback on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Shoot us a note on Instagram at Insights into Things, or you can reach out to us on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. So today, what we're going to be doing is we're going to take a look at what cryptocurrency is. We'll understand a little bit about what blockchain technology is. Then we're going to take a look at some of the real-time or real-world impacts that cryptocurrency is having on today's economy and whether it's worth investing in. And then finally, we'll wrap up by looking at how cryptocurrency is changing the world and what the future of crypto looks like. And we'll talk a little bit about a new phenomenon in crypto called NFTs. So hopefully by the time we get done here, we'll all have a good understanding of what crypto is.
And we'll be dumping money into the market to buy some.
Shall we get started?
Yes.
All right. So, what is crypto? So, this definition of crypto comes from NerdWallet. Figure that was kind of a safe place to go to. So, cryptocurrency or crypto is a digital currency that can be used to buy goods and services, but uses an online ledger with strong cryptography to secure online transactions. So when you, unlike a nationalized currency, there's no borders to crypto at this point. It exists entirely online, and it's basically tied up inside of a cryptographic algorithm. Much of the interest in these unregulated currencies is to trade for profit, with speculators at times driving prices skyward, as we've seen recently with Bitcoin. Many companies have issued their own currencies, often called tokens, and these can be traded specifically for goods or services that company provides. Everyone's familiar with microtransactions, and nowadays you can buy currency with a company that you then use to buy things inside that company. It's no different than when you used to go to the arcade and the arcade machines didn't take quarters, they took tokens. So you put a dollar bill in a machine and got 4 tokens out instead of 4 coins. And that kind of kept that money tied up inside of that establishment. So cryptocurrencies also use technology called blockchain. So we'll talk about blockchain in a second. That's really the driving technology behind blockchain. But part of the appeal of cryptocurrency is the security of it. A lot of people feel the anonymity that cryptocurrency offers is a selling point because you can go out and make a transaction, a purchase online somewhere, and not have that traced back to you through a PayPal account or a credit card or something else. But what people don't realize is it's not as untraceable as they think it is, because there is a digital footprint. There's a digital trail that goes along with it that can be traced back to your wallet, because you have to have a digital wallet that you apply these coins to. So, with that in mind, questions, statements, inquiries?
No, I think that all makes sense. I mean, my familiarity with Bitcoin is mostly from the last season of Mr. Robot, actually, which ended a while ago. But in that show, the economy basically tanks, and this one company, eCorp, comes up with eCoin, which is basically takes the place of physical money. So everybody has their eCoin wallet on their phone. So I kind of got the concept a little bit from that. I mean, it's a fictionalized portrayal, but they did their research in terms of, using Bitcoin as a replacement for physical money.
Sure. And really, I mean, money is, currency itself is anything that has a value associated with it that you can trade for things. Whether it's paper money that we have, whether it's gold coins because the material that it's made from has a value associated with it, or nowadays with U.S. currency where there isn't a backing to it. There's no silver or gold backing to it. There's an intrinsic value based on the current economic state. So as a result, the dollar goes up and down depending on what our trade state is and other factors in the world. Cryptocurrency is the same sort of scenario, but it's affected by things very differently. Like one of the things that we're seeing nowadays is Bitcoin is soaring right now. And one of the reasons it took a recent jump was Tesla, Elon Musk's company, decided that they're going to take Bitcoin payment for cars, and they invested more than $1 billion to acquire Bitcoin. Well, anytime a commodity is purchased in volumes like that, the cost of it goes up just because of the perceived value of it at that point. So you have speculative investment like that that's causing a rise in value.
Yeah, that happened with, we talked about Dogecoin earlier too. Elon Musk would make a tweet about Dogecoin and it would shoot up 20 cents or something like that.
Sure.
So and you get that with regular stocks too, but with crypto, it's even more volatile like that.
Well, and Elon Musk is a great person to pick on because he's the type of person who stock in Tesla goes up significantly, and then he tweets and says, "Oh, well, that's overvalued," and then the stock plummets. Mm-hmm. And when you're the second richest man in the world, you can stand to lose $40 billion and it doesn't really put a dent in your bank account, but your other investors can't afford that kind of recklessness and that volatility in a stock that they're investing in. And we'll talk later about the investment angle of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, but we're going to find that's the same type of thing with crypto. So the technology that it is based on is blockchain. Now, this information comes from another website, Investopedia.com. Blockchain is a decentralized technology spread across many computers that manages and records transactions. Blockchain is a specific type of database. It differs from a typical database in the way it stores information. Blockchains store data in blocks that are then chained together.
Blockchain. I get
Hence, blockchain. Once a block is filled with data, it's chained onto the previous block, which makes the data chained together in a chronological order. So one of the problems that you have with this is that as you continue to mine coin in a blockchain, the blockchain gets larger and larger and larger, which requires more storage capacity, it requires more bandwidth to handle, it requires more computing power as it gets progressively larger. Different types of information can be stored on a blockchain, but the most common use so far has been as a ledger for these transactions. In Bitcoin's case, blockchain is used in a decentralized way so that no single person or group has control. Rather, all users collectively retain control. So when you're going to mine Bitcoin, you download whatever the current version of that blockchain is, the entire thing. And as you're churning through it and you fill up the block itself, you're sending that data back out to this collection of computers.
So when we're talking about downloading it, is this like terabytes, petabytes? I don't know, how big does it get?
I don't know what the last count was, but you're talking a massive amount of data right now. Like it would take, I think I was looking at numbers earlier, and it took 8 hours or so over a gigabit line to download the current one. Once you have it, though, you get incremental updates to it. But that's just a sign of how large this is. And the larger it is, the more computations have to be done. So the problem a lot of people are running into is that in order to mine Bitcoin now, people are using very sophisticated hardware. In fact, NVIDIA just came out with their latest line of video cards, and they cryptographically crippled them through a driver update so they couldn't be used for blockchain, because what's happening is you're actually burning more energy in computational power and cooling to run these machines than you're generating in actual funds. So it's environmentally it's not a good thing. I mean, we're not drilling another hole in the ozone or anything, but this is not going down the right path. So in Bitcoin's case, the blockchain's used as a way to store the ledger on here, and the decentralized blockchains are themselves immutable, which means that once the data is entered, it can't be changed. And for Bitcoin, this means that transactions are permanently recorded and viewable to anyone. And that's where that lack of anonymity comes from. Because in order for this whole system to work, you have to use a shared database for these transactions. Now, your existence in here is probably some, 64 character long random GUID number, not, Sam. So there's that level of anonymity. But it also records origins of these. So it can tell geographically by your IP address where it's coming from. So when you process something on the blockchain, it knows what your ID is. It might not know who you are, but it can see where you're at. So a lot of cyber forensic analysis is going into some of these, because a lot of people in the criminal underworld are using Bitcoin to fund their terrorist organizations and criminal organizations because of that level of security. So as a result, federal authorities and government authorities around the world are developing new tools to try to de-anonymize some of these transactions to track it down so that they can generate evidence against criminals. So that's really what blockchain is. It's the technology behind, it's the database behind cryptocurrency. Questions, comments?
No, I mean, it seems relatively straightforward so far. So my only thing is, how does this translate into actual value? Because I understand how you get it and how it's made, But like, is it just because there's so much of it that it gives it value?
It's not that there's so much, it's that there's so little. So for instance, if you look at Bitcoin, the way that you compute or the way that you mine Bitcoin computationally, there's a finite number of Bitcoins that are out there. And the more that are found, the fewer that can be found. So it's almost like, think of it like a baseball card. 10 Ricky Henderson rookies are made. That's all that will ever be made. And they're all in packages that are sitting in stores. So when the first one gets purchased, it's worth, say, $1,000. But when the second one gets purchased, you know that there's only 8 more out there. So the value of the ones that are found go up until all 10 are found. And then there's a fixed value because they exist. They're the only ones that are going to exist.
So that's why you have Tesla getting a bunch of it.
Exactly.
And then it skyrockets.
The problem that you run into is as people trade it and buy and sell and companies start to adopt it as an actual currency, it gets more precious because you have a finite pool of resources now that are now being traded in large blocks.
So people fight over it and then
exactly. Then you have governments. Like, for instance, Russia has outlawed Bitcoin. So you can't use Bitcoin in Russia to do anything. Where in the United States, I could spend Bitcoin to buy a pizza. It's literally that simple. And in the early days of Bitcoin, it was used very frivolously. It was generated a lot on colleges because a lot of college students would use computers on campus because of the computational power to generate these. So you'd have students that would have 10 Bitcoins that would generate overnight. Then they'd want to order pizza. Well, they didn't have any cash, so the local pizzeria would accept Bitcoin. So you'd spend 2 Bitcoin to buy a pizza.
And 1 Bitcoin now is worth like $10,000 or something like that.
Right. So you have people that spent over $20,000 on pizzas when they were in college. So that's why the volatility of it kind of makes for opportunities, but it also makes for misuse of the currency as well. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about what the impact of cryptocurrency is on today's society.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Today on Insights into Tomorrow, I find the button on the board to actually hit the right scene. Today we're talking about cryptocurrency, and we're going to talk a little bit about the impact of cryptocurrency on today's economy. So we've talked about Bitcoin, we've talked about Dogecoin a little bit. There's actually more than 6,700 different cryptocurrencies that are traded publicly today. And this is according to CoinMarketCap.com. Cryptocurrencies continue to proliferate, raising money through initial coin offerings. You've heard of IPOs, initial public offerings for stocks. ICOs are what crypto coins actually use to generate their funds. The total value of all cryptocurrencies as of February 18th, 2021 was more than $1.6 trillion according to CoinMarketCap. And the total value of all Bitcoins, the most popular digital currency, was pegged at about $969 billion. Now, you can't have that much market cap and not have a huge influence over the economy. I mean, I can't, it's hard for me to imagine another segment of the economy other than like Apple, that's $1 trillion company, that has that kind of influence over it. So just that value alone gives you a footprint and a place at the table that countries, I mean, that's more value than most countries in the world actually have as far as value goes. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, that's an astounding amount of wealth. And
Yeah.
like going back to the pizza analogy from earlier, like to think that it's come from that, you know, using it to get a pizza to $969 billion in what, 20 years?
Yeah, not even that.
Yeah, less than that. It's just interesting, and stocks in general, or the market, how that works, it all kind of mystifies me. It seems like it's gambling with extra steps, and like how things get value, and in this case, how things can skyrocket in value over time. It fascinates me, but it's not something I have any idea how to get involved in.
Well, and that's one of the things, that's one of the real distinguishing factors between a cryptocurrency and a stock. A stock is a piece of something. It's a piece of a company. And its value is based on the value of that company, its revenue, its profit, and how that company is being run. And all that information, when you're a publicly traded company, is publicly available. So if you want to go do the research on Intel and see how much Intel is worth, you can see what their assets are, what their liabilities are, what their profits are, what contracts they've landed over the last 12 months. You can do all that research and find all that information. And largely that's what, you know, analysts and stockbrokers do for you. They do all that work for you and come back and say, okay, buy Intel because they're worth it. But you have the freedom to go get that information yourself and do it. You lack that information for the most part when it comes to crypto. I mean, crypto isn't representative of anything substantial. It's literally data that's being passed around. And a lot of people have a very difficult time wrapping their heads around that. It's hard to understand why you would need something like that. Granted, you can have a currency that doesn't have borders. So, for instance, you know, you have the euro versus the dollar. And the euro traditionally trends a few cents higher in value than the dollar does, depending on what's going on from a geopolitical standpoint. But that currency itself is based on gross domestic product. It's based on manufacturing output. There's a measurable metric that you can look at for it. So you can kind of predict, okay, well, you know, we know that everyone's being hit by the pandemic right now. And sections of Europe are being hit worse than others. So the chances are their economy is going to be impacted by that further. So maybe now is not a good time. And I'm saying this strictly from a theoretical standpoint. I am not an investment broker, or am I qualified to comment on any of this stuff? But you can see these signs, these trends, and determine that might not be the investment that you want because the euro may go down as their economy is impacted. You can't do that with Bitcoin. Tomorrow, Bitcoin could lose 30% for no apparent reason. Or it could gain 30% for equally no reason.
It's volatile.
That is
it's the buzzword, yeah.
Incredibly volatile. So why do people like cryptocurrency? Why don't you tell us, you know, why people, what the appeal of cryptocurrency is?
Yeah, so supporters see cryptocurrency, things like Bitcoin, as a currency of the future, and they're racing to buy them now before they become more valuable, which we've already seen that with going from buying pizzas to being worth, $900 billion. Some supporters like the fact that crypto removes central banks from managing the money supply, since over time these banks tend to reduce the value of money through inflation, so Bitcoin can't be inflated the way normal money can. Other supporters like the technology behind crypto, like the blockchain, which we talked about earlier, because it's decentralized processing and recording system and can be more secure than usual payment options. And then finally, some speculators like crypto because they're going up in value and have no interest in the currency's long-term acceptance as a way to move money.
And that's a very good point, is that if you look at it from a long-term standpoint, it's so volatile and traded so frequently that people aren't looking at it as a long-term. Like people buy Disney stock and they hold on the Disney stock for 30 years and they continue to increase in value. They may get dividends from it, but ultimately it's a long-term thing that someday you'll sell that and it's an investment. Whereas cryptocurrency is almost like day trading.
Yeah.
I'm buying it this morning because I know this afternoon, chances are it's going to be 30% higher and I'm going to make a fortune off of it.
That's essentially what I was doing. Me and my friends, when I talked about Dogecoin earlier, that's what we would do. We bought it, and then for like a week straight, we would check every day to see what the value was. And you could set, in the app we were using, you could set, I think it was called a limit order. So like if Dogecoin went up to 80 cents, you could have it sell then.
Right.
So like if we thought like, Elon Musk was going to tweet about it and it would make it go up in value, which happened, a lot of people made a lot of money when Dogecoin, like when that phenomenon was happening.
Sure.
It's kind of stabled out now, but like it was like day trading. And Robinhood, I know, got a lot of flack for that because so much money was being dumped in that they couldn't keep up with it. And I think that finding came out a couple of days ago, where the way Robinhood works is when you go into, and for those that don't know, Robinhood is an app where you can, trade stocks and trade crypto. When you go to buy something through them, they actually wait and basically give you an IOU so that if they can get a better value for it, they can then take that and then you also get the stock. They take off the top.
Right.
But when the things with Dogecoin was happening, so many people were buying in, and with GameStop as well, the GameStop stock situation, they didn't have enough money to keep up. So it's like, when the trend hits the whole world and everybody's doing it like day trading, it can cripple something like Robinhood that's just, the app to the middleman almost.
Yeah, their business model was not capable of keeping up with that. But one of the other things about crypto that we talk about here is that it doesn't use a centralized bank, which means it can't be influenced by governments or government regulation. So you look at how some of the economy works in the United States, and you've got the Federal Trade Commission that makes sure that there's no insider